making actual sound, and I see myself making actual sounds. So I think I fixed it. Though I can't actually hear anything. I did it. Okay, yeah, so it's audible now. Okay. Well, I can't actually... Okay. So, all that's left is for me to check the audio sync. Okay, yeah, so it's audible. Okay. So, all that's left is to check the audio sync. My voice sounds like shit. Why does my voice sound like shit? Yeah, it sounds super washed out. Alright, let's try that. Hello. Does that sound better? Do you have any key? No, I don't. Let's try reducing noise reduction to about halfway. Is that better? Try stabilizing the quality of this fucking stream. Alright. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my god, is that better? Oh, that was way better. I think it was picking up the webcam mic. How's that? Okay. Alright, that's fine. Okay, now we can... Welcome, Maid. Alright, now we can do a sync test. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright, so gameplay is synced with voice. Let's check mouth, lip flaps. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. The webcam is in front of the audio. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. You say short stream, but short stream for you is like 6 hours. I didn't say short stream. Okay, alright, we're good to go. Welcome, Maid. Eating ramen, playing a better Persona game. Every Persona game is a better Persona game. This is the worst Persona game. Alright, yeah. Alright, so, I'm not looking forward to this. I think we're 51% into the game. So we're 51% into the game, and then we have to do Episode of Adachi. I'm gonna try to make as much progress as I can, but I'm not gonna hurt myself again. Because I legitimately hurt myself when we did this fucking Lapras rant back here. My voice is still a little rough. I thought your little notice said voice still hurts and the game is trying to kill you. No, that was That was last time. Oh, shit, I actually forgot to, good looking out. I actually forgot to post on Discord. Everyone trying to make progress on P4AU might not be able to stream later this week. Yeah, okay. No, that was actually last post. There we go. I got a CD that's rare for pretty cheap. Oh, what'd you get? Yeah, so we're 51% in. We still have to do episode of Dachi. I'm not expecting to beat this game tonight. That would be great if we did. I'm not expecting it. I'm not gonna hurt myself again, but I probably won't be able to stream for the rest of the week because I'm getting my final fucking COVID shot, and the last one knocked me on my ass. So... but we might be able to make some decent progress. 45 Graves Sleep in Safety. It's supposed to come out, come next week. Okay, I've never heard of this. But speaking of getting pretty good prices on things, just when I had finally finished Fire Emblem 3 Houses, I check my email right before going to bed, and I get a notice from Humble Bundle that says, hey, guess what? Ashen Wolves is on sale.
Shuji Yakutsuki.
Right now, 30% off. And I'm like, well, god damn it. So I fucking got it, stood up, walked over to where I keep my Switch, picked up my Switch, and then put it back where I fucking stow it when I'm playing it. Just when I get out, they pull me back in. This room, wait, hang on. Stay hydrated. This room that Akihiko-san called the entrance of hell. Kuromaru remains a cautious posture and waits to see what the person who entered the room will do. The person who just entered the... Akihiko-san pales and Ken-kun stands frozen next to me.
Akihiko and Ken. It's been a while. Are you enjoying this?
You! So you were the one behind this after all.
Now don't glare at me like that. This is the perfect place for our reunion.
So yeah, I got Ashen Wolves, I got some Stellaris DLC. I got that fucking Digimon game.
The one you're taking great pains to find will be the one giving you great pains. Or something like that.
They're a death rock band made of musicians from early LA punk bands. They were a bit more fun and self-aware than other death rock bands. I didn't know death rock was a thing. Shuji Akutsuki, the newcomer, continues speaking without waiting for us to respond.
We're finally reunited, and I don't even rate a hello? Or do you not want to speak to someone you killed? Is that it?
Huh? Killed?
You must be the 5th generation weapon Labris. Poor thing. Didn't they tell you? That's right.
So yeah, I'm kind of... I have to stream today. I'm kind of expecting to get laid on my ass.
They almost killed me would be more
for the rest of the week. I'm still gonna finish Octopath before I fucking do Ashen Wolves, though. I'm gonna do Ashen Wolves, but I'm playing fucking Octopath now.
That's ridiculous! You're the one who lied to us and tried to kill us!
On the plus side, I think Ashen Wolves is only like 8 or so hours, and there's not much choices to make, so I don't think I have to worry too much about it.
Calm down, Ken.
I'm not going to replay the entirety of 3 Houses, even with the new content.
Oh, how cruel. Here I am, talking right before your eyes, and you still won't believe it. Why don't we ask the 3 who just
Death
arrived
Rock isn't much of a thing anymore.
What they think of this?
Explains why I've never heard of it. We hear footsteps approaching from behind and turn to see Yukari-san, Junpei-san, and Aigus tumble in. I'm picturing them rolling through the door, like literally tumbling. Just like Ken-kun and Akihiko-san, they're at a loss for words when confronted with the person standing in the center of the room.
No way!
How are you?
I forget who killed him. Wasn't it Aigus or something? Though the 2 of them are surprised, Aigus looks over at me. That's right, we can tell.
Don't be fooled, everyone. I can feel it. What's standing there is...
Indeed, that is not Ikutsuki-san. He's a fake, created by a shadow.
Just a foolish trick. That's what I thought.
Well, You're a piece of junk, but you have a good nose, huh? You could have let me play around for a little while longer.
With a sudden change in mannerisms and a few muttered words, the thing taking on Shuji Ikutsuki's appearance crumbles. Behind the melting figure stands another person who had not been there a moment ago. He appears to be a young man around the same age as Yukun and his friends. What appears to be a Yasugami High uniform is tied around his waist. You know, we never figured out why he's wearing a fucking Yasugami High uniform, or why he targeted the P4 investigation team. Just because Kagetsuchi emerged from Izanami, I guess? I don't know. This game is not well made. UK goth rock was becoming a thing in the 80s. Meanwhile, death rock with goth punk music coming out. Funny thing, early death rock musicians don't consider themselves out, like 35 Graves saw themselves a punk band, and Christian death singer said he hates the label goth. Mitsuru's dad shot him, they killed each other. Oh, I thought Mitsuru's dad got killed by a shadow or something. Okay. I don't remember P3's deaths too well. What could this mean? Is he another student at this school? A pair of scars in his face, and he smirks while toying with those two swords he carries on his
Who are
waist.
you?
So everybody connected to Kirijo's here, huh? The looks on your faces are hilarious! You talk the big talk, but deep down, you were totally freaking out over old Ikutsuki-chan.
That's what I call my dad. Last name followed by Chan.
I couldn't see your faces in person last time, though. You remember, don't you? It was when I took control of that scrap like the puppet it is.
You were behind the abduction of Labris then.
Yeah, it was a crazy performance, huh? That weapon took a lot of whipping. You need an introduction or something? My name's Sho Minazuki, and I'm behind all this. Welcome to my world, Kirijo.
I'm the main villain. What's up?
Sho Minazuki?
Sho Minazuki, that name sounds familiar. It was in the data that Kikuno-san gave me before we descended on this town, a name from Shuji Ikutsuki's files. It seems the young man has a connection to Ergo research after all.
What is the meaning of this? What are you setting us all up like this for?
Huh? What are you whining about, you little shit? I was letting you have some fun. It's a little entertainment. Oh, then I guess I do have a score to settle with you. Ikutsuki was my dad, after all.
Interesting cover.
Dad? That's impossible.
You're lying.
How
He
does
didn't have any
babies
kids.
happen?
Doesn't matter. I'm still gonna kill you all.
The young man draws his swords and the light glints off of them. His eyes gleam with glee, the mania and madness. So this man, he's the one behind the entire case.
Toying with people and hurting them like this. What are you trying to accomplish?
Huh?
I've had enough. If you're hurting from your dad being killed, I get that.
You answered the
But
question
is
if
this
normal
the
people
only
can
way
see
you can deal
personas.
with it?
Okay.
Labris,
Mitsuru-san's people are risking their lives to try to end this tragedy themselves.
I know they can see demons,
They're doing their best
so I
to take
would
responsibility
assume.
for what happened. And I already know that your Ikutsuki guy lied to Mitsuru-san, betrayed them, and...
Shut up, you goddamn puppet!
I honestly think the only reason we're questioning whether normal people can see personas is because of JoJo.
You've never even met him, so enough with your shit! Or what? You gonna lecture me like you're a real person? What a joke.
You bastard.
But don't get the wrong idea now. I already told you that I don't give two shits about Ikutsuki. He used me and threw me away, that asshole. It doesn't matter. See, all you bastards are in my way. Every single living thing is in my way. Every goddamn thing!
What are you talking about? That's just insane!
I'm insane? It's this world that's
Ikichi
insane.
is
All
the
this
boss of the school and he's
bullshit
gained
about the
control,
power of
but
friendship and close
because
bonds
he
and
can't
whatever.
his people. But also said actual students of the school he's looked up because he's strong and has a death spirit. Okay. But do they start the game with the ability to summon personas? I thought they don't get that until they re-encounter Joker.
It's a pile of garbage. Trash!
Or am I misremembering?
Bastards, die! Just go away forever, goddammit! I'll get rid of every last one of you. I'll annihilate you along with this entire world!
Like, did they have personas the entire time? I mean, I know they did, but Ikichi does. Does he? Okay. Well, okay, that answers the question. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, because I remember in also Persona 2, when the school is under attack by demons, they yell, hey, the school's being under attack by demons. And it's hard to believe that, like, if they can see demons, it would only stand to reason they would be able to see personas. It's just, like, a situation that never comes up. And I also feel like other instances of Innocent Sin have similar instances of that, too, during some of the side quests. They awaken as kids, but Tatsuya and Lisa reawaken when Ikichi attacks them for not joining his band. Yeah, okay. So it makes sense. Like I said, I think the reason this question comes up is because of JoJo. Because you're not supposed to be able to see stands. That was Revelation's persona when they yell the school's attacked by demons. I was gonna say Persona 1, but then I changed it to Persona 2 in mid-sentence. So yeah. My heart hurts. I wonder why. I sense resonance of Plume of Dusk from the young man, and it's giving off emotion of hatred. No, sadness. He wants the world, but at the same time rejects it. This intense mixture of solitude with despair and yearning. I felt
What?
this.
I know this emotion. Labras?
And I believe in Strikers, the random people that get dragged into the prisons also see the shadows that attack them? Maybe? But they also got dragged into a prison, so they might have had the potential the entire time.
He doesn't truly hate the world. What he really feels is... Labras-san, look out!
Kuromaru-san tackles me and I fall sideways. A giant knife is vibrating in the floor where I'd been standing only a few
Don't
seconds
say
ago.
another word, you failure. Ugh, what a drag. I'm tired of this. Well, I've already got enough Persona fragments anyway.
Persona fragments?
Innocent
Wait,
Sin, the students are
do
hiding
you
because
mean-
the curse. They're told not to leave the school until they can. Internal punishment, they're hiding because the serial killer's in the school. When Piwa and the girl black demon summons the school. Yeah, I remember walking through the front door, and then a student comes up and they're like, don't go in there, there's demons! And then they run out of the school. Persona fragments. Those are the same words General Teddy used earlier. The young man calling himself the mastermind behind all of this. The fakes whose sole purpose was to fight us. The flakes of light emerging from the defeated shadows. All of those now make sense to me. Most likely the rest of us feeling the same way. Oh yeah, the fact that fucking Yukari is up here shows that the fucking P3 and P4 routes are mutually exclusive. So literally every single compliment I gave to this game was undermined at the end. I think Persona plays off Devil Summoner rules where people can see demons unless demons let them. And just demons can't let them. That would make sense. Like, they can turn it off and on. Like, they can be like, I'm invisible now. I imagine you can probably do the same thing with your persona. Like, you can willfully make your persona invisible. It's just they're never in a situation where that comes up. All of those now make sense to me. Most likely the rest of us are feeling the same way. Sho was gathering persona fragments by making us fight our doubles. Can't see demons unless they let them. Yeah, I figured, yeah. The moment we reach that conclusion, Sho pulls out a small box and holds it
So
before
it's
us.
time to get the real show started. Here's a question for you. What do you think this is?
That's... Is that the remote Akutsuki was using when he controlled Aegis?
Pardon. Alright, let's digest this for a second. Let's look at this remote. There is a button on the head, a button on where the heart would be if the heart was on the opposite side of the body, and a belly/ovary button. What does that remote do? Naruto summons demons in public and has them do stuff like read people's minds and stuff. You can see them, other devil summoners can, but normal people can't.
No. Stop him!
Too late. Activating the anti-shadow suppression
Yeah, that would make
weapon.
sense.
Labrys!
I thought I also remembered at one point Chidori summoning her persona in the middle of a fucking crowded-ass mall, though, in, like, the middle of the day. Unless I'm misremembering? But that might have been during the dark hour. I'm not sure. I feel a sudden snap within me. Suddenly I lose control over my entire body. At the same time, my consciousness begins to fade as if I'm being painted over by something else. It's the infernal device that took over my body and forced me to hurt the others, just like the other day. It gnaws away at my mechanical body, and all my self-control begins to slip away.
Labrys!
Labrys!
This is fun! Oh, by the way, I didn't stick a device in it or anything to do this. A weapon is there to be controlled, so, of course, there's a remote control. It's been built into that thing from the very beginning. I told you I'd destroy everything, right? Friendship, what a joke. One push of a button, and it all means nothing!
Sister, please
like,
pull yourself together.
Crazier in this route. I scream internally at myself to stop, but my arm swings my axe at Igus and sends her flying away.
Yes?
Now!
Okay, that was a misread line. The subtitle says ha, but you actually said tuh. Maybe in the manga, a lot of weird shit
You
happens in the
just
manga, like Junpei
won't
kills
die,
Taki after
will
he
ya?
kills Chidori, and then Yukari comes back and Taki is Chidori
That's
sees a revive item because
good
it's so bad
enough.
for him. No, I've never read the manga. It might have been during the Dark Hour. I played that game a few years ago. I don't super remember everything about it.
Damn it!
I probably need to replay Persona 3 and 4. Koromaru leaps at Shell and tries to snatch the box away from him. Yu-kun and his friends follow, but Sho deals with them all in a single strike. This boy is strong.
Not one
Don't
of
bother
you's
me.
coming to help, huh?
Don't worry, I was never going to.
Anyway, my remote controller's more of a remote control her. Kidding!
What is wrong with Sho in this route? His eyes aren't even glowing red. Can we get Tsukiyome back?
Labrys, kill the scion of Kirijo first. You specialize in tearing apart your companions, right?
This is like Sho doing his best Adachi impression. Sho jumps back to a safe distance and sends me an order to do just that. My legs move against my will and send me towards the crucified Mitsuru.
No, I'm not your puppet. I have a heart of my own.
A heart? Like I give a crap. You want me to erase all that too, then?
He manipulates the small box again with a precocious laugh. The power restraining me intensifies, and I can feel myself slipping away against the torrents of command blasting into my mind. The blade of my axe is against the cross Mitsuru is bound to.
Stop, please, no! Labrys!
Damn it, you son of a bitch! If it's tough for you to hurt your companions, then I'll blast your consciousness into nothing! So hurry up and kill them!
I really don't think that's going to work. I'm pretty sure you can't delete a heart. An even more forceful command overtakes me. Mitsuru-san, Yu-kun, Ken-kun, Yukari-san, Chie, everyone. I try desperately to hold on to my thoughts, but mercilessly turn away. I lose all feeling of the weight of my axe in my hands, and my vision begins to waver. I'm going to destroy those I hold dear again.
Labrys, don't give up! Believe in yourself!
Yeah, you probably can't delete a heart. The last thing I see through my fading consciousness is Yu-kun. I don't want to feel this way ever again. I don't want to give up. I won't. And just like that, a sound rings out in the darkness and envelops me. Did my consciousness shut off? No, even in the darkness, I'm still awake. Whose voice is that? I hear a familiar laugh in the distance. I can't see who it is, but I know that voice.
A heart? What a lame ass! Just like always. You're the other me.
When I finish this, I can get back to watching Love Live.
That's right. I am you.
I had to proofread my
Within
YouTube post
yourself
multiple
that you
times because
can
I'm sure I
live
fucked up
on.
somewhere. Even after all my edits, I'm sure I still fucked up somewhere. Yeah, that's how editing works. I became terribly confused in the darkness. My shadow, that existence that should have melted away and became a part of me when I accepted it. She stands before me, looking exactly as she did before. No, your shadow never disappears, Labrys.
Well, I'm in a good mood, so I'll make an exception and tell you. Your body is special. You have 2 memory banks. One for yourself, another, a black box that would allow you to absorb the memories of the other Labrys units when you killed them and took their name.
Oh, is that why Labrys has 2 personas? Astraeus is the Labrys unit, like Labrys as a collective is Astraeus, but Ariadne is Labrys herself, which would make sense. Which, may I just say that the Ariadne Astraeus personas are like, I think, probably the only bit of symbolism as far as a persona is related to in the franchise that I can think of outside of, like, Azathoth.
It was such a surprise. Thanks to that, even after I became one with you, my personality was preserved in it. Oh, this is amazing. It's pounding with the resonations of the plume of
Usually I read it a
dust.
couple times, like once in my head and another out loud, then I have someone else read it. Well, this time everyone was asleep. So here's what you do. You copy the text, you paste it online. Isn't Hoster and Royal? Yeah, but it's not really a persona. It's a shadow. But yeah, you copy the text, you go to a text-to-speech, and then you place the text in text-to-speech, and then have it read back to you. That's the secret. And then you can, like, catch a lot of, like, fun little details, like double repeating the word the and stuff. Grammar checker thing. Yeah, but there's some extra aspect to, like, hearing it be read to you, like, dictated. She gazes towards with an ecstatic expression that looks to me and seductively licks her lip. Oh, shit, I like where this is going. Okay. A little bit of self-sassed. All right. Grammar checker? Grammar checkers are usually not great.
I've been waiting all this time for your will to weaken. And now this body is finally mine! What? It's about time you ended this. Belief in your friends? Look where that got you. Am I right? Don't you hate him? Don't you want to destroy him? Enough of this bullshit about bonds and camaraderie. All you have to do is destroy everything. Put that gigantic axe on your back to use!
Yeah, comma placement can be tricky sometimes.
Huh? What?
Labrys!
Hey, you piece of junk! Can't you follow the simplest order properly?
Follow orders!
That voice.
Kiss my skinny little ass, you punk kid! As if I'd listen to whatever crap you ordered me to do.
Cowards! They should have said shiny! You fucking cowards! I know you thought about it, you fucking cowards!
Labrys?
I can destroy whatever I want. That includes whiny brats like you who try to get in my way and order me around.
You piece of junk! You call me a brat, but you're no different!
When I'm done in
I mean, what the
September, I'm
hell
gonna
are
hear you tell me how bad I really write, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm usually pretty nice.
Carrot brat!
Labrys has turned into a really bad girl.
That's Labrys' shadow. I thought she had disappeared.
The explosion of emotions had pushed my consciousness back to the surface. The darkness disappears and my vision returns. But still, I can't will my limbs to follow my commands. I'm not in control of myself, but the other me is. The emotions running wild with me are out of my control, and my body won't accept my commands.
Crap! So wiping out the rational mind made its true self show up? Goddamn shitty robot, it's completely useless!
Cut the crap, brat! Come at me! Come, Persona! Asterius!
Okay, so this confirms my theory. Astraeus is, in fact, the persona of Labrys. So, because of the explanation we just got, my theory is completely confirmed. Shadow Labrys is, in fact, the collection of the destroyed Labrys units that rest inside of the memory banks of Labrys. So Ariadne is Labrys' persona, but Astraeus is the collective Labrys' persona.
Seriously? She can even summon that cow monster from before? Wait, did she just call it her persona?
Why is this not on the wiki when you look it up? Like, I looked it up on the wiki, I'm like, hey, is there any credence to this theory of mine? And the wiki's just like, it's a persona-like thing! Did they fucking play the game at all? This is like when I looked up if fucking Dekaja is in Nocturne, and there was no listing of Dekaja in Nocturne, and I'm like, oh, I guess Dekaja's not in Nocturne.
You little... What the hell's going on here?
What you expect, Ariadne? That little thing
No one
is
gives a shit
worthy
about
of
Arena,
being
fair
my
enough.
partner.
The giant bull Astraeus roars. Sho, now facing the full wrath of my shadow's uninhibited urge to kill, draws his swords with an utmost annoyed sneer.
You better watch out. I'm no ordinary shadow.
I'm an advanced shadow.
I'm finally free! Free to wreak as much havoc as I want!
Dekaja is in Nocturne. I had my shit count. No, it is. I know. I found it. But because I looked it up on the wiki, and I'm like, hey, I really need Dekaja. How do I get Dekaja? And it's like, it's in Persona and Devil Saga. And I'm like, oh, I guess it's not in Nocturne. And then I think it was fighting, like, Trumpeter. And Trumpeter's like, toot toot, Dekaja! And I'm like, wait, it is in the game! You fucking liar! Speaking of SMT, SMT5 has made some interesting choices. Did it come out on the day I said it was going to come out? Or did they change the date? Because I know I posted a date for it. Like a couple days in advance. It was... Well, it was before then. Probably... Yeah, November 11th? November 12th. They bumped it one day. 11th in Japan. Okay. Yeah, I posted about that on the 8th, so like 10 days ago, that was the day it's going to come out, because apparently someone at Atlas leaked the release date. Anyway, yeah, they got rid of Mito, from what I've heard. Everyone's talking about that. Is Mito's voice actor also dead? Or something? It seems like everyone's like, oh, getting rid of Mito's like getting rid of Igor, and I'm like, yeah, no, but like, please get rid of Igor. Like, look, everyone likes Igor and all that, but like, let it go, just put Margaret in charge. Or Philemon. Put either Margaret or Philemon in charge.
Bullshit!
But, like, I know if, like, Mito's actor is dead. Like, they probably... Yo! That's just awesome. So it seems weird to get rid of him if he's still alive.
You ready for this?
They brought back game over the protagonist guys. Yeah, I know that. Buffs and debuffs are now single target. My guess is multi-target will get introduced. Oh my god, I ate him. They replaced him with Sophia, the mother of Demiurge from SMT9.
Shit! You broke the goddamn remote! What the hell are you, damn it?
Oh, what's wrong, little boy? Don't tell me you're done already. I'm not even close to being satisfied.
I think he's alive because he's in Nocturne voiced. Then it seems like a weird decision to replace him.
Is that the real Lapras?
Mito never had a voice actor until 4. Oh! Well then what the fuck? It's really weird to get rid of him then.
No. That's her suppressed emotions running wild. That show guy brought this on himself. He couldn't have known something like this would happen with Labrys's memories.
But this is bad.
Yeah. She was already a handful when we all went up against her. This is gonna be even worse now. Damn it.
I guess I should put an end to you now. How do you want it? Ah, yes. You wanted me to tear you apart, didn't you?
My guess is because SMT5, all the humans are gone and no one knows what happened. Mito is supposedly human. I thought, now granted, I just went on a rant about how the wiki is a fucking liar, but the wiki said that someone on production said that Mito is the same, like, kind of ascended being that Stephen is.
You monster. Try it if you can. You're not worth my time, but I don't care anymore. I'll do everything in my power to destroy you!
Stop,
was,
Lapras! You've done enough!
I thought it was Okada. Stephen Saint Germain has transcended the cycle of transmigration and become a being similar to Buddha.
Don't do it! He's
Yeah,
not
that's in the
worth it!
trivia section, but it's not really sourced.
Out of my way, you bastards. I don't need more of your friendship games from last time.
Yeah, I saw her design. It's actually really... It's interesting. I'm not super fond of the bodysuit, but it is a strong design. I thought you'd be happy, Zach. Old man gets replaced with half-naked, big-boob MILF. Look, I'm always up for more half-naked, big-boobed MILFs. That's not the thing. I just think it's a weird choice.
No! If you're seriously gonna do this, then you've gotta get past us!
What are you doing? It's too dangerous! Get away from her!
I'm sorry, Akihiko-san, but we can't back down from this.
We're Labrys's friends! We could never let her accept this fate!
We're not sticking up for
Who the
this
fuck is
guy.
Saint Germain?
But we'll never let one of our friends become a murderer!
He is a quest giver in 4, Apocalypse, and Raido.
She put her weapon down! This is more garbage. Do whatever you want, you idiots. This place... What's happened to me? You. I've had enough of this shit. I'm not dealing with it anymore. Huh? You're giving control of my body back to me? You're the one who likes playing house.
When you say that, Yosuke, I remember you were very close to killing a man. The darkness returns, and she brusquely turns her back to me. Silence fills the area for a moment, and then I suddenly realize something. See, here's the thing. I'm all for killing Shell. I don't give a fuck about Shell. She used a persona a moment ago. It's true that she looked and acted the same as when she was a true shadow. But I can tell I was fighting with the controlled powers of a persona just now. It may sound the same, but it's different. That wasn't a shadow running berserk. Because I accepted myself, I was able to obtain a persona. Maybe the same could be said about...
You were actually... You did that to help me. Thank you. Shut up. Just take over for me already. Oh, and...
The other me mutters something. I can't hear what she says, but I can tell it was what she wanted to say. Yeah, don't worry. You're me, and I'm you. You do remember what I feel, huh? She's always sleeping inside me. Even though she'd forcibly taken over my body, I feel a kind of relief. See, I think where this game goes wrong is it doesn't double down on Lapras. Like, it introduces this really cool, interesting new character, and then just is like, but also we have the cast of Persona 4 and 3, and it's like, yay? The bad ending of Persona 4 is you murder Namatame, Nanako stays dead, the fog completely envelops Inaba, and you go home. Not my problem now, you Narukami bad end.
Lapras!
Lapras!
Lapras, are you alright?
I sense myself returning to the real world, as if the familiar voices are guiding me back. My vision slowly brightens.
Kun? Everyone.
She's back to herself?
Yeah, I remember. My other self saved me, and everyone else brought me back to myself. And with that, I look over towards the young man before me. There's the unmistakable reaction of a plume of dusk coming from within him. That plume of dusk conveys an intense message to me. Now that I've reunited with the other me hidden in the darkness of my mind, I know for certain
You're
what it's
actually
conveying.
lonely deep down, aren't you? You don't like being alone.
Man, it's so much better to do this scene over in the P3 route, now that we're just telling Sho his character development instead of allowing the audience to work through his problems through dialogue.
Lapras?
Now what? Are you even more broken now? You think I'm lonely? If you're that mixed up, maybe destroying you would be doing you a favor.
I was like you once. You just haven't realized what's in your heart. It's 'cause no one ever accepted you for who you are.
Huh? Lapras, what are you saying? That guy...
I know, but I understand his feelings too. He was raised by this Akutsuki guy, but when Akutsuki died, he was just thrown out into the world. You can't bear to live in this world, so you want to tear it down around you. But isn't that just something you're telling yourself? Even I found a home with Mitsuru-san and them. If you just opened up your heart, you could live in this world. You could have friends.
Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up! What the hell are you yapping about, you stupid puppet?
His fits of anger cut off suddenly, and he falls unnaturally silent. Did he faint? We look around at each other in confusion when his drooping head slowly rises, his crimson eyes staring fixedly at us.
What is this? My legs!
I can't...
Saw someone say this on our Mega 10. Mito got so much money from his app service he quit. He had a quiet retirement. I'm okay with that.
Not this power again! Damn it! This can't be...
This power!
I can't move, and it's not just me this time. Everyone seems to be held in place due to some power. Pardon. The young man slowly and calmly looks over all of us. He's an AI in SMT4. Oh, yeah, what I do have to say about SMT5 is I've seen some clips from it, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually think the main character looks better in his school uniform than in his, like, transformed, like, Nibino state or something. I kind of feel that with, like, a lot of the SMT character designs, where you see, like, this is the character at the start, and then this is the character at the end, and I always look at it and go, man, you looked so much cooler at the start of the game. Like, this will probably be controversial. I would have way more preferred to just be, like, a random kid in a hoodie in some, like, way too short of shirts, and then ran around punching demons in the face. The young man slowly and calmly looks over all of us. His eyes and the cross-shaped scar begin to gleam red like a silently burning
Stop
flame.
putting useless ideas in his head.
Do you intend
You
to
like
destroy
green
him?
sweater more than bulletproof armor? Absolutely.
You're...
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Minazuki. Show Minazuki.
I don't care that it makes less
I am
sense.
the one who will grant this boy his wish.
What happened to this guy? He seems completely different now.
Wait, I sense the plume of dusk. Who are you?
I have no need to explain. This boy yearned for me, and I awakened within him. That is all.
A moment ago, the young man had been increasingly agitated, shouting like a child having a temper tantrum. All of a sudden, he's calm and speaks with a measured tone.
Whatever you're doing to us. Is
Like
this
how
another of your
post-apocalypse design
powers?
of SMT1 protagonist has 3 handguns on him. That way, he doesn't need to reload in the middle of combat.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Pirate
this
style.
power doesn't belong to me. I'm only borrowing it.
Borrowing?
The place is shaking. This isn't good.
The building's creaking.
It's about time everything was ready. This is all thanks to you, so thank you. I have gathered enough persona fragments.
What was all this fighting for? What are you going to do?
I used a machine gun in that game. Well, there's a reason handguns are known as sidearms.
It's simple. I borrowed power to envelop
Just like
this
swords.
town in red fog and make you fight against your fakes. It was all to carve off of your personas.
For the record, you know how I'm trying to figure out how personas work and everything? I am not even going to attempt to figure out what a persona fragment is.
Carving our personas?
It's clearly just a plot contrivance.
That's right. Our bait truly came in handy. All that's left is to awaken that thing.
So it's like we thought. This town feels like it's in the dark hour. And there's a tower similar to Tartarus.
If I had to guess, it's like leftover SP, like the sort of like SP entropy or some bullshit. I don't know.
You're going to try to awaken death.
I
Just
don't
like
care, and I don't
Ikutsuki.
think the game cares.
Ah, not precisely. What I'm trying to awaken is not the same thing you fought against.
That would be too dangerous. I wouldn't live that.
I will grant this boy his wish and create his world.
This boy, his world, he speaks as if he's talking about someone else. The way he's speaking and staring at us is completely different from how he'd been only a moment ago, as if he's a completely different person. Wait, a different person? Could it be?
Damn it. If only I could.
Oh, yeah,
move.
if you were unaware, the plot of this game is that Sho and his persona Tsukeyome is trying to use the power of Hino Kagetsuchi to create a world where only he exists. Just gonna let that sit for a second.
I'll be going now. There are still some finishing touches that must be made. You're free to come after me, but your missing friends are in danger. It would be wiser to go and rescue them.
What I want to know is how the 3, 4, and 5 cast use Persona, because everyone in 1 and 2 played the Persona game. When P3 came out, the fan theory was P3, where the kids, you teach the Persona game to an innocent sin, but that makes no sense, because the P3 cast were all strangers. Well, the later games very easily explain the process of awakening a Persona. In P3, they kind of more force it out than anything. But it's all very consistently delivered. Like, whether it's accepting your shadow or developing... The key to creating a persona is having a strong resolve towards something. In P3, I believe the idea is facing death. P4, it's accepting yourself. And in P5, it is rebelling. The one that makes no sense is Akechi. Because Akechi just has a persona for some reason. The young man who calls himself Minazuki leaps away with inhuman agility, landing in front of a giant door. After glancing back at us, he turns away and calmly leaves the room. The only thing I can think of is that Akechi was so fucking pissed at his dad that he just made Loki out of anger. Or maybe fucking Junpei went off on a road trip and left his evoker lying around, and, like, young Akechi is like, Oh shit! What's this gun? Hey, what if I shoot myself with it? That doesn't sound like anything Akechi would... Like, even the idea of Akechi just finding Junpei's evoker doesn't make sense to me. Philemon was flying around while P3 protagonist was on the train and said, "Hey kid, Narlithotep can give people personas to people too." Yeah, it seems like specifically the P3 protagonist developed his persona because he was handed a Velvet Room contract from Ryoji. So it seems like Ryoji kind of granted him the persona, and we know that Izanami gives you a persona. So we also know that personas can be given. We also know that they can develop naturally through plumes of dusk and shit. So I don't know, maybe some other evil god was like, "Hey, angsty kid, want a demon?" You know what? Probably the only thing that makes sense. The young man who called himself Minazuki leaps away with inhuman agility, landing in front of the giant door. After glancing back at us, he turns away and calmly leaves the room. Yeah, because Akechi doesn't have a Velvet Room contract. Like, he didn't get it from fucking Philemon. He has no reason to believe that he developed it from the Velvet Room. He doesn't have an evoker, he's not taking drugs, he wasn't participating in the cognition experiment, so his persona wasn't artificially manifested. So, he either played the Persona game, which he might have, or he just got really mad. Part of his Ryoji was sealed in him, and that's why P3 protagonist has Thanatos, Orpheus, and Messiah are his actual personas. He's forced to awaken by an evil corporation. He wasn't forced to awaken by an evil corporation. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because we know that Shido was investing in cognition research, but then Akechi is like, "Hey, I have persona powers," and then Shido... So, we know that Akechi wasn't part of the cognition research, so he wasn't part of Shido's research. Akechi just came to him, persona in hand, and Shido then scrapped cognition research. So, it didn't come from the research. He just has one. At that moment, the mysterious power that kept us frozen stops, and we finally regain control over our bodies.
Wait!
I call out in a fruitless attempt to pursue him from before another presence shows up in my radar. It's not one of my friends, it's...
Yukiko?
No, that's a fake Yukiko-san.
Hey, yeah, it's not just her. What have Risei and Naoto been up to? Minazuki just said that they're in danger.
Before you worry about that, you have to deal with me. Now, bring on the ring!
He went to an antique store, the Colodum sold him some shit and gave him a persona. Why not? The disappointing answer probably is the first one, which is that Akechi is just some kid that had the potential and then just developed the resolve to use a persona. I mean, that's the disappointing but probably true answer. But it's so much funner to speculate. When the fake raises its arm, the usual red pillars descend and form barriers around us. No, I won't be able to pursue Minazuki now. That's a reference to an actual thing. I know that there's an antique store in Persona 3 that you can, like, turn your personas into weapons and shit. It basically fulfills the itemization method in P5. Is that what it's a reference to? Is it a reference to something else? That's what I thought you were referencing. We have no idea what kind of problems Naoto-kun and the others who aren't here are facing right now either. Oh, you know what? That actually makes sense. I bet at the end of the... Yeah, I bet at the end of this game, Adachi and Yu itemize their personas. I bet that's how that works. Nerlithotep is the owner of the clock store in Persona 2, which is why in Eternal Punishment, every time he talks, he knows so much about the plot. Oh, shit! He's Vampire Man! Yeah, I believe it. We have no idea what kind of problems Naoto-kun and the others who aren't here facing each other right now either. In any case, we have to hurry after Shokun as quickly as possible, rescue the others, and put this case to rest. This fight seems so woefully unnecessary. I pull my axe from my back and turn around in reaction to Kuromaru's bark. I found a place myself among the Shadow Operatives. They're my comrades, and I feel the same for me as I do for them. They line up beside me. That's right, I'm not alone anymore. This is a lot of characters. Yeah, let's just go Labrys. Fuck it. The Antique Store in P3 is basically just Sword Fusion from Devil Summoner. Look, I'm sure Shadow Yukiko is super strong. I don't know how she's gonna beat the entire cast.
We'll show them the combined power of two sisters. Let us start from the top.
Oh, we have Ariadne. Oh, I was using the Astreus.
Where are you located?
Could we redouble our attack? Persona! Yeah! Up to the next tier! Watch out! Temporarily unable to use your persona! The situation is in your favor! With this victory, my support
Collect your mana also
is
so you spell
concluded.
cards and turn punishments, so that's cool. They're expensive shit though. Why Yukiko? She seems like such a random character. She might be the only one we haven't beaten yet. I haven't really been taking count. We don't give the Fallen Shadow a second glance as we rush towards Mitsuru-san hanging on the cross. The sturdy lock gives us some trouble, but we manage... You have 2 robots! But we manage to get Mitsuru down, and the atmosphere among us becomes even more cheerful. Though Mitsuru was quite disabled, she quickly regains consciousness.
Labrys.
The lock is so sturdy that the 2 robots can't break it instantly. Mitsuru looks relieved for a moment after seeing our faces, but she seems to have quickly reached an understanding. Her expression quickly turns meek as she apologizes to us.
Sorry. My judgment was flawed. I'm responsible for all of this.
Geez, there you go again with that stuff. Still, I'm really glad you're okay.
Thank you. It's all thanks to you.
Oh, Fuka's safe too. She's headed this way from somewhere else right now, though.
I see you managed to find Yukari-san, Junpei-san.
Hey, Ken? Man, you've grown. I mean, of course I did. It's all going according to plan.
But I heard that you fell asleep on your train and ended up here by accident.
You never change, do you?
It seems the auxiliary staff like Yukari hasn't seen Mitsuru-san and Akihiko in a while, so they have sentimental expressions as they greet each other. The stiff look on Mitsuru-san's face slowly begins to melt. I was worried about Yukun and his friends after they were hurt, but they seem to be recovering as well. I'm so glad. Yukun and the others approach me.
Labrys! I'm so glad you came. I thought we were done for.
Man, this is so appropriate time to do this when we think that the world is ending in an hour.
I thought you turned into your shadow for a moment back there. What was that all about?
Shit over
I
yet?
don't know, but I guess
No,
my
we have
shadow's
to.
been within
We are
me all
told
this
that
time,
in 1
watching
hour
everything
the
I've
world
seen.
is going to end, so we have to rush up the tower. Now we of course know that it's bullshit and the world wasn't going to end in an hour, and it was just a trap to get us to fight a bunch of shadows and lose persona fragments so that we could actually summon forth Kagetsuchi. But as far as we are aware, to this point, 1 hour, world ends. So obviously, we have time to greet everyone, have stories, explain the entirety of Personas 3 and 4 to each other multiple times over, and all have a fun party and watch Pulp Fiction together. I don't know.
And I think she's changing too, even if only little by little. And it was all of you who brought me back.
Now, even though we didn't actually enter this area with a time limit, the fact that Tsukiyome left and said, well, I have all the Persona fragments I need now, means that even though we weren't originally on a time limit, we are now absolutely on a time limit.
You really did help us. Thank you.
It's never great when the villain is like, don't worry, I got everything I need for my plan now. As I'm conversing with everyone from Inaba, I hear some distinct footsteps. I look forward and see the two shapes running in from beyond the fog. It's Fukasan and Teddy. It'll be reassuring to have Fukasan with us, since she's great at supporting us with new information. I bet Teddy will help us too, saying things like, he's my knight. I can't help but smile when I hear their voices calling to me.
Lammy-chan! Thank goodness! I was so worried about you!
Labrys, you came to save us, right? Thank you. Whoa, he really is a talking costume. You're not General Teddy, right?
Of course I'm not! Look at my fur! It's completely different! It's 100% genuine teddy fur!
Getting so used to the cakewalk that was innocent sin, the actual challenge of eternal punishment is a bit of a shock. Maya got fucking one shot because of a crit.
Koromaru-san says that his is 100%
Yeah, Octopath
genuine
is a little
dog
tougher
fur.
than I thought, too. Apparently there's no difficulty settings.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a dog.
Hey, what kind of fur is your coat made of, Mitsuru-san?
Oh, I really want to know this.
Kikuno bought this coat, so... No, let us save the discussion of fur for later.
God damn it, I wanted to know! Mitsuru walks towards Yukun and his friends. Seeing the leaders of the Shadow Operatives and the investigation team together like this makes me proud. These two people saved me and gave me a place to belong. Wait, when is Golden Week? Hold up, isn't Golden Week during, like, summer or something? Or spring? Golden Week starts April 29th. What season is April 29th? Let's see. April 29th. March equinox. Summer solstice. Oh, here we go. So spring starts in March, summer starts in June. So yeah, it's spring, right? I thought the last game was set during Golden Week. It is. Oh, you're right, it is. This is the next day, I think. Isn't it? No. Yeah, they're very, yeah, this is like the day after, I think. They're very close together. Mitsuru walks towards Yukun and his friends. Seeing the leaders of the Shadow Operatives and the investigation team together like this makes me proud. Those two people saved me and gave me a place to belong. I want to fight for these people, and that will help me get stronger. Having friends and comrades is truly wonderful. That's what I think.
Narukami, I must thank you. It seems we're once again indebted to you.
Yeah, she's wearing a fucking full bodysuit and a goddamn fur coat in the middle of spring.
No, I have to apologize
Japan.
for breaking my promise to you. Your people have helped us out too.
I think is a semi-tropic.
That's fine. You helped me remember something important.
We did?
That's right. Trying to keep danger and death at a distance only results in putting life at a remove as well. I knew this when I established the Shadow Operatives, but it seems that I became too focused on thinking only about the present.
Mitsuru-san.
Allow me to ask for your help now, Narukami. I'd like you and your friends to cooperate with us. We need your assistance to solve this case.
Do I really need to answer that? Of course we'll protect Inaba.
Yeah, it's a humid climate. Yukun looks straight into Mitsuru-san's eyes as he answers. Seeing his sincere resolve, Mitsuru-san nods cheerfully. Yukun's friends are all smiling too, as if they're agreeing to take on anything that comes their way.
By the way, why don't we
What
all
I'm
compare
saying
what we
is
know
that
about the
Mitsuru has
situation?
just got to be pouring sweat at all times. You know what absolutely made me recoil in disgust? Love that chat during SMT5 trailer was Persona 6, Persona ripoff, and Undertale clone. I want to imagine it was a joke, but I know it probably wasn't. So, here's what you're going to have to deal with, I guarantee you, is that when SMT5 comes out, everyone is going to play it wanting it to be Persona 6. And then there's going to be a whole slew of people complaining that they are in fact playing a game that is, let's be honest, only superficially related to Persona.
Oh, you're on the ball, Ken. I was just about to suggest that myself. Yep.
I think I remember hearing complaints about SMT4 when that came out.
Yeah, right. You're just trying to claim his idea. I mean, seriously. How lame do you have to be to try and steal credit from someone so much younger?
This happened with SMT4. Hey, I remember that. I was a lot more detached, though, at that point. We described what we had experienced to this point. Once we had grasp of that, the topic of our conversations obviously shifted to Show Minazuki.
Who in the world is that show kid?
Yeah, because everyone
Didn't he
wants
say
it to be
something about
Persona
Akutsuki
6,
being
but
his dad?
it is not Persona 6. I guarantee. It's not going to be anything like Persona 6. That young man stated he was the mastermind behind the recent events here in Inaba, and he also said that he's Shuji Akutsuki's son. The file I was given by Kikuno-san clearly said that Akutsuki had no family. I think the biggest issue is that, especially for SMT5, it's just going to escalate. Because I remember when Persona 4 came out, everyone's like, this isn't Persona 5. It's going to be like... It's going to be the same thing over again. And the thing is, like, if you just play Persona 5, you don't even fully understand Persona as a series, let alone understand the whole meta franchise. He said that he's Shuji Akutsuki's son. The file I was given, Kakuno said that Akutsuki had no family.
Well, presumably he had a life before he was the chairman of Gekkoukan High. Couldn't he have had a child during that time?
Like, if they rebrand... Like, if they made Persona 5, if they were released in different orders, and Persona 4 came out after Persona 5, people would play Persona 4 and be like, this isn't the Persona 5 I wanted.
No, Akutsuki had no family, let alone a child. The only things on his mind
Because there's
going to
be a lot of people that have,
experiments
like,
and the
only
fall.
played the one game, and they don't even understand the actual franchise that they want the sequel to.
Yeesh, so he was a mad scientist? Oh, don't tell me he was doing human experiments too.
Yes, he gathered orphans from
I mean,
different
obviously,
areas
there's, like,
and
through
performed
lines and
inhumane
themes and
research on them
motifs that exist
to
in
try
all
to
the games,
artificially
but
induce their personas.
Persona 6 is not going to come out and be a massive critique about the Japanese government and society.
Whoa, seriously? That's messed
I
up.
hope?
Even after Ergo research was disbanded.
Like that video I watched with
it
some guy
seems
saying SMT
Akutsuki
doesn't sell
stole
like
the
Persona
research
because it's
data
hard,
and
and I gave him more
continued performing
realistic
such
reasons.
experiments
I saw
personally.
a similarly shit video about why SMT isn't as popular as Persona, and they're like, waifus! And I'm like, I mean, yes, obviously that is a reason, but to specifically say, oh my god, do you think we watched the same video? We might have just watched the same video. But like... It was such a shit take, and it's like, yeah, obviously that is a reason, but if you think that is the only reason, you're out of your fucking mind.
One of those test subjects was named Sho Minazuki. The records state that he was the youngest of the test subjects.
There's like a dozen reasons.
An orphan, huh? Did Akutsuki adopt him?
No, Sho Minazuki was nothing more than a favorite subject to Akutsuki.
Test subject? But he's a person. How could he do such a horrible thing?
The Kirijo group of the time was an evil place, suffused with his arrogance. It isn't hard to imagine how he was treated with Akutsuki in charge. Minazuki was raised in a solitary environment, never interacting with anyone. I suspect his experiences from that time greatly affected the development of Minazuki's current personality.
So that's why he said Akutsuki was his dad. And he told bad
Better
jokes
reason
like Akutsuki
again,
too.
the logo is a pentagram and Christian God is a dictator. I think that was important in the past, but there was also a pentagram logo in Persona 3, if I recall correctly, and that game sold alright.
Hey, that reminds me. In the middle there, he suddenly seemed like a different person.
Yeah,
What was
there
that all
is.
about?
Yeah, there's a pentagram and a cross on it. We'd all noticed that. It was so sudden how his personality just switched. That red-haired boy could have split personalities. But the presence that I felt was bothering me a bit. Also, like, staying away from religious iconography isn't something that most companies worry too much about anymore. I mean, definitely in the early days of Persona, that could have been an issue. But I don't really see that coming into play nowadays. Because Nocturne was a hit, so they slapped SMT logo and their logo on everything. The presence that I felt was bothering me a bit.
When he reintroduced himself as Minazuki,
Although
I
will say, portraying the Christian god as a dictator is actually at this point kind of blasé.
There is no information on that.
Everyone
the same
does
goes
that.
For the power he had when his eyes turned red. Perhaps they are a result of Ikutsuki's experimentation. The entirety of the report has not been deciphered, but Ikutsuki's data does mention Minazuki's name and the Plume of Dusk. Kikuno's decoding it now.
Oh, I have it too. Kikuno-san entrusted me with it because it was an emergency.
I mean, honestly, they're probably better putting that plotline to bed.
Ah, that's fine. Either way, I was intending to share it with all of you once the report had been completely deciphered.
Shuji Ikutsuki, the man who performed countless number of inhuman experiments at the former Irgo Research, who used Mitsuru and the others even while serving as chairman of Gekukan High School, and schemed to destroy the world. They were very open that Revelations Persona had demons. The tagline of the game in English was proof that demons do exist. No, I'm just saying that the fear of Christian iconography would have been more prevalent during the 90s. I myself am a result of similar thought process. I mean, obviously you are alienating some people by doing this. That's true. I just don't think it would have that much of an effect on sales, especially in modern times. I myself am the result of a similar process. After all, so Shukun is another one of those victims.
Hey, when he got all cold and called himself
2006
Minazuki, he said that he wasn't after revenge for Ikutsuki, right?
Sure, but other games have, other media have done that plotline to death, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's not fresh, everyone has done it. Not even just, SMT, everyone has done it. It's not like a hot take anymore, you know?
Correct. Based on what he said, it seems this Minazuki set this situation in motion to grant the hot-headed boy his wish for immense solitude.
And then he was talking about Persona fragments.
That's right. He said that he covered the town in this red fog and was carving our personas by making us fight in it. The sense of fatigue we felt when we were on those crosses is most likely part of that same plan. Looks like we completely fell for it.
But he said that he'd gathered enough fragments of our personas, didn't he?
What I'm saying is they haven't done it for the amount of times people, myself included, have brought it up. Oh, sure. I'm just saying in, the greater aspect of, society and marketing, it's probably best, even if they haven't done it that much, it's probably best to just leave the plot line lying.
Yes, he's most likely completed that step of the plan.
At least for a while. Until until it becomes a little more classic and a little less played out.
What was that part about awakening something? I mean, I can guess that it's going to be pretty dangerous, but what's he trying to call down?
I know nothing about that, but if it's similar to what we encountered at Tartarus, it's nothing welcome.
Persona fragments, huh? What in the world is he planning on using them for?
Similarly, Persona 6 should not involve fighting Kagetsuchi. Is this all part of what he wants? We fell silent, full of impatience and uncertainty. On top of all that, the second personality gave us a word of caution as he was leaving. We need to make sure that everybody's safe as quickly as possible.
That reminds me, Yukiko and the others!
There is just kind of diminishing returns if the final boss is the same villain every time.
That's right! That Minazuki guy said that Yuki-chan and the people with her are in danger!
Naoto-san and Kanji-san said that they were going to Junes. According to Junpei-san, supposedly Yukiko-san and Rise-san were at the same location.
Huh? Oh, right. But those two said they were gonna go look for Kanji and the others, so I don't think they're still there. They could miss each other.
Persona 6 should now reuse the same plot points from 2006.
Yes, I'm concerned about them as well. Let's split into 2 teams. One heads to the top of the tower, while the other searches for Narukami's friends. Yamagishi, perform a search and try to locate them as best you can.
Understood. I don't know how well it'll go, but I'll try searching for everyone.
We're counting on you.
Persona.
Fuka closes her eyes and concentrates, summoning a persona to search the surrounding area. Then again, this red fog seems to be able to block the search abilities a little bit, like making Teddy sneeze when he tried to use his keen nose. So there's no knowing how well this will
So
go.
much interference. The fog might be getting thicker. Oh, I have 2 readings near Juness. That may be Kanji-kun and Naoto-kun.
He's such a fucking
They seem to be moving towards
monster.
Juness.
The fog blocks searches. Okay, hang on. This is taking me a little bit of effort, and okay, I found them. They're half a city away. Don't worry.
And I found another 2 readings in town on the move together.
Fucking hell, Fuka.
Do you think that's Yukiko and Rise? Oh, I'm so worried. Oh, what the?
The entire room shudders immensely and the building cracks. The one calling himself Minazuki is undoubtedly close to accomplishing his goal, whatever it is. There isn't much time left for us.
We must hurry. Yukari, Iori, Amada, and Koromaru, you're the least wounded. You pursue Minazuki.
Gotcha.
Right!
God, I would be so happy if that stops being a thing.
I will go with Akihiko and Aigis to rescue Narukami's friends.
Understood.
Yamagishi, you remain here and back us up. Narukami's group, you're all too exhausted. I ask that you remain here and regain your strength.
I'll do everything I can to assist you.
Whoa, seriously? Will?
No, we should stay here. Fuka-san needs someone to protect her as well.
Hey, what about me? I'm perfect.
Mitsuda-san, Teddy's got a great nose, so I think he'll at least be of some use. Please let him help you find our friends.
Some use? How rude. I'm totally useful. My babe dar is up and running.
I see. That's promising. Well then, you can assist us, Teddy.
Mitsuru-san, the school and this town have both turned into labyrinths. It would be unproductive for us to search the town all in one group.
Yeah, Aegis is right. If we're all caught together again, things will get worse. Let's split into 2 teams to search faster.
All right, I can provide some guidance as well. Aigis and Teddy, you partner up. Akihiko and I will go together. Once you meet with Narukami's friends, head for Juness. We'll regroup there and secure the area.
Woo! I get to be alone with Ai-chan? Their bodies were artificial, but their love was real. Okay, I'm in.
I can tell that Mitsuru-san's leadership is quick, decision-making has given everyone a morale boost. Of course, her strength stems from her deep care for her friends and comrades. I was gonna say, wouldn't it make more sense to send Aigis up since she's the strongest, but Aigis is weakened for being on the cross, so this does make sense. All our anxiety and impatience disappears as if it had never existed, and we are all filled with renewed determination. We all wish to protect this world. Mitsuru-san approaches me.
Labris, I should ask you this now. What do you think about that young man, Sho Minazuki?
Well,
He's
I
boring.
know we can't let him destroy the world and all, but
But
I think he's the same as me. I want to see him one more time and try to talk to him. Just like you all saved me, I want to save Sho.
Ever since I was born, I was always alone, knowing nothing of love, trust, or interpersonal bonds. I was taught only how to fight and never considered the possibility of befriending anyone. Until I befriended someone. That young man, Sho Minazuki, is exactly how I once was. That's right, and if that's the case, I should be able to save Sho the same way I
very
was
well.
saved.
I want you to pursue Minazuki as well. I'm counting on you, Labris.
Okay,
With each of us given a duty to perform, we promise to reunite once the case has been solved and rush from the room. The occasional tremors causing the building to rumble ominously are becoming more and more frequent, as if giving us audible countdown to the end of the world. Man, now we're starting to rush. Okay, I actually do need to go to the bathroom. Damn! That was 9% of the game. Look at that. Which is actually great news for me, because that means that it only took us an hour to get 9% through the game. So we might actually be able to beat this game. Can we get sub 10 streams? And then I bet this is just going to be a quick pop-off with Fuka. Yeah, this is going to be the Aigis route, this is going to be the Mitsuru route, and then this is going to be the Lapras beats the shit out of everyone route. No. That art style, who did the art for that? That art style looks familiar. I'm gonna go pop into the bathroom. Alright, and I'm back. Yeah, I thought that looked like Umetsu. Kite is not good, by the way. After seeing my companions off, I concentrate and find everyone's locations. I've been entrusted with the task of providing support to everyone else. The ability to disseminate information among them all will be the key to navigating through this twisted labyrinth. Pardon. Since I cannot fight directly, I need to help everyone as much as I can with my own abilities.
Are you all okay? I don't sense any enemies nearby, so please concentrate on regaining your strength.
Right. Ow.
Yes, regaining my strength. Ow.
Are you okay, Fuka-san? You were only rescued a little while ago. Is it okay for you to use your persona so soon?
Thank you. I'm all right. I'm sorry we dragged you into this.
Chie is concerned about me, though I'm sure that she's been badly hurt
No,
herself.
we just screwed up. We're really thankful you guys came.
In any case, let's recover as quickly as possible so we can go after Labrys and the others.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not just Chie-san. When Persona users of Inaba found out that I was being held captive, they all put themselves in danger to find me. It makes me truly happy to be able to fight alongside these people. Without warning, one of the caskets in the room opened with a creak, and a tall man steps out of it. Blue clothes, silver hair, golden eyes. Who in the world is he? I can sense his power, but I feel no hostility from him. He doesn't seem to be a shadow. Saw an uncut copy of Kite on a DVD at thrift store. I picked it up and was like, Kite, huh? And despite my enjoyment of trashy 80s anime, I don't need to see Kite anytime soon. Sorry, tears. I watched the uncensored Kite, and it isn't good. I once called it the worst anime I'd ever seen in my life. It is no longer that, but it is damn near terrible.
Ah! A ghost!
I can sense the power, but I feel no hostility from him. He doesn't seem to be a shadow.
Ah! Why are you screaming? We're the ones you freaked out!
Oh, I apologize. I was caught in the moment.
Those clothes. They're very similar to the dresses Margaret and Elizabeth wear.
Ah, so you are acquainted with my sisters. I am their younger brother, Theodore.
Elizabeth? That really strong girl with the book? What's her family doing here?
Well, my sister has given me a task, so I've come to the world outside.
Funny, my mom told me she almost got me an anime at a thrift store, but didn't because it was super scratched. She said it was called Kite, and I said, yeah, it's good you did.
But along the way, I sensed the presence of
Here,
Elizabeth
sweetie, here's your
nearby.
porn.
And that's how you came out of this coffin? What kind of horror flick did we walk into?
Elizabeth is close by? She's tremendously powerful, but I don't sense her at all.
Oh, she is most likely hiding her presence, so as to not hinder your journey.
So Elizabeth can just do that. She can just be not detected if she wants. That's interesting. I know that, Mitsuru has technology, like her suit makes it so that she can't be detected, but I guess Elizabeth can just do that innately. Shut up.
But I am certain that she will be watching over a battle around here. As evidence of this, please look here. There are potato chip crumbs in the bottom of this coffin, and in her favorite flavor at that.
Well, if anyone was gonna eat potato chips in a coffin, it'd be her.
These guys are putting kind of a damper on the urgency of this situation.
Well, they don't care. They're the Velvet Room. They exist in time and space and souls and shit. I just told her it was a movie about a girl who kills a rapist and that Quentin Tarantino likes it.
I like the local variety with the beef flavor. Oh, I can't get enough.
Can we stop talking about potato chips? Theodore, right? We haven't run into Elizabeth.
She makes a brief cameo in Kite Liberator, which is... Technically, it's a worse movie, but it's also a better movie because it's a worse movie.
Yes, it seems I was just a tad too late.
Like, it's fun
all right.
bad.
There was merely a little something I wished to ask her.
What's that?
This is how Theodore's story goes. While out on an errand, Theodore saw a glimpse of his older sister Elizabeth. He then decided to follow her and eventually reach this tower. He describes as being out on an errand. Why are we reading what Theodore told us instead of having Theodore just tell us? They're in a situation like this seems odd, but Yukun seemed to understand and said that this man's sudden appearance makes sense if he really is related to the person he claims is his sister. It seems that the man in blue is able to move about without being constrained by the rules that we've all been having trouble with. Could that be related to the way he feels different from everyone else? Theodore wanders around the room for a bit, but he eventually seems satisfied and comes back to us.
Upon closer inspection, it seems you're all quite wounded. Forgive me for asking so brazenly, but why is it you continue to fight, even when you have been hurt to this extent?
So Kagetsuchi doesn't destroy the world.
Why?
We live in the world. I'm a little bewildered by the sudden question. What are we fighting this battle for?
Are you asking why we're fighting?
One moment, please.
Theodore raises his hand to stop us and furrows his brow in
Hearing
thought.
it from you would be too easy. I see.
You know, I'd like to do Persona
My
play more
sister
Persona
have
2.
given
and
me
it's
this
great.
opportunity to see the outside world, to broaden my horizons?
Are you alright?
Ah, please forgive me. It seems I have a great deal to learn for myself.
I guess he's kind of reached a conclusion.
I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It seems this is a question I must answer on my own. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave.
Huh? You mean you're going back?
Yes, this conversation with you has been highly significant. Please, excuse me.
Didn't you come out for soda?
What the hell was that just now?
I've got no idea, but... Wait, what now?
I'd almost forgotten. If you truly are in a great hurry to reach the top of this tower, then please make use of this door here. Well then?
What door? That is a coffin!
That was mysterious.
Theodore asked us why we're fighting. The reason I had such a hard time finding an answer is because I couldn't find a way of putting it into words. I mean, we have our own reasons for being here. World ending disaster! We peek in the coffin lid that Theodore left us and discover a set of stairs leading up. I thank the man for his brief but helpful appearance and then try to locate the others once again. Good, I can sense everyone's strong wills as they go around the school. It's reinvigorating and I feel my own spirit lifting. What I need to do right now is nothing but to do my best. Why are we fighting? I'm gonna destroy the world! And remake it so it's just me by my lonesome! Mwahaha! Alright. In order to search for Inaba Persona users, Mitsuru and I searched the school building for an exit out of the tower. But the interior of the building has been warped into a complex maze. I don't think we'll get out that easily.
I'm detecting a set of stairs just up ahead. Would you please try going down a floor?
Got it. Let us know if anything else comes up.
This maze is rather troublesome. We must hurry on.
Mitsuru mutters to herself at Shinfuka and their conversation, and her voice sounds tenser than usual. It looks like something's on her mind, so I decide to talk to her.
Are you still upset at how you and his friends got caught up in this?
I am, but what truly bothers me is how I cannot get a full grasp on the Sho Minazuki character, who has been behind everything.
Are we sure he's a Persona user? When he fought against Labras, he didn't use a Persona.
In addition to that, the one who called himself the Persona behind Lapras' disappearance said that he had no Persona. Granted, that could have been an act to confuse us, but that still seems like a very unclear way of doing things. It's hard to believe that what he'd said was just
When
an
I spoke
act.
directly with Minazuki, I saw his Persona myself. This matches with what Narukami and his friends attested.
Could he have an accomplice?
An accomplice? Akihiko, this is only a hypothesis, but what if there were two Minazukis to begin with?
Two. You mean the one who called himself Sho and the one who called himself Minazuki are two different people?
No, his personalities changed before our very eyes. There's no doubt that they're the same body. But what if this isn't a case of multiple identity disorder? What if the two truly are completely separate personalities existing in the same body?
That's what multiple... Okay.
Completely separate? What do you mean?
Mitsuru-senpai, I'm detecting a shadow just up ahead of you.
We immediately stop talking about the boy when Fuka's voice reaches us. There's only one door ahead of us at the end of the hallway. I don't see a way around whatever's
It'd be
in
too
our
much
path.
trouble to try to head back. Let's break through here, Mitsuru.
It seems there's no other way. The situation is growing more and more dire by the moment. We must deal with this as quickly as possible.
We rush to the door and charge inside. On the other side of the classroom, well, normally, if you ignore the bizarre decorations all over the blackboard, lectern, and rows of desks, the ace detective Avinaba is waiting for us
It's been a
here.
while. You two seem to have made it out of your predicament. How does it feel to have been rounded up like that?
Naoto's a fake. There's no reason to doubt it. But it's well made. It would be hard to tell the difference unless you had shadow detecting abilities like Fuka. Her eyes are glowing gold. World destruction soon. Let's talk about this. Is this Danganronpa? Okay, but in Danganronpa, at least their problems are solved by dialogue. Yellow eyes. They're described as gold. If the enemy's goal wasn't to carve off pieces of persona in battle, these accurate doubles could easily have been used as weapons against
Enough
us.
idle conversation. Let's get this over with. We don't have...
Whoops.
Wait, Akihiko.
Why? As I get impatient to go into battle, Mitsuru's voice stops me. True, I guess I should listen to the fake's dying words. We may be able to gain some food. No, you shouldn't! You're on a timer, you idiot!
There's something I want you to tell me before I slay you.
What is it? You can ask, but it doesn't mean I'll answer.
Who created you fake people? Who is Minazuki?
That's an odd thing to ask. Didn't you meet him yourself only a few moments ago? You should ask him yourself. Then again, you won't be getting that chance as you'll never leave here.
Mitsuru just got off the cross, so I should say Akihiko. But I want to do Mitsuru. Because I like playing as Mitsuru more. Shadows are weird, and Revelations say have multiple aspects of person, and Persona 2 there's the character with red eyes.
I'm coming for you! I'm coming for you! One day! Better luck next time! No. You have time to go?
Yeah, they clearly just changed color. Because they're also gold in Persona 5.
No.
Keep it up!
I'm coming for you!
All this follow up. Don't let this wind get to your head. Keep training.
If there was a character in this game that just had a bead, it would be Mitsuru.
That was enjoyable. Please sit back and enjoy the spectacle of extinction. Well then.
With an irritating jeer, the fake Naoto begins to crumble. It is worth noting that Metis' eyes are red in Answer, though. So, clearly they've just, changed colors forever. The red pillars disappear as well, and a set of stairs leading downwards appear inside the classroom, similar to how Philemon changed from yellow to blue.
Mitsuru-senpai! Akihiko-senpai! Are you alright?
Which makes sense. I mean, in retrospect, Philemon should have been blue from the beginning, but...
Yeah, no problems on our end. The shadow disappeared before we could get any information out of it, though.
We can't waste any time.
Or
Let's keep
white.
moving while we talk.
Okay, Please head down those stairs then. That should get you out of the tower.
We follow Fuka's directions and head for the exit. Along the way, I decide to pick up our discussion on Sho's true character.
Mitsuru, back to what we were talking about earlier. It looked like Sho changed.
So
right in
back
front
to
of us.
our
He switched
I love how the
personalities.
game isn't even pretending that fight mattered to the narrative. Yeah, because Gnarly's black. Yeah, you got it. So that he could oppose Gnarly's color scheme.
What makes you think that it's not the ordinary form of split personality?
Do you recall the conversation in the limo about Ikutsuki's personal experiments? I said there was an indication that a plume of dusk was used.
You mean the human experimentation we were talking about? That's definitely something a guy like Ikutsuki would have come up with.
What if Ikutsuki's experiments on Minazuki involved transplanting a plume of dusk into a living person?
What? Why would he do something like that?
Considering that it could have been part of Ergo Research's attempts to create artificial persona users, it makes sense. It's most likely that Ikutsuki implanted a plume of dusk into Minazuki in order to intentionally try to force a persona to appear. But Sho Minazuki didn't awaken to the persona ability. That much can be gathered from the fact that Ikutsuki labeled the experiment a failure.
That bastard performed terrible experiments on young children all for his own gain, and he called this a failure? Ikutsuki... Did you want him to call it a success? Yeah! I put a piece of a god inside the brain of a child. Mission successful! There's only 80 new Pokemon in this generation. This sucks. Pokemon fans have the same 150 demons since 20 years. I don't give a... I will say that only having 80 new Pokemon isn't what made Sword and Shield suck. I will also say that with someone actually relatively in the Pokemon fandom, the actual complaints when Sword and Shield were coming out wasn't a limited Pokemon release of only 80 Pokemon. There were some complaints. That was the minor complaint. The big complaint was there wasn't a national dex. So it wasn't that there are only 80 new Pokemon. It's that for the Nocturne example, it's that the 150 demons that would have been in the game are just not in Sword and Shield. They're just not in there. Kutsuki wasn't the only person who did experiments on people. Kirijo as a whole was pretty much evil until Mitsuru. Yes, but Ikutsuki specifically did this experiment. Oh, shit. John with the resub. Thank you. 15 months. Wow. Are you here, or is that an auto resub, John? I like the new demons coming in SMT5. I quite like Fionmek Kumail. Okay, so imagine this, then. Like, to explain the Sword and Shield controversy, imagine that the new demons that you've seen for SMT5 were it. You're on auto? Okay. Imagine it's that, and then pick, your 10 favorite, the 10 most common demons. Like, Pixie, I would say probably Pixie, Alice. Well, those are Persona. I don't know how common Alice is to SMT, but definitely Pixie. Probably Mara, Beelzebub, Lucifer, things like that. They come, about 10 of those, and then the new demons from SMT5, and then that's it. That's all that's in the game. That's the Sword and Shield controversy. Fionn McCool, it's Irish, so shit never sounds how it looks. Oh, Irish is, unsayable. Anyway, welcome, John. Alice is a fiend. She's usually an optional boss. I know, I'm just trying to think, what demons do I associate with SMT? Oh, Jack Frost. Jack Frost is the Pikachu of SMT, so Jack Frost would be in the game. But yeah, that's why people were mad about Sword and Shield. It wasn't that there wasn't a lot of new Pokemon, it was that all of the old Pokemon are gone. And even more so, right before they got rid of all of the old Pokemon, they created a service so that you could, like, take the Pokemon you caught from all of the other Pokemon games, and you could put them onto a server. And then the intention of the server, and it's a paid service, was that when you get the new game, you could take those Pokemon that you caught in the previous games and then import them into the new game. So they created this whole service for storing your old Pokemon. Then they created a new game, this paid service for storing Pokemon. They created a new game, and they're like, the purpose of this server is so that you can take those Pokemon and play them in the new game. And then the new game is like, don't worry, none of those Pokemon are in this game at all. Like, they're not even in the files, so you can't import any of them. And that's why people threw a fucking fit. It wasn't about, like, a limited new Pokemon release. It was that they completely fucked people. Ikutsuki put something strange inside a living person and simply wrote it off as a failure. But that only proves how insane he'd been.
Contrary to Ikutsuki's expectations, though, the experiment
People are like,
had a
BDSM Angel's
different
iconic.
result.
This Angel's like the 5th design, and they tend to swap between Bondage Angel and SMT2 Angel. Bondage Angel slightly makes sense. Okay, allow me to explain Bondage Angel. There is a group in Christian mythology called the Watchers, led by an angel named Samyaza, who, and I'm paraphrasing the lore here a little bit, got really horny for human women and descended on Earth to fuck human women. He literally was like, all right, me and my bros, the Watchers, are going to descend down to Earth and we're going to fuck some human ladies. So they took on the form of these, like, inhumanly beautiful, like, masculine entities, and they fucked human women, and they created half angels known as the Nephilim. And according to the compendiums, the angels in SMT, they kind of make a bit of a conflation to say all angels are Watchers. And there's some conflicting lore on that. But the specific claim is that the angels in SMT are specifically Watchers. So there's specifically the sex angels. So Bondage Angel makes sense in the context of they are sex angel. There's some debate on whether Watchers are not specifically, like, just Samayaza's group. Like, sometimes the host of heaven, which is heaven's army, is called the Watchers as well. Christian mythology gets a little dicey, but the point is, like, for the portrayal of what SMT is going for, creating, like, hot lady bondage angels makes sense for portraying the sex angels. Now, granted, they should be male bondage angels, but what you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? That's an angel. There's no way around it. That's just an angel.
What? Don't tell me.
If a plume of dusk was implanted into the body of a person who already had a personality, what would happen?
A plume of dusk stimulates the creation of an ego. So it's not out of the question that it would create a new personality in the same body.
Wait a minute. If plumes of dusk simulate the creation of an ego, and Mitsuru has placed a plume of dusk inside of her helicopter and motorcycle, do you mean to tell me that Mitsuru's helicopter and motorcycle possess an ego? In other words, it wasn't a split personality in Shou's mind, but two completely different entities in the same body. This is just an angel? Okay, fair enough. That is also just... According to Christian mythology, one angel is worth 100,000 men in battle. So think about that. The original Shou and his personality was created when the plume of dusk was put inside of him. Now it calls itself just Minazuki.
According to the records, after the operation, Minazuki entered a vegetative state after some time. Thus, Ikutsuki let go of Minazuki, He was then transported to a hospital in the suburbs of Inaba, and there are no records of Minazuki from there on. What happened from that point on, I can only speculate. But I wonder what sort of life Minazuki led after he regained consciousness.
They're also called Watchers in Persona. That's why I brought it up. Mitsuru's expression softens, which also happens to use the bondage angel design. Even if Minazuki was created by Ikutsuki, this is just one last way that Ikutsuki's ghost still haunts us. Ikutsuki's research only followed similar experiments created by the Kirijo group. If Sho's past is as Mitsuru describes, then she isn't yet another victim of the Kirijo group, not just an enemy to be defeated. Not long after we pass through the main entrance, we see a path leading to the school's main gates, which are painted in a strange pattern. Beyond that, nothing but red fog. There's no telling what state the town is in right now.
Labra said that she wanted to speak with Minazuki. And now, so do I.
We'd better rescue Yukiko's group and get back here then.
Indeed. Let us accomplish our duties with haste.
There's no point in denying that Kirijo is partly responsible for this series of cases. That truth won't change, and it's obvious that this is weighing heavily on Mitsuru's shoulders, since she is the head of the Kirijo group now. That's why I believe I truly understand how Mitsuru felt when she made the choice to step back from the front lines earlier and trust her comrades. Origin, Israel, the lowest rank of the angel hierarchy. Their name means messenger, and their appearance is close to that of human. They carry out the herald's orders, so they interact with humans often. They protect the righteousness and said to be responsible for human life. That's from a data book from the 90s.
Fuka, what's Yukiko's position?
I sense something southeast of there. Please be careful.
As Fuku communication cuts out, the school building behind us makes a groaning sound. It's so loud now I get the feeling that there isn't a lot of time left. Mitsuru and I nod to each other before we begin running towards the town. According to Kaneko, bondage angel is supposed to mean they're slaves to YHVH. Huh. I liked my version better.
I'm worried about Yuki-chan and Rise-chan. Hang in there, ladies. I'll come get you in no time.
Still, this hallway has been going on forever. If this continues, we will be unable to make any progress.
Kaneko says he reads the Bible for fun, so... My lengthy time bound to a cross resulted in serious draining of my energy reserves. This is why I'm not the one kicking Sho's ass. My condition deteriorated to the point where even normal maneuvers will be difficult. If we were facing another Shavel, I might be a severe disadvantage. On top of that, the young man named Sho displayed godlike abilities. My sister and others are in pursuit of a target with power to freeze everyone present. I can't help but worry about them. I feel my heart sinking as these thoughts arise in my head. Teddy walks along with me, peering into each of the classroom as we pass them. Perhaps this increased chattiness since we left the others is an attempt to lighten my spirits.
Just thinking that danger is closing in on those innocent ladies even as we speak is making my fur fall out. I'll be positively bare.
Your fur is falling out. Perhaps it is merely your shedding
Can you imagine
season.
how fucking bonkers the series would be if, like, mythological figures had mythology-accurate power?
No. I'm extremely sensitive, and I lose fur when I'm stressed. Just the other day, Kanji lured me into a trap with some ice cream. He then kept nuzzling me over and over, and I ended up with a big old bald spot on my head. It was terrible.
I see. Kanji-san's extreme expression of love puts stress upon your fur. I will add that to my data file on you.
By the way, are you tired at all, Ai-chan? If you do feel a little logy, feel free to snuggle up against me whenever you like.
No, I'm more concerned for the others in town.
No, completely ignored. But I'm sure they'll be okay. My friends are really strong, you know.
You trust them, don't you?
Of course! You believe in Michan and the others too, don't you?
Yes, I do. They're all precious to me.
We're the same after all. You're sparkling too.
Sparkling?
I love everyone who's nice to me, and the world where everyone that I love lives in really sparkles. And I want to protect that sparkle and help everyone out.
Teddy's large eyes are guileless and honest as he speaks of his friends. I am an anti-shadow weapon, and yet Teddy's presence is similar to those of shadows that I've been exterminating. Does that have any importance?
Someone else strengthens your own powers. We know of that phenomenon.
So why doesn't that Minazuki guy get that?
They did get pretty close.
See the sparkling?
I assume Aldramach is a goetic demon. Teddy declares that it's up to him to become Minazuki's friend. Eventually, we open the door next to a sign reading music room.
Achoo! Ugh. We can't get to the exit unless we go through here. By the way, won't you take a little break here? You still seem exhausted, and I'm worried about you.
Pardon. Teddy looks at me with worry as he suggests that. We should have descended quite a bit by now, but there's still no sign of the exit. There's no time to hesitate, but most of all, I can't let myself become a burden either.
Thank you. You're truly kind.
Of course I am. It's basic bear etiquette.
Teddy puffs out his chest with pride as he puts his hand on the music room door.
We're barreling in! Excuse us!
I think they did a pretty decent job with Lenan Shi and Kelpie. There's nothing in, if we're just like looking at pure design. Note in the room, but a grand piano. I'm about to suggest that we take a short break here, but a warning alerting me of a approaching shadow appears in my vision. This reading is close.
Targets acquired. An anti-shadow weapon
Apocalypse
and
Aldramach killed Nanashi and he's revived by Dagda. When I hear that flat mechanical voice, a giant axe instantly appears above us. Another pretty good one is Beelzebub, who was originally a seraphim angel, and was in fact the most beautiful of all angels. But when he joined the rebellion against God, God cursed him to be a horrible fly monster. It's like super ugly. I think the ugliest? Question mark? When I hear that flat mechanical voice, a giant axe instantly appears. He's called the Lord of Flies. I don't know if he's specifically cursed to be a giant fly, but he's often portrayed as a big-ass fly, so. In a flash, I realized that we were being ambushed, but my body is too exhausted to move like I want it to. It's going to hit me. If I take any more severe damage, I'll be destroyed. It's pretty ugly in his other form, too. Teddy shoves me away as I tumble to the floor. The fog and dust stirred up, the impact began to settle, and I see the giant blade embedded in the floor right where I had been standing. Big fat blue guy. Yeah, and like a tiger print toga, I think? Teddy had been hit by an attack meant for me, and now he's lying motionless on the ground.
Man, you're weak. I was just trying to surprise you a little. You're a copy of my sister.
I was ordered to take part in a battle near here, but that don't matter anymore. I'm gonna do whatever I want starting now.
Ai-chan, run!
Man, Shadow's persistent. Once I'm done with Igus, I'm gonna grind you down to fertilizer.
Teddy!
That is my favorite Teddy profile picture. Honestly, that one is, for an elder thing, that's actually more, that's actually a better design than the real one. The axe strikes Teddy with a heavy blow, then slams into the wall before sliding down in a heap. I try to rush to his side, but... I wasn't careful enough. The strike at Teddy was part of a combo, with the second attack anticipating that I would come to his aid. Though I was able to avoid a direct hit, the tip of the axe catches my leg with a dreadful noise. I stand up and prepare to dodge any further attacks, but the hit I just took has been enough to damage my leg. I wouldn't support my weight, and I fall to my knees.
My
frame's been cracked.
The copy of my sister smirks confidently as it slowly approaches me. It seems to know that I'm incapable of moving with any agility now. Right then, I notice the red pillar have appeared in the corners of the room, trapping us. There's no way to escape.
Trying to hurt you know? I knew you were weakened, Igus. It's so easy. Just target the weakest one, and the numbers will drop on their own. These bonds are pretty useful.
I knew I was weakened after all. I realize that I'm in severe danger right now. Soon there will be no way to prevent it from claiming Teddy and me as its victims. And that's why I thought I had understood how to deal with this fake version of her too. Each attack from them was a threat, but such straightforward opponents are simple to deal with. But this fake is different. She isn't berserk like a shadow, and she hasn't lost her heart. In other words, she has both cunning and power, and can fight like my sister when she's in her normal state.
In other words, she knows of my special qualities as an upgraded version of her hardware, and can precisely target my weaknesses.
You just said that out loud when everything else was a thought. Some guy on 4chan was complaining that SMT5 is appealing to weebs, and that they liked when Atlas wasn't overly Japanese. God forbid a Japanese company make a Japanese game. The biggest difference between 5th generation Lapras and my sister and me is our attack ranges. While my standard weapons are firearms, my sister has no long-range weaponry aside from some of her Persona abilities. Normally I would have an advantage over her, provided I'm able to keep a distance between us. My damaged leg robs me of ability, so I can't do that right now. The fighter able to hit harder will have the upper hand here. The devil must have known and targeted my leg from the start.
I already made a mistake in the limousine, and this will be my second blunder today. If only I had been better able to deal with things.
Good spill from my mouth as the axe in the shadow's hands rises higher and higher. My sister's axe weighs close to a third as much as her body. God damn! And she's a robot, so that axe probably weighs a lot. She activates boosters to deliver an even more destructive attack, speeding up her swings to truly dangerous rates. A single hit from it could be enough to put me into a helpless state. I swear people who say SMT is an anime, go watch an anime that came out around the same time. As if it wasn't enough, I can stand and
I yearned for
can't aim
power so
properly.
that I could protect my comrades, but...
What are you muttering about? You're next, Igus. Come at me!
I couldn't respond to a sudden ambush. Those close to me have been wounded. I can't save anyone like this!
Now that I'm facing a truly desperate moment, something surges from the depths of my heart. Anger. Anger at myself and my powerlessness. I don't want my damage as an excuse for my death. Move, Igus, move! Behind the rising heart swelling within me, I understand that my battered body is unable to put up a fight. But I cannot lose. I must maintain this power, but keep my emotions under control as I determine the best course of action at the moment. Think, how can I turn this situation around? What can I do to protect my comrades? A thought passes through my mind.
I'll have to make use of that. I should have had maintenance done, like Fuka-san said.
Or GG mode? The plume of dusk within me flares strongly as if responding to my heart. Right now I will do anything if it will give me the power to fight, even if it results in shattering my own self. Please, give me the power to protect my friends.
Persona, rise up! Beginning frame coding. Stand by, EXO.
Are you still gonna try something? Sounds like you really want to fight that. That's cool with me. Here!
Can you imagine the balls they would be if they killed Igus in this fucking route? The axe the fake wields flashes towards my face and I hear the boosters roar. Would jumping over it to evade it be best? Before I can decide, my body reacts.
No use.
Yo, that's actually a really hype fucking image. I cross my arms to take the brunt of the strikes on my forearms. Violent sparks fly up in collision, and the force of the attack travels through my entire body.
You saw it just like that? How did you... I'll just slice you in half!
They're killing with this much shit for something that was a thing to revive you on easy. I can actually respect that. My sister's fake stays where she is and leans heavily into the axe, pushing it against me. My joints scream as I try to push back, and white smoke streams through the gaps in my armor all over my body. My internal sensors repeatedly report that I'm operating at maximum capacity. It's not enough. I need more. More power.
Ai-chan's shining. What are you doing?
Okay, in a similar vein, the whole plot of Dark Souls is just to fucking justify the respawn mechanics. Teddy seems to have been awakened by the violent sounds of our dashing and stammers as he lifts himself off the floor. I'm relieved he's able to move, but from this point on, everything is a gamble.
Teddy, please stay away. The probability of maintaining self-control in this mode is less than 1%. I'm sorry, but I can't guarantee that you'll be safe around me. It's ready. Releasing all limiters. Extreme Orgia mode.
Oh, I called it. Are they gonna have any design change to Aegis at all? Oh yeah, she's glow. Yo, actually, they did do a design change. She's fucking glowing. This is cool.
Scramble. Scramble. Fire missile. Glowing. Persona. Mario mode.
Sure you'll win at this rate. Fight it out.
Fire. Max dash. Evasive move. Max dash. Scramble. I summon you. Dash. No escape. Fire missiles.
That was a great match.
Fuck yeah! Can I play like that normally?
I am overheating.
It was truly only coincidence that I'm still alive after releasing all the powers of my Plume of Dusk. But applying my Persona's materialization sequence to reinforce my body's skeletal system and armor plating allowed me to endure for a stronger load than my components would normally handle. I don't know what that means. I suppose it truly is Extreme Orgia mode. They didn't come up with this much for Moonsuke Bame in Persona 4, and why should they? My sister's double turns into a black mess and begins to melt. As it collapses into a puddle, glimmers like golden sand trickle upwards out of it and disappears into the ceiling. I finally reach Teddy and help his injured body set up.
I'm so sorry. It's my fault.
Ai-chan, you were so cool. I regret nothing. Please, take care of Yosuke.
Teddy, now's not the time to fake die when Aegis is real die.
Teddy!
The building begins to creak, the structure's groaning like a giant, and the entire tower begins to quake as well. Both are cracking and tremors are getting stronger compared to what we felt earlier. That P3 book was really necessary. Why should they come up for anything Plume of Dust? Didn't they use Plume of Dust to explain why Mitsuru's motorcycle works in the dark hour? Or was that a retroactive change? In addition, a beastly howl thunders down from above. What is that? Is there a voice? Could it have come from much higher than the room where we rescued Mitsuru? Teddy's eyes snap open at this eerie sound.
What was that?
I don't know, but it seems a great power is trying to awaken. Someone please respond!
Hey, it's Rise. Just then, a desperate plea, cluttered by interference, speaks out in my mind. That's Rise Kujigawa's. Mitsuru said it was special, and they go, oh, okay. Oh, okay, so it was a retroactive change. It's difficult to hear due to interference, but there's no mistaking it. Communication seems to be coming from quite distance outside this building.
Rise-chan, you're okay! Oh, I'm so glad!
Teddy? Teddy, is that you? Where are you right now? Are you hurt?
I'm in the tower that appeared at school. I'm with Ai-chan, so I'm okay. I think.
Ai-chan? You mean Aegis-san? Aegis-san, please listen. There's a ton of red fog swirling around the top of that tower right now. Where are you, Rise-san? Can you see this place from there? Yuki, Senpai, and I are in town searching for but we can't get out because there's a horde of shadows closing in.
The message cut off before he can hear the entire thing. From what it sounds like, Rise and Yukiko appear to be in town together, just as expected. If she said Horde and Shadow so close, they must be facing a dangerous situation. There are forums where people thought Fess would add stuff about Nyx being an alien and stuff in Plume of Dusk and shit, and then they were very angry when it didn't. Plume of Dusk is also never brought up in the movies either.
We have to go at once! Rise-chan, we're coming for you!
Well,
ow,
it's mostly brought up in this because of the robots.
Please wait, Teddy. We've both been damaged quite badly. If we move now, we'll likely be in danger.
Like, I can't hate the idea. They introduce the concept and then they explore the concept.
Yeah, that's true. But I just can't sit here and wait. Owie! My back!
Really isn't an abandoned concept? Well, I mean, they explore it in Persona 4 Arena and Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, and there would be no reason to bring it up in Persona 5. So I mean, I'm not sure what you would want them to do with it at that point. Like, what more do you want? Teddy was surely wounded quite badly, but knowing his friends are in danger, he seems unable to contain himself and attempts to force himself up to his feet. Like, did you want a robot in Persona 5? I feel the same way. I must tell everyone about the state of the school that Rise mentioned as soon as I can. When I approach the window to find out where we are, I see two figures leaving the school building.
That's Mitsuru-san and Akihiko-san.
Thank goodness! They managed to get out before us.
I can understand why you want to hurry, but those two are attempting to rescue the others as well. Let's proceed with caution so that we can meet up with them quickly.
Mysteriously, I can move as well. Even though my frame has reached my very limits of its operational tolerances and my joints creak ominously, the sheer strength of my emotion to save my friends forces my body into action. You are gonna just, like, hibernate after this, I guess. If Teddy and I feel the same way, I'm sure we can keep moving.
Ow! Anyway, let's move! I'm getting fired up! Let's do this! Onward!
As they say, yeah!
I prefer a robot over a punk-ass wicker cat. I can't help but smile at Teddy's enthusiasm. We leave the music room and wreckage left behind from our recent battle and run down the hallway towards the exit. Yeah, I think the only opportunity they would have had to have brought it up would have been in Strikers as an explanation for Emma. Like, that's the only other time I could possibly imagine it could have ever become relevant again. I mean, they had to invent a game just for it to become relevant for Persona 4. I have to pop into the bathroom again, but I'll be right back. We're actually making decent progress. We're at 68%. We might, and we're only 2 hours in, we might actually be able to beat this. I don't know. Or maybe we can beat this game, and then the final stream is episode of Adachi. I don't know. We'll see how it shakes out. I'm going to try and make whatever progress I can, because I doubt I'll be able to stream for the rest of the week. Alright, I'm back. So, here's what I'll say, right? Persona 4 Arena, despite being portrayed in the worst way imaginable, we run top speed through the fog enveloping Inaba. Not a single soul can be found outside. The sight reminds me of nothing more than the dark hour. Akihiko must feel the same way as he runs beside
Mitsuru,
me.
how are Aigis and Teddy doing? They must...
You're right.
Whoops.
Let me search for them.
Yeah, Persona 4 Arena adds a whole lot to the lore, introduces a really interesting character in Lapras, and adds some interesting character development to mostly Mitsuru, but also some of the other Shadow Operatives, and sort of expands on their story. So, Persona 4 Arena is, I mean, a terrible game, sure, but it adds a lot of interesting things to the series as a whole. Ultimax, on the other hand, adds nothing. I mean, I guess it adds Sho Minazuki, but, like, ew? Who fucking cares? All it really does is expand on the other members of the Shadow Operatives, which, cool, I guess. But I feel like they could have put that in Persona 4 Arena. I feel like there's nothing Ultimax couldn't have done that couldn't have just been add-ons to Persona 4 Arena to make Arena itself better. Whereas the story of Ultimax itself accomplishes fuck all. And I honestly say if, like, the additions they add to, like, just expanding the Shadow Operatives, like, lives and putting that in Arena itself, they could have cut the entirety of this game's story. And not only would nothing of value have been lost, I think Persona franchise would have been better. Your heterosexuality handed over. I actually think he looks better without being a giant blue glowing Nobino man. I concentrate and search the area for my readings. My search ability has become limited range. To make matters worse, the images that appear in my mind have severe interferences likely caused by a strange fog. This fog seems to be symbolic of Minazuki's solitude, as if trying to sever our connections to one another.
I found them in the town shopping district. We'll be able to catch up with them quickly.
All right, let's hurry to join up with them. Then we can compare notes.
Fortunately, Aigis and Teddy appear to be very close by. We hurry towards the readings in an effort to meet up with the others.
Ow! My back still hurts.
But that
Getting
hair.
old sucks.
Do you age, Teddy? I don't.
Oh, by the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Ai-chan. Is there anyone you like?
What do you mean?
My boyfriend is dead.
Come on, you can't fool me. If you don't have anyone, then you and me should...
Aigis, Teddy.
Michan! Aki!
Akihiko-san, Mitsuru-san, thank goodness you're both safe.
Whoa, what happened? You're both beaten.
Have you seen the game over? In SMT5, I'm gonna be honest, I am not paying attention to SMT5.
I was careless.
I
We were ambushed by an
legitimately
enemy
don't
and suffered
care.
severe damage.
Though they're acting brave, it's obvious at a glance that both Teddy and Aigis have been severely injured. It's clear that they won't be able to fight properly for a while.
Is someone... Please respond.
Rise-chan! I hear you! Talk to your lover bear!
Is that you, Kujikawa? We can hear you.
That voice. Mitsuru-san? Thank goodness, I heard you were captured.
Yes, but we're fine now. I'm sorry to have worried you. Where are you right now?
Yukiko-senpai and I went out to look for Kanji and the others, but the town's turned into a maze. I lost track of them while we were getting our bearings. We're thinking about heading back to Junes
It's like the Raido game over? Yeah, I don't know.
All right, keep going to Junes. We'll head over too, so we'll meet you there. Tatsumi and Shirogane should have arrived already.
They give you a poem?
Understood. Please be careful.
What's the one I'm thinking of that gives you a poem? Isn't it Digital Devil Saga?
All right, now that that's decided, we need to hurry. Aigis, Teddy, can you go on?
Leave it to me to guide you to Juness. I'll use my nose and...
Teddy appears to have sensed something. He turns around and looks at a shape that appeared further down in the shopping district. After all that happened, they intend to make us fight? No, from here on, they're just doing this to buy time. The shape ahead draws closer, and I see it's the double of Satanaka. Chie? There's no need to wonder whether this is the real one or not.
You left everyone else inside and ran away?
All the previous writer Kuzunoha call him a failure and kill him. Oh, I think I did see the game over. Doesn't, like, some dude look at you and just be like, what the fuck, dude? And then they both, like, disintegrate?
Oh, maybe they just don't need
Like,
you
it's like a
anymore.
dude that looks like Jetstream
I
Sam.
guess you're the runs of the litter.
A fake Chie-chan! Bears have packs, not litters, and we're not runts!
It's fine, Teddy. Let it say whatever it wants.
I did not know that. I stop Teddy as he tries to lash out in response to the fake Satanaka's harsh words. It's true that we made a mistake in being captured by the enemy before this started,
I've made some
but still.
errors this time, but we have our comrades. Even if one of us was to fall, the rest of us can complement each other. My standing here right now is a result of the trust we have for one another. I will carry out my duty, and you will be stopped.
Yo, that's a pretty hype image, actually. You can make, like, a wallpaper with just that, to be honest. With the thoughts for my comrades who left for the top of the tower at the forefront of my mind, I grab hold of the hilt of my rapier. No matter what taunts these shadows have for me, my heart will not be shaken. My comrades have my back. All I have to do is keep proceeding onward.
No. We will protect this world. We will not lose to the likes of you.
I think I'm usually too frustrated when I die in 5 to know what the game over in that game looks like. And with 4, I have not played that game in forever.
We're the most powerful lineup ever! We'll prove that we've got the upper claw here!
When I died in 4, it was 5. It was usually because of Mudo spam, and then in Royal, I don't think I died ever. Because they actually made it so that the enemy in 5 that spammed Mudo doesn't do that, from what I could tell. Like, they made Royal easier, so... Yeah, I didn't encounter the death in 5 very often, and then 4, I don't fucking remember at all. I played that game, like, 4 years ago. The two of them are so hurt that I'm surprised that they can even move, but the fires in their eyes are stronger than ever. I sense their will to fight shining through. I will accept that resolve for now. We will take this burden in their stead. Next to me, Akihiko slams his fist in the palm of his other hand and steps in front of Igus and Teddy.
I was hoping for a chance to fight about now. I felt myself getting rusty. The rest of you can sit back and watch.
This tournament is foolish, but I was given one of your insipid names. It's time I showed you the power of the Execution Queen.
Well, Akihiko called the fight, but I would rather play as Mitsuru. So I will.
Final!
To think I'd be supporting you.
I'm coming for you! You wanna stay? Better luck next time!
Keep attacking.
I'm coming for you! I'm coming for you! You wanna stay? Better luck next time!
Stop moving.
You wanna stay?
All that's left.
Better luck next time!
You dominated them. That was
Get
great to watch.
fucked! 4 and 5 just copy 3. 3 was a slow zoom in the Velvet Room, empty a poem about death. 4 is a slow zoom in the empty Velvet Room with shit written about on the screen. 5 is a slow crawl down the Velvet Room and Igor, and whatever the twins' names were with shit written on the screen. Justine and Caroline. We don't even turn back to look at the melting shadow anymore. We rely on Teddy's nose and run all our speed through the red fog towards Juness.
There! Come on! Everyone hurry!
We eventually see the large store that had last been in when we exited the TV world. This building must be normally quite lively with customers, but now it looms with an eerie silence and dim red
Our
fog.
rendezvous point is on this building's rooftop. Everyone remain in contact while searching for Kujikawa and the rest. Stay alert.
Wait, but with Teddy and Mitsuru here, can't we just sense them? I mean, like, I get that the fog's fucking with your sensors and all, but... It's a building? It's a building. It's a 3-story building.
Every day's great at your Juness. Hello?
A monitor on the side of the road flickers, and that General Teddy suddenly appears on the screen.
What the? You again, you phony bear! What do you want now? Thanks for coming all the way out to such a remote place. Did you enjoy the P1 climax? There were so many touching battles this time. But, too bad for you. Unfortunately, you've all served your purposes already.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. When you fought, you released fragments of your personas, and I've gathered more than enough of them. Thus, there's no reason to keep you persona users alive any longer. Prepare to be swallowed by a surge of shadows!
Once General Teddy finishes, the monitor shuts off. Silence fills the area once again.
What is this shaking?
With a thundering roar, a viscous black liquid geysers up from everywhere. This black wave surrounds us while madly and begins to close in.
What the?
There are so many shadows. They're going to attack. Please, be careful.
Cheeky bastards. Come! Persona!
Akihiko's persona, Caesar, swings its sword towards the approaching black wave. The massive shadow retreats for a moment like a receding tide, then immediately surges towards us like a tidal wave.
Artemisia!
Persona!
I hate you, Teddy.
Initiating summon sequence. Athena!
We summon our personas one after another with no choice but to fight back. If things are this bad outside, I have to worry about Kujikawa and the others who are on the rooftop. We must get inside as soon as we meet up with them. But the Horde of Shadows pours forth without stopping, giving us no respite. Even the entrance to Juness has been completely covered with the black mass. If this becomes a drawn-out battle, then obviously we'll be at a disadvantage. I feel a sense of listlessness after being on that cross. I'm severely exhausted. Even Aigis and Akihiko are moving less nimbly than usual. Teddy fights on, as if trying to protect the three of us, but he's injured as well. He won't last forever.
If this keeps up...
Rise-chan! Yuki-chan! Nao-chan! I'll be right there!
You know, he could have done this from the beginning.
More shadows incoming. They're not stopping.
Where was he hiding this many shadows?
My vision begins to darken as if layers of gauze are being wrapped around my eyes. I feel even more tired than ever. Though each shadow may be inconsequential on its own, their sheer number are too much to contend with. My arms drop to my sides and I can't lift them anymore.
Mitsuru! Hey, hang in there!
Nin-chan! Watch out!
Everyone has their starting persona but Aigis?
Mitsuru-san!
Is Artemisia her starting persona? I think everyone in 3 has their awakening. Everyone in 4 has their original. Everyone in 3 has their awakening. Yeah. Penthelesia is the initial persona of Mitsuru. Yeah, everyone in 3 has an awakening. Everyone in 4 has their originals.
Come on, can't you pull it together? I really don't want to get involved here, you know?
Although the game completely ignores that Aegis and you can swap personas at a whim. What the? As the sound echoes out, my vision returns, and I see a shape moving towards us, moving down a horde of shadows. Was that just a persona attack? I think in the original arena, they mention it once. I'm paying attention to your voice, not the game. Fair enough. I'm barely paying attention to the game. The shadows that have been overwhelming us retreat, and a path opens up towards the Juness entrance.
Oh man, you guys look terrible. That's what you get for sticking your noses into
the only
places
character
that
they
don't belong.
acknowledge can change personas at a whim in this game is Margaret. The newcomer is a man who speaks languidly while scratching at the back of his neck. That persona attack must have come from him. He looks familiar. Like, even Elizabeth just uses Thanatos. The serial murder case that took place in Inaba last year. I try to remember the name of the former detective who had been arrested as a suspect.
Are you Toru
They might
Adachi?
also be using Teddy's Awakening. I think the reason they're avoiding the Awakenings of... the reason I think they're using the Awakenings for the Persona 4 cast is they don't want to say that the characters awakened their personas because they were tied to social links, which I think... I think that was a mistake. I would have given them all their awakenings, and I would have made it canon that you did every social link in that game, because that's what most game series do. Like, no one's ever played fucking Final Fantasy VII and been like, oh, but Yuffie and Valentine are optional, so they're not canon. No, every fucking Final Fantasy VII thing, just like, yeah, obviously we got Yuffie and Valentine. Are you fucking high? They should have just given everyone their awakenings and been like, oh, you didn't do Yosuke's social link? Dumbass. You played the non-canon version. Like, double down. I don't know why they're doing this wishy-washy bullshit. You should summon Hallel, and Iga should summon Satan, and then we can do Armageddon and destroy everything. Making the characters unlock their final persona via social link was a terrible decision.
What? I thought Adachi was in police custody.
What they could do is they could split the difference in Persona 6, and then they could, like, have, like, guaranteed awakenings in, like, the game, but then they could have second awakenings on as a social link. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know if I would
famous
commit
now.
to that.
You're Mitsuru Kirijo, right? I guess the rest
I
of these
think
people
the
are your
idea of
subordinates?
locking awakenings behind a social link isn't a terrible idea.
What's
Because then it
Adachi baby doing
incentivizes
here?
actually doing social links,
you must
which is
be
part
a
of the
fake,
point.
too.
Like, the power of the wild card is the ability to draw power from bonds. So if they take away the benefits of doing social links, then not only does that go against the entire concept of Persona as a whole, it also, like, just far as gameplay-wise, de-incentivizes you from spending time with people.
Huh? You too? A fake? Yeah, that's it. I'm a fake.
Everything about his response radiates insincerity. He seems to be intelligent but shrewd man. But for right now, it doesn't matter if this man is fake or not. What matters is why such a person would go out of his way to help us.
Why did you save us?
It wasn't just for you. If you died here, it'd be trouble for me. I have to obey the rules.
Rules?
Never mind, I'm just rambling.
I'll use Innocent Sin as an example. If you do certain things, you get prime versions of Persona, and later you get the ultimate Personas. Granted, you had to find the masks to get them.
Still, isn't this an impressive number of shadows? I bet you'd really be able to get up to something fun with this many. Like, oh, say
I'm not
summoning up a god or something?
Really sure the point you're trying to make, honestly.
Summoning a god? Is that what that show guy is doing?
So this horde of shadows seems to have been gathered here by the other Minazuki after all. He's intending to use them to awaken a godlike being. What he called his world is one that being has descended, but that will result in the fall, utter destruction.
I'm just guessing. And if this many shadows were to head over to that tower and start wrecking shit, that building wouldn't stand a chance, would it? Plus, anyone inside would be in for some real trouble, wouldn't they? Well, it's not like it matters to me. I'm gonna be on my way now. Good luck or whatever.
Katsuya is justice, and there's one justice. There's only one justice in the whole game? What?
Aren't the rest of your friends in here at Juness? You kids love crowding together, after all.
Justice?
Don't you think you'll win with those numbers?
Hey, stop! Where do you think you're going?
Justice isn't an arcana. Is it?
Don't, Teddy. I know you want to go after him, but we're all exhausted right now. We need to prioritize meeting up with your friends.
I guess it is. Toru Adachi doesn't even look at Teddy and begins walking at a leisurely pace in the direction of Yasugami High. We quickly lose sight of him as he becomes lost in the muddy stream of shadows.
Toru Adachi. At the very least, he didn't seem to be a fake made from a shadow.
Is he scheming something after all?
No matter what his aims were, it's true that we were saved in the end.
Oh yeah, it is. Huh.
Save thinking about
what
it
a
for
fucking
later.
tarot card
We
I
need to
never
hurry.
think about. Who the fuck are the justices, then? What I was getting at is during Social Link 6, I should unlock Prime versions, and then the Persona story should give them the ultimate. We ran along the path to Juness's entrance that had been created for Adachi's strike and rushed to the store up the stairs. The gushing shadows had entered the building as well, but there are far fewer number, and then they've been outside and aren't much of a hindrance. Well, yeah, that's what I, like, I'm not sure if I fully get behind the idea, but that is what I suggested about doing, like, Awakenings as part of, like the story, and then Second Awakenings as sort of a Social Link thing. Or you could reverse it, I guess. You could do Second Awakenings as a story thing, and then Full Awakenings as... But then you have to fit in, like, an actual... You'd actually have to fit in a specific, like, awakening moment for each cast member, and then, I don't know. It gets tricky. Eventually, the stairs end, and we see the door that opens for the rooftop food court. I know it bothers some people. The awakening thing doesn't really matter to me that much, but I think that when they do sequel games, they shouldn't, like, be like, oh, maybe you did the Social Link, maybe you didn't. Oh, they're weaker, so they can't use their awakening. No, just give them their awakenings. Don't be a fucking bitch about it. In the food court beyond, a horde of shadows had regained its intensity and continued flooding in one after another. Because the implication by not giving them their awakenings in like sequel games is the implication that instead of maybe you did the Social Link, maybe you didn't, it's that you didn't do any of the Social Links, and I think that's way worse. Red, Katsuya, Ken, Chihiro, Nanako, and Akechi are the Justice characters. Right. Yeah. Alright, in my defense, you can see why I forget about that one.
Damn it! They're getting more intense again! There's no end to this!
You can't give up. Mitsuru-san and her people should arrive soon. Right. We can't lose somewhere like this.
Rise-chan, Nao-chan, Yuki-chan! I'm so glad you're all okay! I'm coming over right now!
Oh, Teddy! And Mitsuru-san, too!
Teddy should have been considerably exhausted and injured, but seeing the faces of his friends must have given him strength. He darts towards his friends as fast as his little legs can carry him and joins their battle line. They are united by a strong bond as well. We can't fall behind either.
Ken! Hey! You intentionally left me out, didn't you?
You're loud as always. You still have a lot of energy left. You don't go down easy.
But yeah, fusing your ultimates is the worst possible way to do it.
Don't underestimate me. Half your stuffing's hanging out anyway, so you don't get to say anything.
Sorry we're late. You did well in keeping him at bay. We'll join in the fight.
Nada's the only Justice Demon in EP. With a sense of relief at seeing everyone we're unable to locate, we quickly tell them of our situation and check on their conditions. It's clear that all of them are tired and injured, but now that our numbers have doubled, we should make up for that by cooperating with each other. As it turns out, we're slowly but surely being able to push back the seemingly endless torrent of shadows.
We can do this! There's enough of us here now that I'm sure we can win!
It's too early to be relieved yet. The shadows all over town are converging on that tower. At this rate, our senpai in there will be...
You also fuse them in Revelations, which is why I wonder why they brought it up back, because Innocence got rid of that. Oh god, I forgot about that! I did fuse them, didn't I? Shirogane is right. Yeah, but it's such a pain in P1 that, like, it's hard to even think of those as ultimate personas. Like, I think that's part of the problem. And part of the reason why it's also the worst possible way to do an ultimate persona is to fuse it, because then it doesn't feel special. Then it feels like it's just another persona. Shirogane is right. If we're held up here, we would be able to aid those who have headed up to the tower. If the shadows are gathering with the intent to climb that tower, then we have to take the chance of returning to the tower ourselves to intercept
But considering
them.
the sheer number of shadows, that would be too dangerous.
Mitsuru-san, Ken-kun has given me the details. This case has many similarities with Shuji Yakutsuki's plan. I believe the culprit has the same intent. And considering the current situation with these hordes of shadows, the time is nigh.
This is the same company that brought back the game over with protagonist dies after getting rid of it before. Yeah. Shomi Nakasuki called Shuji Yakutsuki his father and said words Torodadachi left with us. We all have our circumstantial evidence. It makes the least amount of sense in Persona. Like, this doesn't really bother me, so I don't want it to be clear that I'm complaining about it, but it does make the least amount of sense in Persona, where you have a party full of people with you. And this time, Naoto speaks of, is nothing less than the end of the world.
Do we have no choice but to entrust this to the others here? Isn't there something we can do, Mitsuru-san?
This isn't the time to argue, Mitsuru-san. We have to go.
What's there to worry about, Mitsuru? There's only one option here.
Everyone wants to return to the tower, completely disregarding their own safety. Not a single one of us is afraid to volunteer, even in this desperate situation. It only made sense in 3. Yeah. Well, okay, in that case, it makes sense in 5, because you can put your teammates on auto in 5 also. In addition, we've been forestalled again and again since this started. It seems that my position as the leader of the Shadow Operatives has put me in the defensive without noticing it. We have to go on the offensive now that we have the strength
Everyone,
to do so.
listen up. The shadows are likely gathering at that tower. Their goal is likely to bring about the coming of a god with the power to destroy the world. We must stop this at all costs. Kujikawa, will you lend me your strength? We'll
You can
combine
play
our communication
AI in 4 too.
abilities to contact
I
Yamagishi.
did not know
They
that.
need to be told of the danger.
The first step is to make contact. I tasked the other 6 with making sure that the area is secure, then take Kujikawa's hand. I think in the NS games, if the protagonist dies, you had like the heroine alive. It still goes unless she dies. We both feel familiar tension, distinct from what we feel in battle. We focus our thoughts and concentrate on the tower.
Persona.
Though the situation is truly chaotic, in the end, the world is drawing near. The vision that appears in my mind is surprisingly clear. To think that Kujikawa's communication ability is this powerful, it's equal to Yamagishi. No, it isn't! No, fucking isn't! Fucking Fuka banged their asses from across the city, up the tower, in the fog! Last game, Rise was 3 feet away from Lapras's fucking berserker bullshit. She couldn't push out Kagetsuchi out of Lapras's head, and then Fuka from across town in the real world pinged the fight and still threw out Kagetsuchi. Fuck you! No! No! Rise is not anywhere near fucking Fuka's level. Look, game, I like Rise better than Fuka. Fucking Rise isn't 1/10 as strong as Fuka. Fuka is a fucking monster. Fuka is the greatest analyzer in the history of Persona. No! The very fact that it requires two of you to fucking reach Fuka from this distance proves that Fuka is stronger, because Fuka did it by herself. What the fuck are you talking about? Look, I know you're trying to be like, oh, the cast of 3 and 4 are on the same level. No, they're not. Even last game, Rise is like, holy hell, Fuka's so strong. In this very game, in the P4 route, when fucking Rise hooked up to Fuka, she even was like, holy shit, Fuka is so strong. No, but it's not as powerful as Fuka. It's nowhere close. What the fuck are you talking about? Rise, I can sense it needs some clues. Let's spend the next 2 days getting clues. Fuka knows where the demon is by focusing on the ground. Yeah, no, fuck off. Even this game doesn't agree with its own sentence. I've also been told it's evolved to the point where she can participate in combat now. These Persona users of Inaba have great potential hidden within them. Potential? Sure. Get the fuck out of here. She's not on Fuka's level. That's right, we have the obligation to protect this town, their future.
Fuka-san is somewhere around the middle of the tower?
Oh, somewhere around? Yeah, Fuka would know exactly where Fuka was if she was down here by herself without Mitsuru's help.
Hold on, Kujikawa. There's something in the sky.
There's a reading of something approaching in high speed from the fog-filled sky. Eventually, the rhythmic sound of the helicopter reaches our ears. A large helicopter with Garijo group markings approaches out of the fog. The pilot must be...
Kikuno! That's you there, isn't it, Kikuno? Respond at once!
Lady Mitsuru! Thank goodness you're safe.
What are you doing there? This airspace is dangerous. You must withdraw at once to a safer area.
You're all putting your lives at stake by fighting. I refuse to shame myself by withdrawing.
Okay, well, unless you have a gun in that helicopter, you're not helping anyone. I can only smile at the way Kikuno refuses my direct order. She won't hesitate to risk herself for my sake. That never changed at all.
I must tell you at once. We've decoded more of the records from Shuji Ikutsuki that I gave to Labra-san. We've reached a point where there is a description that seems to be hinting at the security code. If we can solve it, we may be able to fully unlock it. The clues to the password are my true form that I should take, and the one written of in the prophecy.
Prophecy and true form? Could this be about what happened back then?
Mitsuru, you have to remember. That insanity Ikutsuki was a slave to. Remember the speech he gave us?
I could never forget that night 3 years ago. The night we were cast into the depths of despair. Ikutsuki looked down on us with insanity in his eyes and told us of his own ambition.
He said he would become a king in the new world. With that in mind, what he strived to become, his self-professed true form.
The new world that Shuji Kuchiki strove for, his true form that he wanted the world to assume, where everyone besides him had been changed into a shadow. There's no mistake, those words symbolize the disordered ambitions that Ikutsuki had become obsessed with, what he truly believed he would become.
That's it! The password was accepted, and the file's been unlocked. I'm opening the file now.
There's no time to wait for an analysis. Kujikawa, let's try again. We need to get this information to Labras through Yamagishi.
We direct our search in the direction of the tower once more and detect Yamagishi. Near her are a number of other readings that appear to be in combat. They are Narukami, Satonaka, Hanamura. It seems they're fighting valiantly to protect Yamagishi. Though they had been injured, I sigh in relief, sensing that they made recovery. We immediately open communications with Yamagishi and relay our situation. According to Yamagishi, the sudden storm of shadows in town began pouring into the tower as well. We then passed our own conclusions, the reason for the horde of shadows, and our information on the password. Even Yamagishi seems lost for words at hearing this, but she quickly recovers herself.
So that's why all these shadows have been flooding in. We'll stop them here as well. I'll tell Labras about that password.
Oh man,
once.
you see how you can easily hear what Fuka's saying, whereas Rise was breaking up? Man, sure good thing that Rise's on Fuka's level. Everyone looks at me once the communication ends. They're waiting for a word from me with such impatience. But don't worry,
We will
I
now
understand.
head to the tower to aid those who are still in there. We'll have to force our way in. We will combine the strength of our personas and fight our way through.
As they say, that's what I'm talking about.
That was adorable.
This is starting to get interesting. I'm getting pumped up.
All right. If that's the plan, then it's
That's
time
also,
to
I think,
bust
the
out all
most
our
Igus has
skills.
ever sounded like
Better
Nanako.
not fall behind, Ted.
Roar! I'm getting fired up! Wait for us, Sensei! Wait for me, Labby-chan! There's no need to fear with my tremendous strength!
Right. Labras and Chie are fighting too, so I can't just stay here.
The moment we were about to step towards the tower, I noticed the black silhouette of a vehicle lowering its altitude close enough to graze the horde of
Kikuno,
shadows.
you need to leave Inaba and stand by until we contact you again.
No, my lady. This helicopter is loaded with 2 7.62mm Gatling guns, 19 continuous rounds of 70mm rocket ammunition, as well as a 30mm chain gun. Though these cannot damage shadows, they will be useful in preventing their advancement and providing you with some measure of backup.
They can't? What? Persona, you need to make up your fucking mind whether conventional weaponry works on shadows or not.
Don't be ridiculous. It's too dangerous. You're...
Labras-san asked me why
The
someone
helicopter
who
has a
uses
plume of
persona would
dust
risk
in it.
their
Wait a
life
minute,
to
it
go
should
a
be able to
place where
damage them no
shadows
matter
are.
what.
No matter how slight it may be, I can still provide some assistance to you all. I have been prepared to risk my
This is
life
the
from
worst
start.
Persona game.
My lady, I have my own battles to fight.
Naoto shoots him in the face. I like how I was like, Ultimax is actually pretty good. I mean, the story's shit compared to Arena, but at least the fucking presentation's better. And then fucking in comes the P3 route that's like, hey, everything good about the P4 route? Nah. Fuck it. Let's not do that.
Hikuno-san.
Mitsuru, we're gonna repeat the same mistake.
You're right. It doesn't matter how strong or weak you are. I pushed Narukami and his friends away before, and now I'm doing the same to Kikuno. Kikuno, I accept your determination. Aid us from the helicopter. We must
I was
reach
gonna
that
say you
tower
can
at
shoot demons,
all
but I guess
costs.
shadows aren't physical. Are they?
Understood. I will see you there safely,
Yeah.
even if it costs
They're
me my
definitely
life.
physical.
Let us depart.
They're 100% physical. Kikuno's helicopters rotate in place to the face of the direction we'll be proceeding in. With a tremendous concussion, a rain of bullets showers down on the mass of shadows, flashing bits of blackness every which way. The wave has been completely covering the road, loses its intensity and begins to retreat.
Now!
Right!
All right!
Come! Persona!
Go! Persona!
Fuck you, Teddy.
Here goes!
A line of sparkling light runs in the wave of shadows, accompanied by a roaring sound. We can do this. We nod to each other and leap one after another into the newly opened path. We head to the tower where our comrades are fighting, so that I can so that we can all carry out our duties. Like, even ignoring the fact that very obviously conventional weaponry clearly works on shadows in every moment except for this exact moment, we can prove that conventional weaponry works on shadows in this game! Because Sho can use swords on shadows in this game, and he doesn't have a persona. Unless the claim is that specifically bullets don't work on shadows, That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. We must head to the tower where our comrades are fighting so that I can carry out... No, so that we can all carry out our duties. Labris was also able to fight shadows without using a persona. So was Aegis. What is this game talking about? And if you're gonna say, oh, Sho, Labris, and Aegis all have plumes of dusk, that's why they're able to do it, so is the helicopter! The 5 of us who'd been entrusted with pursuing Shokun and proceeding towards the top of the tower. How many floors have we climbed already? Distorted hallways and classrooms appear at every turn. There's no sign of us reaching the end.
The quakes are growing more and more frequent. I guess this means that time is running out?
You know, that Minazuki guy talked about making his world. But how is he going to do that?
If we presume he's following in Akutsuki's footsteps, then he's going to gather shadows, merge them, and summon some great power. You mean that thing Minazuki-kun was talking about?
What do you think, Junpei? I mean, you've been surprisingly quiet. Are you not feeling well?
Huh? Nah, I'm fine. Coaches are well trained, you know. I guess it's just that I'm feeling all tense. All this end of the world stuff isn't anything to joke about. I've got people waiting for me. Like the kids have a game coming up next week, so there's no way I can lose here.
Stupei's being serious for once. Looks like he's grown up a bit. Well, I guess I should learn from his example.
Junpei has leveled up. You don't want the world to end either, do you, Labby-chan? You just woke up after all.
Yeah. I don't want to lose this world after I met everyone. I gotta do my best.
Here it goes again. Wait, didn't we see this classroom earlier? I feel like the fog's getting thicker too.
It won't be good if this keeps up. Since we can't get in communication with Fuka-san, we don't even know what's around us.
No matter how far we go, the maze of the fake Yasugami High just keeps going and going. The visibility inside is getting worse as well. We have to trouble seeing the floor at our feet. We're starting to get flustered because we have no sense of progress after all this time.
Come on, keep your cool. Getting all aggravated won't do us any good.
You're so positive as always, Junpei-san.
You think so? I think you've changed, though. You've gotten taller, too.
Huh?
Why do you sound so relieved?
I'd been wondering if I hadn't changed at all. I made a promise to Mitsuru-san that I'd live life like a child.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you're fucking failing.
Is that hard to do or something? It's difficult. I don't know what it's like to be a child, so I wasn't sure if I should keep doing what I've been doing.
Huh. I guess being an adolescent boy is difficult.
You should just live your life the way you are. I mean,
I guess there are some shadows that are immune to physical damage.
That's right. You can't trust Mitsuru-senpai's idea of childhood. Can you even imagine what she was like when she was a kid?
Whoa, you're right. I can't. It's impossible for common people like us. Speaking of children, that Sho dude is the perfect example of a spoiled brat. One moment he's joking around, and the next he's incredibly pissed off.
Yeah, what would someone have to go through in order to make them seriously consider destroying the world? What happened to him?
With the topic shifted to Shokun, Kuramaru passes us by and stops before one of the doors. Ken, yeah, Mitsuru, I'll live a normal life. Also, Ken joins her army.
What's up, Kuramaru-san? Is there something bothering you about this classroom?
Oh man, being a child here in the Death Tower. When I approach the door at Kuramaru's barking, I see the stairs leading up the stairway inside the classroom. I'm sure I wasn't the only one who was hoping this place was Junpei quickly opens the door and we step inside. Aside from the staircase, the room seems like a normal classroom used during daily life. Desks are lined up in rows. The blackboard dominates the front wall. I don't know why you're describing a classroom. I remember my own yearning to live a life including places like this. Even at a time like this, I smirk a bit to myself and just as much follow everyone into the stairway.
Looks like you've made it all the way here. Now what to do?
You're General Teddy! We finally found you.
General Teddy, the mastermind of this tournament. With his cape and fearless grin, Teddy is completely different from the real Teddy we encountered earlier, and even through the screen, he has an ominous air about him. I check him with my sensors just to be sure, and soon enough, he's a shadow. No, this isn't a normal shadow reading. What in the world is this?
This is getting out of hand. So I, General Teddy, will face you myself. Now bring on the ring!
When General Teddy lifts his hand up, the red pillars we're familiar with in the four corners of the room. The tension running through the area pushes away the feeling I'd had a minute ago that something's wrong. In any case, I have to change my way of thinking and prepare for battle. I think the line that the helicopter...
fun. Those who hinder the creation
That is my least favorite Teddy
world
profile picture I have ever seen. Oh my god, I hate it. I think the only way that, like, helicopter can't damage shadows line makes sense is because we know that some shadows are immune to physical, if we assume that every shadow is immune to physical in that entire area.
Whoa, someone's got a
Which
big
is
mouth.
absurd,
My
but it's the
world?
only way that line makes
This has
sense.
been our world from the start. We're not just gonna let you destroy it that easily.
Destroy? I will not destroy it. This will be a new beginning. The beginning of a world of my own, where only I will live.
Only you? What about Sho?
This doesn't concern you. The vessel will soon be complete. Nothing you can do at this point serves any purpose.
We won't know that unless we try. Konomaru!
Arf.
Like hell we're gonna let you start anything like that.
I feel like they got a real dog to do that sound effect.
Let's take this guy down and move on.
Yeah, it's not great. Labris, yeah. Always my girl. I bet Labris is the one that's gonna... You know how I want this one to end? If the last one ended with Adachi and you, I want this one to end with Labris and Igus. That's what I want.
Finally!
You're fighting on our side, huh? Nice to meet you. That was a good match.
See that juggle for a little bit? I got a little bit of a juggle in there.
No matter. That was the limit of this temporary body. I've bought enough time.
Huh? You're not gonna melt now?
As Junpei noticed, the fakes we defeated until now have lost their shape. I'm not an idiot, game. I've been paying attention. Probably too much. Quickly after being defeated, it melted into a black ooze before disappearing completely, but this General Teddy is just as confident as he was before the battle, and it's the same smile.
I knew it. You're different from the other fakes. Who are you?
Who am I? I'm General Teddy. Who else? Well then, bye-bye, you
Did we ever get
pesky
a reason
vermin.
why they chose Teddy? It made sense in the previous tournament, but in the previous tournament, General Teddy was Shadow Lapras. And that was because they sealed off Teddy and Risei because of their analysis powers. And this one, it just seems like Kagutsuchi took the form of Teddy because Lapras took the form of Teddy? And they had the profile picture already? General Teddy twirls his cape around with him with a laugh and disappears, vanishing into thin air without a trace.
Hey, Yucatan. He said something about a vessel being completed. Wasn't that kind of suspicious?
Yeah, it must mean that we don't have any time left, and when we defeated that General Teddy, he didn't disintegrate like the other fakes.
There must be more to this case.
Ken-kun is right. General Teddy is different from the fakes who'd been running up until now, plus those words he said before fighting. Minazuki said he'd make his world, and Shokun talked about my world. And yet, General Teddy said... The quaking starts again. The blackboard and the podium rattle loudly, and some of the decorations in the walls fall down. The building shakes strongly for a long time, as if asserting that time is drawing near.
Can you all hear me? You're very close. I'm getting a strong reading just up those stairs.
When we hear Fuka's staticky communicate, we feel a sense of tension fill us. We steel ourselves and make our way up the stairs in the classroom. At the end of the long, straight set of stairs, we find a door. We open that heavy, cold door, and we see... Bum, bum, bum! Mara! The Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. The hazy moon immediately grabs our attention. It seems much closer than we had seen it when we were wandering the town. And then there's the countless crosses. I read that as corpses, and I don't know why. They're the same as the ones that Mitsuru and the others had been bound to. These crosses scattered the Ovid area we find ourselves in.
No way. Is this place...
Is this the moon viewing tower from Gekkokan High?
Seems this place is truly outside and a strong wind blows at us. This must be a landing jutting out from the side of the tower. I see a number of oddly shaped objects around. From one of the places, I see a black shape flying towards us. When it lands, I see Sho Minazuki.
That's right. It's where you killed Ikutsuki. This time, it'll be the place where you all die. See? I've already written what's going on your tombstones. It's some real poetic obliterature. Just kidding.
I'll give it to you for obliterature.
Shokun, please stop this! Even if you do it, it'll change nothing! Is this all because you hate us? Because we stopped Ikutsuki?
You really don't ever shut up, do you? I already told you that I don't give a shit about some dead guy. I'm doing this because it's fun. Watching you all freak out is hilarious. You're nothing but goddamn pests that can't do anything on your own. So I can't stand you buzzing around. That's when he spoke to me and said, you should just destroy the world. Isn't that the greatest suggestion ever?
Let's stop this. You keep saying Ikutsuki doesn't matter to you, but he's all you've been talking about this whole time.
I love how Yukari's like, just stop, Christ.
What was that, bitch? Ikutsuki was a worthless ass who did whatever he wanted to me and still ended up dead. That's all. I don't give two shits about someone like him.
That's not true, Shokun. You're only running from your problems. You shouldn't turn away from your true self. Shokun, come back with us. None of us hold any of this against you. Didn't you see what happened before? I'm a machine and I hurt everyone, but they still accept me. You're just like me. If you have somewhere you can go back to, then you don't have to do this.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Shut the hell up, goddammit!
His flustered rant suddenly breaks off, the S-shaped star and his red bangs glowing a dull reddish white. I already know what this means.
Enough.
I would call reddish-white
go
pink, but sure.
To ruin this plan.
You're Minazuki, huh?
Unfortunately, the borrowed power has been exhausted. From here on, I have to deal with you myself.
An emotionless, icy glare pierces us. Minazuki, the one who awakened within Shokun, to use his own words, the one who grants his wishes.
It's him again! Are we really sure that he doesn't have split personalities?
I concentrate carefully on his presence. This isn't just a new facet of the same person. This is a completely different presence than before. The reaction from my plume of dusk is even stronger than before. Time for a shitty boss fight? No. Hagetsuchi is a shitty boss fight. I can tell clearly now. Sho has a plume of dusk within his body.
What I said goes for you, too.
This is just gonna be a regular fight.
What you are is the plume of dusk itself.
That's right. Ikutsuki had a plume of dusk implanted in this boy during his experiments, resulting in my birth.
I knew it!
However, I still have no love for that man. After all, he tried to have me erased.
So a plume of dusk is like, they say it helps one develop an ego. I was gonna say, like, is it possible that a plume of dusk is like a literal shadow, kind of? Like an actual ego that they're just shoving into someone? But then it seems like... It seems like if that was the case, then all of the Labrys units would have had personas, and they wouldn't have had to awaken to it. Well, I guess... Okay, I guess if a plume of dusk functions as a shadow, that would make sense, and then it awoken in show, but they imply that this just sort of arose, so I'm not quite sure how a plume of dusk works.
Erase you?
Yes. Ikutsuki was nothing more than a threat.
Maybe they're just like using very imprecise language, and it really is just lead to the development of an ego, and then the implementation of a plume of dusk into his head created an ego inside of him that then generated into a persona. Nyx, Queen of Night, can also apparently give egos.
But this boy was something different. He suggested that we try to act exactly like Ikutsuki.
This game was really
created fake Ikutskis.
What's so disappointing about this is that Arena, despite being absolutely terribly edited and presented, was narratively strong. And then this game just comes around and it's like, fuck you, we're gonna ruin everything.
He even went so far as to gain
like, I'm not
access
joking,
to
like,
the
if they
Kirijo
just took
servers
the
to try to gain more
Shadow
information
Operatives, like
about
the Siege members in this game, and then just put them in Arena and cut this entire game out, and just made Arena the Labrys incident and Ultimax never happen, it would actually be a better franchise as a whole.
Then
like, the entirety of Persona would be better if it ended at just Arena.
But Ikutsuki, the only other person this boy knew, had already died by the time the boy awoke from his coma. All that was left to him was the truth. That man had tossed him aside like a piece of trash.
Seriously?
Since then, the boy did everything on his own. He had no help, met rejection at every turn. There was nowhere to go, and no one to turn
Sho's really not that great of his character. His motivations don't even fully make sense. And I'm still not sure why he's wearing a Yasugami uniform.
You all believe that everyone is surrounded by other people just like you. But that in itself is only the beginning of this world's failures. The world holds no worth for this boy. Sho Minazuki was thrown into this world all alone, and he wished that everything besides himself would disappear. Then all I must do is grant him that wish.
I thought that happened once. Maybe it's ironic for someone like me to say this, but Minazuki-kun's voice sounds like a machine, completely emotionless. Perhaps, even though he was personally created by a plume of dusk, he may have been trying to save Shokun in his own way. But even if that was the case...
No, that's not what Shokun really wishes for. What you're doing won't save him.
There have been Persona users who have summoned shadows to aid them in fights.
Even if you don't know how, or if you end up hurting others, human interaction can change people.
So that's kind of like being a devil summoner, but it's also kind of not like being a devil summoner.
Labrys.
Silence, puppet. What would a thing like you know of this boy?
That's right, I ain't human. But neither are you. You're just using his body while you try to destroy the world. You don't care what he feels at all.
Would say that it depends on what demons a devil summoner is bringing with them, but... yeah, I don't know. I think it depends on the team composition for a devil summoner, whether, like, who has the advantage there. Because the major advantage for Persona users is that they are their Persona, so they have a lot of physical abilities that logically a devil summoner just wouldn't. Little girls in Revelations can summon demons, but you fight the demons, not them. Joker is a dark summoner, but he only uses persona in his fight.
I ain't like you. No matter how much it hurts or how much suffering it causes, I love this world.
Wow, well
Oh, that's
said.
a nice picture.
Great job, Labrys.
Right. What he's saying just sounds like he's running from his problems.
Like, for example, if a persona user is immune to physical, or like a gun even, shooting them just does not work anymore, as long as their persona is active. Whereas like a devil summoner is a person, so they can't really be immune to gun or anything.
It doesn't matter if you're fully
At least to the
human or
best of
not.
my knowledge.
We're all standing here because of how we clashed with others and gained acceptance.
Very well.
Maybe that's
more to say.
maybe that's not true.
Persona.
Devil summoners can use magic under certain control. Well, yeah, but it's like off and on with devil summoners, right? Circumstances? Yeah, that's what I figured.
You have gone too far. Sit in shame of your own ignorance
Like,
as you
some
await
can,
the
some
moment of
can't.
your destruction.
Minazuki slowly drains his two swords while he stares at them, unblinking murderous intent. The persona behind him also readies for battle. Okay, so I want you to look very carefully at this, and I'm going to say it again. This is why you need black outlines around your white text. Right, Reiho can use magic because she's blessed by a goddess, and SMP board demons teach their
I will
magic
save
too.
Shokun. And to do that, we'll defeat
Yeah, but
you.
can't, like, Tamaki not? Yeah, Labrys, every time. Like, isn't it, like, 50-50? And also, one would make the argument that, like... are we comparing named characters against each other, or are we comparing what would be considered an average Persona user and an average double summoner?
Final.
Because that can get really unfair.
What? Take us dead, huh?
Oh no, you're serious
What? Persona!
Alright, I'm gonna admit, I tried to summon Astreus to gore him, and I forgot. I forgot I had Ariadne and not Astreus.
You won this round!
What a fucking thing that would never happen in normal Persona gameplay. The Persona wearing the golden mask disappears as if melting in thin air. Excuse me. But the defeated master of Persona doesn't appear to be as wounded as he should be. He looks up into the sky with a somewhat absent-minded expression.
I've lost. The vessel will still be completed. You will not stop the creation of this boy's world.
He must have taken an immense amount of damage. No normal person should be able to even move after taking a beating like that. And yet, Minazaki is trying to stand up. A certain thought crosses my mind. The will to stand and fight for someone else, no matter how wounded you may be. How Yukari-san and the others rushed to Inaba with me to rescue a Mitsuru's team when they had been captured. How Yukun and his friends are fighting to protect this town. Minazuki's reason for fighting is no different from ours.
Minazuki-kun, so you do understand.
Not another word, lout. I won't let anyone get in the way!
The reaction from the plume of dusk had been fading, but suddenly it grows fierce and powerful, making the air around him tremble. It still grows fierce and powerful. He still... As for abilities, it's not said, but implied that certain powerful devil summoners can extend their life. It's somewhat implied that Girin Kuzunoha's live for a lot longer than a normal person. My theory is Kyoji Kuzunoha from Raido novel is the same as Devil Summoner 1.
Whoa! Ah! Look out! You guys!
Oh yeah, that's right though, because the ego... Okay, so that line is just bullshit, right? Because the ego used the persona, and you can't use yourself as a persona unless you're fucking Philemon or Narlithotep. Like, I refuse to allow Persona to make the claim that you can be your own persona. I'm not letting that fly. His persona appears and sweeps the area around him, causing debris to rain down upon us. So it has to be that the Plume of Dusk developed an ego, and then the ego... The ego inside of the Plume of Dusk, the separate personality itself, developed a shadow that developed into Tsukiyomi. Because that doesn't make sense if Minazuki is literally Tsukiyomi. Philemon can, but Philemon... Yeah, Philemon and Narlithotep can, but they're also specifically Philemon and Narlithotep. Like, those are the only two I'll let fly. Like, any other character does that, I'll be like, fuck right off.
Lapras!
It has to be that the Plume of Dusk develops an ego, and then that ego develops Tsukiyomi, and Tsukiyomi is the persona. Minazuki cannot be Tsukiyomi. That just does not make sense. Because that would mean that the alternate personality inside of Sho is his persona, but he is not his own persona. And that's just nonsense. And that flies in the face of every other Persona game, including this one. Philemon and Narlithotep are like the original. No, I'm not. Yeah, they're fine. They're okay. Because theoretically, Philemon can just use whatever persona he wants. Right? Like, he is the boss of the rulers of power. He should be able to just, like, pluck whatever he wants from the Sea of Souls and be like, this is my persona now. My persona is Demi-Fiend. And I'd be like, why not? Fuck it, you're Philemon. I don't give a shit. And, like, it makes sense that there's, like, things in the Sea of Souls can develop that are stronger than Philemon and Narlithotep. But, like, anything under Philemon's level, he should be able to just grab. Because the things emerging from the Sea of Souls are all coming from the consciousness of humanity. So anything under him should just be free game. Including himself. The instant Minazuki-kun disappears above... And I mean, same thing for Gnarly. Disappears, another quake hits. This one's so severe that we can barely stay standing. Every surface begins to undulate like a living being, and cracks run through the floor. One crack spreads into the actual crevice, separating me from the others. From beneath our feet, lost from view, the fog gathered around the tower. Something dark is rushing towards us with a deafening roar.
Is that a horde of shadows? Koromaru!
On the opposite side of the cleft from me, Ken-kun and Kuromaru-san summon their personas to fight a horde of shadows. Yukari-san and Junpei follow suit. It's an insane number of shadows. The horde of shadows crawls up towards us, making the tower's outer wall appear to be a swirling black mass. Soon Yukari-san and the others will be. Apparently Philemon also put a stone in the courtyard outside P1 school for some reason. I think I remember that. No, I'm remembering the stone from 2. I'm not remembering a stone in 1.
Lapras, go! Huh? Don't look back, there's no time!
Go! We know what it's like to have to say goodbye. But you'd
Oh
better
yeah,
come
you
back
see it in
to us.
Snow Queen, right? It's in the courtyard? That's right, I want to save him, just like everyone saved me. If I don't go after him this instant, I'll never get another chance. A set of stairs leading up into the red fog is ahead of me. I can pursue him now.
Thank you! I will protect this world!
Yeah, because that's where you fight, Nyx. I'll do it for the sake of everyone else, no matter what. You can see it in the main story, too. Oh, I don't remember that. I charged up the long, winding staircase up so far that I feel as if these stairs will continue all the way up to the moon itself. What is waiting for me up at the top? To be continued. No, 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 no. Alright, looks like we're Labrys up until the end game. You can see it in the beginning and in the background during the fight with the girl in black robe rat. Oh no, I'm sure I'm sure it's there the whole time. I'm just saying, like, I distinctly remember reading about it in Snow Queen. The higher I climb, the thicker the red fog seems to get. The sound of battle below me is faded away as I go further and further up. Suddenly, a deep blue shape appears in the red-tinged vision.
My.
I stop.
It seems we meet again, Labrys.
Hey, Theo.
Theodore, right? Still looking for your sister? I don't think she's around here, though.
No, I have stopped looking for her. Even had I found her, what I wish to know can no longer be learned from her. What I yearn for is something that I must discern for myself.
So
you all have taught me that.
This is an interesting situation we're in here. With Theodore here, what we know is that, in theory, if... Like, okay, so think about it like this, right? If we look at the main timeline, Makoto dies, becomes the Great Seal once he acquires the universe, right? Where in the FemC timeline, FemC dies, presumably acquires the universe, and becomes the Great Seal. Now, in main timeline, Elizabeth leaves the Velvet Room to find a way to prevent Erebus from ever reaching Nyx in the first place, to essentially change the minds and hearts of humanity. So that's why Elizabeth leaves the Velvet Room. However, this game specifically portrays Theodore, who is the attendant who oversaw the FemC timeline, as having remained in the Velvet Room. So in the time divergence, we see that Elizabeth is off on a journey to save Makoto, and Theodore is just leaving FemC as part of the Great Seal. But if we just keep going with that, like, first off, that would explain why there is the answer for FemC, unless this gets retconned if they release, like, an Ultimate Edition for 3. But, like, this means that, like, FemC just stays on the door forever. But also, presumably, we know that, like, Elizabeth, like, every year heads to the Collective Unconscious, like, specifically the Sea of Souls, and nukes the living shit out of Erebus. But if Theodore remains in the Velvet Room, we can almost assume that Theodore doesn't nuke the living shit out of Erebus on the yearly, which almost implies that the FemC timeline is fucking doomed. Like, she is going to fall over there. So I guess, fuck you, alternate universe?
Huh. I guess you've changed a little too, Theodore?
Do I seem so? Watching you has broadened my spectrum a bit. No, a great deal.
Yeah. I figured something out during all this fighting, too.
Oh? May I ask what that is?
Oh, sure. It ain't anything mind-blowing, though. I just felt that the bonds you form with people get passed along and only keep spreading.
I see. That is intriguing.
Yukun and the others got hurt trying to save me. I want to save Shokun, even if it hurts me. We all keep butting heads over and over. But the banner of friendship ain't just for show. It's what lets you go against someone while still trusting in them.
My, how surprising. Your expression is completely different from the last time I met you.
You think so? I can't tell for myself.
There's no doubt. You've likely grown during these events. That must be it.
Grown?
I'm a machine. I have a cold metallic body, and it'll be an eternity before that changes. But if Theodore says that I've grown, that must be talking about my heart. The warm memories that everyone has given me. It's not just some data that was inserted into my memory. It's ingrained into me, somewhere much deeper than
While
myself.
I watched you, I was thinking to myself as well. What is the reason you fight? What supports you? And what do you wish to protect through these battles? I have a feeling that I'm coming close to reaching the answer. even if I only have a faint idea for now.
Huh?
Doing something for someone else. All of you gathered here are connected by that common thread of emotion. You call them bonds. And those bonds guide you towards what you wish for.
Our wishes.
And my sister must have left that room with a wish, just like you. That is how I understand it.
He's right. Theodore's words illuminate my own inner feelings. What we yearn for, what we believe in, that's what we wish to show Shokun. They're all our own wishes, how we think about someone and do things for those people. It's because we wish for that person to be better, for the whole world to shine just a bit brighter. This is the before they turned Theodore into a loser. He's got the cutest popcorn outfit in PQ. And now I'm wishing that Shokun can learn how the wonderful this world
Theodore.
truly is.
You're awesome.
Huh? I'm awesome? Is that so?
They all really better hope that
It
if
does
Nyx
have a nice
falls in
ring to
one
it, though.
timeline, she doesn't fall in every timeline.
Oh, I shouldn't be keeping you here. You're going to go fulfill your wish, no? Please, proceed.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Thanks, Theodore.
she's extra spatial, but let's really hope she's not
I
extra
wish you
temporal.
luck.
With these final words, Theodore disappears, melting into the fog. The powerful enemy waiting for me up ahead may swallow me whole, but I won't lose. I have the wishes of everyone supporting me. I'm sure these wishes will reach Shokun's heart as well. I thank Theodore for boosting my spirits as I pick up the pace and climb the stairs with a clearer head. That is definitely a different Nyx.
There it goes again.
Another quake rocks the tower, and I have to crouch down to keep from staggering. It feels like these earthquakes are growing more and more frequent. Even the shaking itself grows stronger. There's no doubt that an inescapably powerful force is getting closer and closer.
Labrys! Can you hear me? Fukusan, these tremors are crazy. Are you all okay? Tons of shadows are pouring out and... Don't worry, I'm with the others.
It seems Fukusan's group has been trying to catch up with us after Yukon and the others recovered enough to move on. While they were about halfway up the tower, a ton of shadows suddenly began to attack. Where? Okay, this is the worst one. Let me explain why this is the worst one. This is the worst one because all of the previous absolutely unnecessary lines of text explained events that happened in the other route. Granted, you need to play the P4 route to do the P3 route, so that's still fucking stupid. But this is an actual line of text that is explaining something that happened in this very same route. This happened an hour ago, in real time. The files on the memory card that Kikuno had given me before I left the helicopter. I forgot all about them during the fierce battles that I had been up until now. Those files might contain clues that lead to bringing the case to an end. After Mitsuru-san and the others rescue the rest of Inaba Persona users at Junes, they strive to make it back to the tower in order to intercept the shadows that are flooding the town and converging on this place. With a sigh of relief over hearing that everyone is safe, I find the protected file and use the password Fukusan gave me. Password accepted. Opening file. Can I just say that having Labrys at the top of the tower to fight Kagetsuchi makes more sense than having you? Because Labrys is the one that Kagetsuchi wronged. And like, even more to the point, that they're both experiments of the Kirijo group that, like, use the Plume of Dusk. Like, it just seems like Labrys is more relevant to show and what would theoretically be his arc than you is. Like, you is just some dude who's only in this game because he was a previous main character. Whereas Labrys feels relevant to the situation. I instantly have access to the full contents of the data. The locked file seems to be details of Shuji Ikutsuki's personal experiments. The dates are marked as taking place in 1999, and the test subject is Sho Minazuki. I continue reviewing the data while Fuku cautions me and I prepare for another fight. The stairs eventually come to an end. A bizarre sight, quite different from anything I'd seen up until now, leaps into view. The strong wind blowing here keeps the fog from becoming too thick. The space is wide, made what appears to be red marble, and vibrant green patterns run through it like blood vessels. Pillars that appear to be stylized flames stand... That looks like a stylized flame to you? That looks like a woman to me. Okay, sure, stylized flame. Pillars that appear to be stylized flames stand around, casting an eerie shadow into the illustrious floor. Floating near the center is a crystalline object that appears to be slightly taller than I am and emits a bluish-green light. On closer inspection, I see gold particles clinging to the rotating object. Are those the persona fragments from our past fights? As I walk step by step toward the hard red floor, I approach the young man standing by the crystal. At his heel is a man in a suit. Who could that be? Beginning a facial scan, searching records. It's Toru Adachi, the man who was arrested last year as the perpetrator of the case that Yukun and his friends solved. What could he possibly be doing here? Think the game is frozen? Oh, okay. Thank you. Don't worry, you've missed nothing. You've missed it repeating itself. I'll probably have to unplug it and plug it back in. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho. I don't know Spanish. Alright, that's probably 20 seconds or something. I don't know. How's that look? Nope, that made it worse. I tried to turn the light on because I noticed my head was fading into the background, but all it did was make my head fade more into the background. There we go. What could he possibly be doing here?
Goddamn robot. Damn you for coming all this way. This son of a bitch betrayed me too. All of you are completely useless.
Betrayed you? Labyrinth didn't betray you. You just failed to mind control her. I don't know what happened before I got here, but Shokun seems furious. He placed a foot on Adachi's body and leans heavily. Wait, is this game gonna end with Labyrinth teaming up with Adachi? Because that would be stupid and makes no sense. Adachi groans faintly. Thank goodness he's still alive. It seems he's just unconscious.
Scrap for brains. What happened to him? Where the hell's Minazuki?
I don't know. He fought us and...
Huh? You guys did something to him? Bullshit, that's impossible! He's strong. As strong as me. And there's no way in hell that he'd lose to some goddamn pest like you!
Sho, he's stronger than you. He has a persona and you don't.
Shokun, there's something I want you to hear. It's...
You're a dude with a
about your
sword.
father.
Sho Minazuki is the lamest villain in the series. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't dispute that. Shokun is currently very unstable, much like when I met him earlier. averting his eyes from the truth and trying to forget everything about himself. How is he right now is how I used to be just a short while ago, before I met Yu-kun and Mitsuru-san. I was able to overcome it thanks to everyone, but Shokun is cowering just like I was. And knowing the truth, Fukusan entrusted me with Fukusan entrusted me with may hurt him more than makes my heart
Shuji
ache.
Akutsuki, your father, embedded a plume of dusk into your body for his own research.
Oh, no.
Because the persona ability didn't awaken in you, you entered a vegetative state. And then Akutsuki threw you away. Is that right?
Just when I was wondering what shit you were gonna spew after coming all this way. Did you come to rub salt in my wounds, you goddamn bastard? Yeah, that's right. That piece of shit tossed me aside. He was the only one. The only one in my world, and he did that to me. I already know that he was a goddamn bastard, so what? It doesn't matter. He was all that I had in the world.
Shokun.
This world's so fun, isn't it? Full of shitty bastards, always pressing in on you. It's so awesome. I'd rather be alone forever than
You know,
spend
all
another
this game is
second
proving to me
having
is that the
deal with
Persona
another
3
big
soundtrack
shit
is way
ever
better than the
again.
Persona 4 soundtrack.
So you can all just disappear.
That ain't true. You don't really want to be alone at all.
No, I mean, like, there's no reason to go crazy with it either. Like, I don't even think the split personality thing is inherently flawed, but, like, I think the idea that, like, Sho is, like, imagine if we rekajiggered Sho, right? And make him, like, make him an intelligent character who's just, like, a really good fighter, and maybe he, like, arranged this entire scenario just because he knew about the world or something. Like, he managed to figure some shit out, and he managed to arrange this entire scenario. Kind of like Shido. But then, like, also make him a really good physical fighter that can, like, throw down with the Persona user without the need of one. Like, you don't need, like, the split personality or special magical powers. I think the idea of just a guy could be quite interesting as a main Persona villain. It's kind of like... I mean, they did that in Strikers with Ichinose, and she's one of my favorite fucking Persona characters ever. Like, she broke the planet, and what's her powers? Didn't have any. She was just smart. If anything, I almost feel like Ichinose was the attempt at just doing Sho, but good. Because they both have the same, like, sense of isolation and loneliness, and they're both, like, don't inherently have powers, but they didn't, like, vastly overcomplicate her in any way, give her multiple personalities and a plume of dust implanted into her head, and she's part of a child experiment, like...
I won't be totally alone. I'll be beside myself, laughing at how stupid you are.
Huh?
Micro stick.
It's a micro memory card. Your father, Shuji Akutsuki, recorded the experiments he did to you on it. Listen to this. From a report on Project Puppet Master.
Oh, dude, if you're in a fucking research facility and you find out that the project you're working on is Project Puppet Master, you gotta fake your own death and leave the project, man. If I was a researcher, I would not want to be a part of anything called Project Puppet Master. That is guaranteed evil.
Subject name, Sho Minazuki.
Didn't they try to then redeem her, man? They didn't necessarily redeem her, per se. Like, she didn't suddenly become a great person. What they did is they kind of put her on the path to redemption. They didn't, like, get her all the way there. They're like, I'm going to try and work on me and fix my shit. It wasn't like a switch where it's like, I'm a good guy now.
Muscle strength, agility. Physically, he surpasses normal specimens. Special mention must be made of his abnormally aggressive nature. For example, in combat training, Sho will attempt to utterly destroy his opponent until we force him to stop. The depth of his fury is unfathomable, but having no
P5 Haru
rational
and Futaba,
or
the people who
mental
have the
breaks
most
based
reason
on
to
his
hate Akechi, or
rationality
come on, Akechi-kun,
makes
come
him
back
an
to us.
ideal weapon.
I will also say that Haru also prefixes that by saying, I don't fucking like you.
Psychological analysis suggests that Sho is attempting to gain a connection
I saw
to
someone
others
ship
by hurting
Haru
them
and Akechi,
as a result
and
of
that
our
is a fucking match made in hell. They would literally murder each other.
If he continues to grow, he'll be extremely valuable to our research. Luckily, the boy seems to adore me as a father figure. That will be useful.
You see? The reason you're hurting everyone is because you want a connection with them. It's because of the experiments he did on you, and because you weren't taught any other way to connect with people. That's incredibly sad.
Is that all you have to say?
Shokun!
Yeah, he's right. So what? What do you want me to do? If I really want a connection with the world, and destroying it is the only way I know how, then what's wrong with me trying to destroy everything? The same goes for you, you piece of trash. You want a connection with me? You want to bond with me? Then I'll shred you to pieces!
Shokun draws his two swords, almost spitting with rage, his eyes clouded with madness and malevolence. His stare itself feels like blades piercing into me. Innocent Sin, final dungeon, find Genji's corpse, and Lisa says, he didn't deserve to die like this, but I haven't forgotten what he did to Shiba and Miho. That asshole gets no sympathy from me. I was like, wow, look, a realistic reaction. Try that, P5. Whenever Shokun got his worked up before, the other person would step in, but it doesn't happen now. As Shokun draws closer to me, the plume of dust within me stirs a little. I whisper back to it, feeling the presence inside.
It's okay. Thanks for leaving this to me. Shokun, if you don't know any other way, then I'll go head-to-head with you your way. And then, I'll make sure you hear me out.
Genji was cooked alive in a room that was an oven. I did not remember that, to be honest, but it sounds like some... Yo, P2 was fucking nuts. See, this is how the game should have ended. I mean, it should have been written better, but Lapras should be the one fighting Sho at the end. It should not have been you.
Final. Fight!
I'm not saying I could have made a better Persona spin-off storyline, but what I am saying is most Persona fanfiction probably could have made a better Persona spin-off. I mean, like, if they had to make an Ultimax, they could have very easily made this the journey of Elizabeth trying to, like, complete her own journey to save the door that they set up in the end of Arena. Like, I don't know what this nonsense is.
It's not over yet. I have nothing. No one at all. If this shitty world won't give me anything, then I'm gonna see it destroyed, no matter what!
Shokun is on his knees and desperately tries to regain his feet by leaning on his swords, his face contorted in pain. The dangerous aura I felt from him before the battle isn't weakening. On the contrary, it's becoming stronger.
Shokun, do you really think you were alone?
I mean... Okay, where are you going with this? Are you gonna say the Plume of Dusk was his friend?
Of course I was! What do you know? I was always...
No, Shokun. You were never alone. There's more in that file. Do you remember why you went into that coma?
How should I know? I took the medicine Ikutsuki gave me, went into a machine, and...
It was an experiment Ikutsuki set up to erase Minazuki-kun.
Dad tried to erase him? Why?
I kind of like that break. That is a nice touch. That Sho, like, the second he hears something unexpected, just like, instead of saying Ikutsuki, he just breaks into Dad. That's a nice touch.
After transplanting the Plume of Dusk, you didn't awaken to a persona. Ikutsuki's plan was already a bust at that point. But after a while, Ikutsuki learned there was another personality in you, inside the plume of dusk. That was the change in you. At first, it seems like Ikutsuki was interested in that other you, too. But the new you was different, and wouldn't listen to what Ikutsuki said at all. That other you awakened to a persona, destroyed the test facility, and then tried to kill Ikutsuki.
Huh? Bullshit! That's not true! Why would he try to kill my dad?
You really can't figure it out? Minazuki was trying to protect you.
Shokun could only find a connection with other people by hurting them. As a result, that distanced him from everyone. Feeling that the world had rejected him, Shokun chose to destroy the world instead. Hey, I'ma just read the files. I love Lapras's accent. Don't hit on Lapras. She's the best fucking character in this game. But Minazuki-kun had supported Shokun through all of this. That other self that he said would fight for that boy. Minazuki-kun feels the same way Shokun does. The only way to do anything is go through hurting others, but he's doing it to protect Shokun.
He was still unstable then and got captured. After that, Ikutsuki tried to erase Minazuki-kun while leaving the persona. Do you get it now, Shokun? It was Minazuki-kun and his...
I mean, it's this or they give her a country accent. Power of a bond that supported you.
Power of a bond that supported you.
What an awkward way to phrase that.
That's bullshit. That's not...
Sho clasps his head and his hands falls to his knees. My heart hurts. This is Shokun's pain. Shokun's world consisted of being denied by everyone and only being accepted by other person within him, Minazuki-kun. I mercilessly shattered that, and I'm trying to draw him into our own world, the real world, the world that nothing is out of place to fear. Yeah, Ryan Persona. Yeah, see? It's just... Like, most translations would have given her a country accent instead of a Brooklyn accent. I'll fucking... If we want to make the Kansai region Brooklyn, I'm down. I mercilessly shattered that. I'm trying to draw him into our own world, the real world, the world that's nothing but a place of fear to him. I know how difficult it is for him to accept it.
Ha! What's this sob story going on over here?
General Teddy suddenly appears behind Sho. Something's not right. I never sensed his presence here at all. General Teddy should be a fake version of Teddy, created from a shadow. I turned my sensors towards him again, but that wrong feeling I sensed when I met him in the classroom had gotten even stronger. I can't put into words, but it's a very ominous presence.
Aha! Has the stupid brat been beaten? You're disqualified from the P1 climax. Now hurry up and get out of here.
You thought the villain was Sho Minazuki, but it was me! Teddy!
Kagutsuchi.
Kagutsuchi? General Teddy, so
I remember in the
really
Persona 4
weren't...
route, I flipped the fuck out, and now I have realized that... as a sequel to a game that introduced one of the most interesting and complex characters in Persona, they were like, how are we going to follow up Persona 4 Arena? I know, let's literally rip off the plot of Nocturne. One weird thing I forgot about Eternal Punishment is some places change the location of what they look like. Like the Kuzunoha Detective Agency was in Hirosaka and Innocent Sin, but it's in Alba and Eternal Punishment.
Oh, poor little shut-in Sho-chan. Was Labby-chan mean to you? Are you gonna have to go back to the hospital again? You don't have to worry. Guess what? I'll set you free.
General Teddy, step away from Shokun.
You're the champion of the
How many other
P1
locations
Climax,
do you think they
Labby-chan. Congratulations!
5.
Your prize is death.
General Teddy viciously grabs Shokun by the head and behind, effortlessly lifting him up with one arm. Suspended in midair, Shokun's face cringes in pain. What an unimaginable strength. You're a robot!
Ah!
Shokun! Who in the world are you? What are you gonna do with Shokun?
In the original timeline, LeBlanc was in an alleyway in Shibuya.
What am I going to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill him. I'll grant this brat what he wants. A world of solitude. But I'll be the only one there. It will be a world all for
I remember
myself,
that like
where only
Atlas
I
Twitter had to
exist.
publish had to tweet. They had to make a whole publishing to tell people to stop bothering people in Tokyo because because Persona 5 uses like real world locations as inspiration, and people would go to the real world locations and fucking bother the people who live there. And so Atlas had to like put out a statement that's like, stop fucking around with people. General Teddy's tone changes and an ominous, hatred-filled voice reaches my ears, echoing as if reaching me from the very depths of hell. So, if anything, that's what I want for Persona 6. I want it to not be based in a real-world location again. I know this voice. When I was forced into sleep in the laboratory in Yakushima, I had a dream, and in that dream, a voice echoed in my head. This voice tempted me to forget everything, to shut myself away in a distorted world that reflected only my desires. It's the same voice.
Tell me, are you...
Tokyo's been in Megaten for years, but it's usually destroyed. Well, yeah, but it's also, like, not real locations in Tokyo, I assume.
That's right. This red fog and the brat's power were on loan from me.
Like, Shujin is a real school.
Wait. So the thing Minazuki-kun was talking about
It's not called
breaking
Shujin,
at
though.
this tower is...
It's called, Aoyamagakuen.
You finally figured it out. Fortunately, the horde of shadows to create a vessel and the persona fragments to control it have been gathered. All that's left is to fuse that brat with the shadows as a base, and then devour the persona fragments to inhabit my new corporeal form. I pay no heed to others. I am the collective will of those who abandon all connections and strive to live only for themselves. I will incinerate everything. I will rob, murder, trample, and cast you humans down into the depths of despair. My name is Hino Kagutsuchi.
There are real locations like Shinjuku, Ueno, etc., but in SMT1 it's normal, like overhead map, and in Nocturne and SMT4 it's all fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, and you do, in Nocturne, in the very beginning of the game, there's also an overhead map for, like, actual Tokyo, but I'm not sure how accurate the map is. The underground shopping district in Shinjuku and Nocturne is a real place. Yeah, it also appears in Persona 5. Red fog gushes like blood from the body of General Teddy. No, Hino Kagutsuchi, as it gets sucked through Shokun's eyes, ears, mouth, and wounds.
Shokun!
It's where An hangs out. As the traitor rushes towards them, the empty husk that General Teddy's body has become crumbles into a black lump of a shadow. At the same time, Shokun, or whatever he is now, turns its evil red gaze towards me. Anyway, just to, like, avoid people, like, tourists fucking around in the area, I think in the future they should make up locations like they used to. This power is immeasurably stronger than Shokun or Minazuki-kun's. My entire metal body shrieks as I'm twisted in directions that I was never meant to go.
Don't worry. I won't let you die so quickly. You will live to witness my advent, and will be the first sacrifice to my power.
I'll never let you do that! Give Shokun back!
Your nerve astounds me, but I wouldn't be so sure. Your allies are about to be overwhelmed by the flood of shadows. You all fought so long within this red fog, just as I planned. You are exhausted to your very souls. You have no hope of defeating me now.
Joke's on you! I have Adhesive Bandage number 3 and Invigorate number 3. So I restore 18 SP per turn. Lunar Veil, Sumuru, Iwatadai, Inaba, I'd like to see P6 be in the middle of fucking nowhere, like some lame-ass small village. Well, Inaba is a lame-ass small village.
You were quite useful, puppet. I had directed you with them with the aim of harvesting their personas at first, though.
The fucking Walmart is the fanciest place in town.
The other tournament, and this one too.
People get excited
So
about
you
going to
were
Walmart.
The real one behind these battles.
Yes, I needed a vessel. Had I taken their shadows for my own, their own wills would have made them less obedient than I required. I learned that in the previous battles. Thus did I prepare this fog and my new scheme to carve a way to your personas. Personas are the suppressed strength of heart. Nothing is better suited to suppress the will of shadows than that.
One school and houses every kid. Is he saying anything important? I actually have not been paying attention. Okay.
So that's why you made us fight.
Oh, that could be kind of interesting. Persona 6. Instead of going older, now you're in elementary school. I glance towards the crystal floating up above. That's the collection of personage fragments that have been carved away from us. And now enough of them have been gathered. The power, what will bring destruction upon the world, is the final piece required to create the vessel for a god. No! Persona 6 is a fantasy game. Finally, Yoko Taro's greatest fear has come forth, and Persona is pushing into his territory. We have to have it. Fantasy game Persona 6, because he said if they ever make that, he has to make High School Drakengard, and I am on board with that. It's surrounded with thick-ass woods. You wouldn't need another world, just hide demons in there. And now enough of them have been gathered. The power will be what brings destruction upon this world, and is the final piece required to create a vassal of God. You actually could do a lot with that. Have, like, a mysterious mansion and shit. I can see that working. Kind of do, like a Kingdom Hearts 2 kind of thing in there. Obviously the opening of Kingdom Hearts 2, not the rest of the Kingdom Hearts 2.
Now is the time for despair. This new form that you have
Despair Boys for life!
Behold it!
Last Bible with personas instead of demons. I guess? I don't know shit about Last Bible. For the record, this is a better design for Kagetsuchi than the disco ball, and makes a lot more sense. A low-pitched laugh echoes across the area as a blast of heat rages from the enormous body that appears, a god that is manifested using shadows as its vessel. Since I created to be an anti-shadow weapon, I look at what could be considered my arch nemesis.
This can't be.
A being that could incinerate the world. Its powers are so tremendous that it could perform such an outrageous deed. Its roar shakes the air. There's a heat like a scorching flame. My sensors show that it's fully manifested. It's Fantasy Megami Tensei on a Game Boy, Game Gear, and SNES. There you go, then. At this rate, I'll be destroyed by it as well. But as I recoil in trepidation, mysterious voices unlike those of normal Persona communications echo through me.
Labrys, don't give up! We're all cheering you on!
Labrys, leave this place to us. Once this is all over, we'll have a party and celebration.
I'm positive you can do this, Labrys. We'll take care of all these shadows.
Don't worry, Labrys. You're not alone.
See, this is such a fucking great end to Labrys' arc, too. Like, a girl that's always alone and had to kill her friends is sitting there facing off against the enemy with her friends supporting her from the side. Like, it makes so much more sense to end this game with Labrys than you. Like, you was like, whatever, it's the main character. Like, he's literally in the game just because he was the main character. It's so much better with Labrys as the protagonist of this game. I close my eyes and imagine the faces of everyone I met since my awakening. Everyone who had accepted me. Everyone who'd given me a place to belong. I mean, the only, like, change where it gets a little dicey is that Kagetsuchi makes more sense as an enemy of you, because Kagetsuchi is the entity that killed Izanami in the first place, so I guess it makes more sense in that regard. But, like, that's such a superficial thing compared to, like, an actual wrap to Labrys' character arc. Like, it makes so much more sense for Labrys. Wow, that is a terrible cover. That is just awful. Like, I like the, like, contrast between, like, the horrible fantasy demon world on the right, and the fucking, like, angelic cityscape on the left, but, like, everything else about that just is terrible. And because everyone is fighting below me right now, I'm able to stand here. That's not the cover.
Labrys.
Okay, I'm just saying that is a terrible piece of
No
artwork.
matter what.
We won't lose! Labrys, please win this for us!
We're counting on you, Labrys-san. Please protect our world.
Yeah, Koromaru, your words are the most encouraging of all. All the friends that I met in Idaba, my companions who trusted me to finish the job before me, their voices give me strength.
We'll make sure to hold them back here. You can win this, Labrys.
This is the cover. Yeah, that also sucks.
Labrys, we're entrusting this to you. Our thoughts are with you.
Let us handle things here. You have your own role to carry out.
Don't you dare tell us that you're giving up on this now. We'll do our best to give you time.
Labby-chan! Your knight is on your side!
Get a grip, Labrys! We're fighting with you too!
Please win this, Labrys! Sister, we're all waiting for your return. Let's fight this together.
Fuck yeah, I guess should be the last one to speak. Yo, honestly, this is just good framing. You won't like our cover better? Yeah, I mean, it is better, but... yeah, that's not the best. It's okay, they might not be right next to me, but I can still Man, my eyes are fucked up. The entire world just moved. I won't lose. Everyone is on my side.
Not alone!
Alright. Well. Oh, God.
Good. Sorry about this. Persona! That's enough of that. Come on out! Seriously? Come on out!
So you mentioned shitty boss fights, right?
Humans have no possibility.
Seriously? 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 I'm going to watch out! Take this! All yours, Ariane!
You're so weak. What a pitiful...
There! Now!
I feel like Labras is doing better than you did.
This is the power that surpasses man.
Yeah, she did way better. Okay, so Labras is able to hurt him better than you. You, I died 3 times. That's also terrible.
A single will was able to surpass mine.
You can't hear the voices of everybody who's supporting me. You'll never win against us, Hino Kagutsuchi!
Silence, pest! I will not lose! I am stronger than anything!
So is Labras just gonna beat him by herself without fusing her persona into someone else's persona to create a dumb sword? Because if so, this is in every way a better ending than the P4 route. The crumbling corpse disintegrates before me. I can't even take another step. All I can do is gaze at Hino Kagutsuchi's body as it falls apart in thin air before me.
That was marvelous indeed. These events were truly
It's
an
me,
ordeal.
Elizabeth! The area had been filled with silence once the battle had ended, but a familiar voice ends it. I turn and see a young woman in a blue dress standing nearby.
Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
Though what you just defeated now was different in form, it appeared to be another embodiment of man's consciousness that wishes for death. And suffice to say, I had my own reason to witness its end.
I thought Demon Slayer, the first last Bible, was okay, but nothing super noteworthy.
To abolish others also means to abolish oneself. That great power was also an embodiment of a distorted will, given birth by dissatisfaction. If left alone, it would eventually have become a great stagnation, leading to the destruction of the world, even the world within people's hearts.
The world within people's hearts? You mean that place I met you the other time?
Indeed, and if that were to happen, it would be a hindrance to my own wish as well.
You have a wish.
Y'all just making me want to play games you don't want to play yourselves. It really does seem like that's what... Like, I thought game requests would be like, oh, it'd be great. We could, like, participate and we could see what games might actually be good. And instead, everyone's like, I want to see what happens, but I don't want to do this myself. And I'm like, this wasn't what this was made for. Elizabeth smiles and quietly closes it. I made the fucking game request with the assumption that it would be a benevolent command. Where people would be like, here's a good recommendation, you should try this, I bet you like it. Instead it's like, here's this dumpster fire. And Elizabeth smiles quietly and closes her eyes. Her expression is gentle, as if thinking of someone precious to her. I was told that Elizabeth had gone on a journey in search of power, and what she tells me is always vague. I don't understand everything, she says, but she harbors a wish for someone else. What kind of person would she think is precious? Is she searching for what she can do to help that person? Seeing her softened expression makes me think back on my own wish. Yes, once all this is over, I should go see that girl.
Maybe I'm out of my league here, but I hope your wish comes true soon.
It honors me to hear those words. I wish to express my gratitude to you as well.
You mean thank me? Why?
In this turbulence, you showed me an unknown, miraculous power that cannot be attained alone. I firmly believe that that power...
If you have to ask, I probably won't.
...journey that I must take. And thus, I thank you from the depths of my heart.
You don't like horror and 2 of them are horror? I don't think I dislike horror. It's just like, I feel like horror doesn't work for me. Like, I feel like it's a bad genre. Like, we don't mesh well with horror because it like... The scaredest I've ever been at a fucking video game on stream is when I played Silent Hill 1, and that monster that's supposed to sneak up and stare at you the whole time was invisible due to an emulation glitch, so I just got the sound of the shuffling and the music playing in the background, and it freaked me the fuck out, and I stayed in a room for like 5 minutes, and every time I moved, I heard the shuffle, and I'm like, what is happening? And then, like, later on, Pache came in and it's like, oh, there's supposed to be a monster in there, but it's fucking invisible. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you. Or maybe it wasn't Pache. Yeah, maybe it was either Pache or I saw it in a video that there's a movie, and like, the fucking emulation glitch making that thing invisible is the scariest thing I have ever seen on stream. Because it's just the sounds that it's like, what is happening? Like, if I legitimately saw a monster walk up to me and then do fuck all to me, I wouldn't have even been a little afraid. But it's just the fact that I walk and I hear it following me, and I'm like, and like the music's super intense, like, "Wah, you're getting eaten," and I'm like, what is happening? Oh god. And it's like this feeling like something is coming, and it's always coming. And like, I found myself avoiding that hallway because the hallway itself was fucking terrifying, because I kept feeling like something would spawn in without knowing that it just had to spawn in. Elizabeth bows deeply to me. No, I don't do anything. I should be the one thanking her.
Oh no, I really didn't. This place will disappear momentarily. Well, until we meet again someday, Labrys. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask you before I go, just in case. Shall I transport your friends to somewhere safe?
That's right, the tower already began to crumble. My friends and I would never get out of this place because it becomes truly dangerous. I hurriedly respond to Elizabeth as politely as possible.
That would be wonderful. Please do. Very well. Then I shall...
Games I'm considering is Devil Summoner, Rise of Kuzunoha, Soulless Army, Deathmark, Yumawari, and I can't remember what the other one is. I don't think Devil Summoner would be that bad.
Elizabeth? Now that I think of it, where would a safe
But we have a
place
lot
be?
of games in the list right now.
This place is gonna crumble soon, so anywhere else is fine. Could
And
you
I'm
help
not
me,
even sure if
please?
I'll ever get to the ones we currently have.
Yes! That reminds me. There is one place where there would be no trouble if I were to send such a bizarre group of people there. I will now transport your companions. Well then.
My vision grows hazy as she speaks. That's when I remember something. What about Shokun and Adachi-san? If they're not transported too, they'll be killed when the tower collapses.
Oh, hold on, Elizabeth!
Whether or not she understood my thoughts, Elizabeth smiles to me before everything is blanketed by a bright light. Deathmark has a lot of text too, but it's super long, like 10 hours or so. See, I would really like to avoid games with a lot of text. Just in general. They cause physical pain. Let's see, 86%. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll finish up the P3 storyline. And I'm feeling okay now, but we'll see once we're actually done with it whether I can go on to finish Episode of Adachi. It says Episode of Adachi is only like 2 hours or so long, but we know that How Long to Beat is a fucking liar. So yeah, bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Deathmark has a Danganronpa investigation, but like a stupid dark place. Deathmark is supposed to be a horror RPG. During the development, they did a visual novel-esque point-and-click horror mystery game. I want to stay as far away from visual novels from now on as I can. Like, if anything has shown that visual novels and streams don't mix, it's this fucking thing. When the light fades, the scenery around me is completely changed. The location is familiar. This is the TV world in an open space where everyone gathered.
Huh?
Granted, I didn't know this was a
TV?
fucking visual novel.
That's right. Where's everyone else? Where's Shokun?
I look over and see Shokun collapse on the ground a little further away, thank goodness. I once saw a guy stream Song of Saya. I actually don't think it's on the banned list. That was quite mean of Elizabeth. She only mentioned my companions. I was worried what would happen to Shokun. I see. Elizabeth-san said she would transport my companions. That means that she considers Shokun to be one of my companions as well. I don't see Adachi anywhere, but this is Elizabeth we're talking about, so I'm sure she transported him somewhere else, too. Anyway, I worry about how Shokun isn't moving on the ground, and I quickly rush to his side. Aw, look at him. He's all pouty. He's like, I'm a sourpuss. And fucking look at cute-ass Lapras in the background. Got her little head tilt to the side like, what's you doing? What's you doing? This is a cute picture. Put a big black box over the screen whenever violence or nudity was shown. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something with that when we do Sunrider. When I call to him, he slowly stands up facing away from me. He looks around himself without a word and then looks down at the ground and quietly mumbles.
Shut up, Scrap. Enough yapping.
I'll make like a censor bar or something, like censored.
I couldn't help it. Not when I knew you were safe.
Hey, did you kill that thing?
Huh?
Did you destroy Hinokagutsuchi? Can't you understand words?
I worry about you throw it during Eternal Punishment. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're strong.
Huh?
God damn it, do I have to say everything to you twice, you piece of junk? Never mind, you stupid toaster.
He's still yelling at me, but Sho does seem a little different than he had been before the fight. His voice and his expression, too. Maybe it's just my imagination, though. He doesn't seem like he's going to get violent either. For now, that is.
Shokun,
it has voice acting at the beginning and sometimes in the boss fighting. I actually am surprised that there's any voice acting at all.
It's none of your business. If you don't shut the hell up, I'm gonna cut you.
But everyone's waiting for you. I'm sure Mitsuda-san and her people are too.
Shut the hell up. I'm not gonna start listening to what anyone wants now. Go back to where you belong.
I actually kind of like that Sho softened up in this route. He was still kind of like the same Sho in the U route.
Shokun!
Hey, Scrap.
Shokun makes as if he were to leave the place and stops to talk to me. Seems he's remembered something. I'm actually a little surprised he's talking to me.
Yes?
Yes. Seriously? Now you can't even speak properly. Oh, man. It's too much.
You don't have to laugh that much.
Oh, damn it. You really are broken, aren't you? Hey, do you think even now he might be...
Huh?
Never mind. See you later, robot. You'd better have your damn oil changed or something.
Huh? Oh!
Yeah, we really don't know how their bodies work, do we? Before I can think of something else to say, Shokun's already getting far away. What should I do? This is inside the TV world, after all. And as we've already established, conventional weaponry doesn't work on shadows, and without a persona, Sho is doomed for shoresies. He'll never survive fighting all of these shadows because conventional weapons can't hurt shadows. We established that in this game. Beep boop bop bop. Also, the TV world causes massive headaches, and it's nearly impossible to see without Teddy's glasses. But yeah, we're just going to keep ignoring that. His posture is much more confident than when I first saw him. He has his own future waiting for him now. I'm sure there will be mountains of painful difficulties waiting for him. There's even possibility that we might end up facing him again as an enemy. But even then, that's okay. Even though it was only for a short time, I sense a bond between myself and him. If I don't give up and I keep wishing for success, a day may come when we reach an understanding. But I don't get an oil change during maintenance routine, though. Do you not? I don't know how you fucking work. Suddenly, several shining figures appear from within the room here in the TV world. When the light around them dims, I recognize familiar faces. My companions who finished fighting their own fierce battles gather one after another.
Huh? What's going on? I thought the fog suddenly lifted, but where am I?
If I don't get a fucking conclusion to the Akechi arc, I'm gonna be pissed off.
Labrys, you're okay! Oh, I'm so relieved that I can't stand up.
Labrys-san, thank you. I believed in you. I knew that you could do it.
I wish you could have seen us, Labby-chan. Shadow Operative Junpei Iori totally nailed it.
Whoa! What a soft yet stinky landing spot. Oh my, this is inside the TV! Wowee! Yuka-chan, Ken-Ken, Koromaru's here too! Is everyone okay?
Are we? This is the normal TV entrance. Oh, it would seem everything has been settled.
Sister, I'm so glad you're okay. Still, I knew you would be able to overcome this. I'm going to have to try harder to keep up with you.
You definitely showed us your resolve back there, Labrys.
You did splendidly. We would have been in danger had you not been with us. You haven't been with the Shadow Operatives for very long, but you've already become our ace in the hole. I'll continue counting on you, Labrys.
Labrys, I sensed everything! It was really amazing!
Labrys! I was so impressed that you beat such an immense enemy all by yourself.
It's so much more impressive than teaming up with Adachi to form a weird persona sword.
No, it was thanks to all of you. I only beat him down because you were with me. Thanks, guys.
Another group of shining figures appears. This time it's Yukun's group, appearing along with Fuka-san. It seems they were fighting the shadows that were closing in on the tower when they too were suddenly enveloped by the light and were taken to this place.
Now that was suspenseful. You did an amazing job. We're definitely throwing a celebration party.
That sounds wonderful. We have quite the group here
Voice
together
acting's
after
a bit of
all.
mixed bag in EP. Ulala and Balfa are great. Katsuya fits him. There's some line reads are awkward. Joko's growing. But despite that, it fits really well. Mai and Tatsuya's voice aren't great.
Labrys, thank you for all your hard work. Are you okay, Labrys? Are you hurt anywhere? I mean, you were really amazing!
Thanks, Labrys. The town should return to normal now.
Ugh.
It's all thanks to you.
Yukun.
Had I not come here, everyone in Inaba would have continued leading peaceful lives. Internally, I was afraid to learn what he truly thought of me. That was when Ken-kun told me I should go to him myself and find out how he feels. He was right. Just seeing the kindness in Yu's eyes right now makes me feel like there's no need to hear what he thinks about me in words. The relief of this painful battle coming to an end mixes with joy of discovering new and true friends. My happiness proves to be contagious, and before long, we're all talking animatedly with one another. After some time, Mitsuru approaches me. Her expression seems rather meek, and when she speaks to me, she seems apologetic.
Labrys, I'm sorry, but I need to hear your report. Where is Minazuki? Were you able to speak with him?
Oh, yes, but only for a little while. But before you all came here, Oh!
When I begin my report, Akiko nudges me in the shoulder with his elbow. Huh? As I stand in bewilderment, Mitsuru clears her
Well,
throat.
you know, Labrys, the Shadow Operatives are a formal organization. I am obligated to report about this case to the higher-ups.
Right. That's why I was saying, before you all came here, Shokun,
Agiko nudges me in the shoulder even harder this time. She doesn't get it! What's going on? Did I say something weird?
You're even more naive than I am. You really are like a child when it comes to these things.
There are just some things you don't want to be honest about at times like this. That's why you just gotta dodge the question and... Ow!
Junpei, don't start teaching Labrys stuff like that. We don't want her becoming more like you.
Ow! What was that for? You're scarier than the shadows.
I didn't ask properly. Shadow Operative Labrys, do you know where Minazuki went?
I'm sorry, I don't know where he went.
Oh.
Phew.
The moment I answer them, they all sound relieved. For some reason, even Hakiko-san and Mitsuru are smiling in a satisfied manner. Could it be they actually want me to say that I didn't know where he went?
I see. Normally we'd have to send someone to track him down, but if you don't know, then there's nothing to be done about it. I will report this case to our authorities, and the Shadow Operatives will take responsibility for it. All of us.
Mitsuru-san!
I get it now. If Shukun was the one behind the serious case such as this were captured, he'd be dealt with severely. And even if Shokun were to meet with Mitsuru and the others right now, he'd get angry like he was a moment ago, and it wouldn't be much of a conversation. But if Shadow Operatives pursue him ourselves, we'll have tons of opportunities to get Sho to open up to us. Mitsuru-san, everyone, thank you.
Hey, what are you guys doing? We're gonna leave you behind if you don't hurry up.
The others who are a bit further away call to us. It seems time for us to part is drawing close once again. But since we're connected by bonds, we'll be able to see each other anytime we want. We'll just be physically distant for a while.
Are we really getting out from here? I'm feeling really anxious about this.
Oh? Are you scared, Junpei? That's pretty lame for a big boy like you.
Don't mind me for going on ahead. Please excuse us.
That's a good warp sound! Everyone from Inaba jumps through the exit TV one after another as if they are completely used to it. Mitsuru, Aiga, Sakihiko, Fuka also have experienced this
All
once
right,
ago as
Koromaru.
well.
We should go too.
Well, I guess I better go for it. Here goes.
Come on, Jun. Hurry up. Come on, get going.
Hey, all right already. This is my first time. Put me down. No!
Next are hard. Teddy grabs Junpei, manhandles and barehandles him through the TV. Junpei's shout quickly grows distant. Teddy beckons to me before passing to the TV as well. I place my hand over the TV screen in the now empty plaza. Below this place is the school that I built. Now that I have a place to belong, I doubt I'll ever come here again. Goodbye. It's time I went back with the others. Feet are hard. That's actually a really cool image. I like how Lapras is kind of like next to, but also slightly behind Aigis to show her like less certain, more demure attitude, whereas Aigis is just like straight up just standing there, just I am Aigis. Beep boop bop beep. May 6th, early morning. After leaving Junes, we heard that Kikuno landed the helicopter in the schoolyard at Yasugame High, so we headed back to the school. I know someone who couldn't draw feet, and I picked at him. He said, "Fuck you, she's wearing pantyhose." Any excuse to not draw feet. It seems that after Kikuno risked her life to drop us off at Junes, she was forced to land near the outskirts of town. There, she studied the data from Shuji Ukutsuki's files and repaired the damage to the helicopter, then took off again and was able to help the others. Talk about a tough person. This means that we Persona users weren't the only ones who were fighting. The other reason why we returned to Yasugami High was because we need to check the crime scene as members of the Shadow Operatives. We got up to the rooftop of the school, looked down at the school, now that it regained its original form.
Ah, school. The memories places like this bring back. It's already been 3 years.
I know, right? Time goes by fast when you're living a fulfilling life.
So you have a fulfilling life too, Junpei-san? Can you teach me how to play baseball?
Then we say, do I can't draw hair? I don't know why the hair looks fine to me. It's because Flint's, I think.
Oh, now you're talking. Our team trains really damn hard. I won't go easy on you. Got it?
Wait, what?
That's what I was hoping for. I like sports after all.
By the way, Yukari, are you planning on going back looking like that?
Would everyone please stop talking about my clothes? I mean, you of all people shouldn't be talking, Akihiko-senpai.
That costume's really cool, though. Wow, feather pink. I'm standing next to a real hero.
There we go. Just be true to yourself, kid. Looking up to superheroes is what's truly childlike.
Fuck you, Junpei. Everyone looks up to superheroes. That's the point of them. They're supposed to be like moral paragons that you can see yourself in. Junpei, you teach 8-year-olds how to play baseball? They have to be like 10 or 12 or something.
Still, you're amazing, Yukari-san. You're actually wearing the costume and acting at the same time. Normally, even female ranger characters get played by male actors during the scenes while they're in their costumes.
Huh? Is that for real? No, all those times
Which isn't better.
Did you hear that?
Ken-kun's a big fan of those kinds of shows. But I guess he isn't all that childish anymore. I suppose it's because it's been 3 years. It might be in poor taste to say this right after what happened here, but I'm still glad we were able to get together again like this.
Yeah, like we were guided here by fate or something. The great hero Junpei and his pals saved the world again.
Right. You probably wouldn't have even made it here if fate hadn't guided you.
Seriously, the way he ended up here is just ridiculous. Maybe we were guided here by fate. We made some new friends too, after all.
Fuck, I jerked off to those tight uniforms. Fuck. Is that actually a real quote? Oh, okay. Alright, I gotcha. Everyone looks to me. I've seen so many people willing to call me a friend, it's a little embarrassing, but I can't help but smile.
Most of all, I'm happy that I met my sister. I was able to
I
meet
got the
you,
joke.
son,
I was
and
a
the
bit
others
slow.
as well. Thank you, sister.
Nah, I'm thankful for everybody else. Without you, I'd have never woken up and stayed in that box forever. I'd just be a machine that hurts people. But you all accepted me for who I am and gave me a place to belong.
That's right. I have to repay everyone for all they've done for me. To Mitsuru-san and her companions for giving me this place. To everyone who made me realize I'm never alone.
It's me.
Milady, the preparations have been made. But are you sure about this?
Yes, I'll be right there.
Huh? Where you going, Mitsuru-san?
Hey! Mitsuru-senpai, don't tell me you're going back before us.
Just give him a ride, Mitsuru. You own a fucking helicopter.
No, I'm sorry. There are many things that need to be taken care of.
I knew it. I'll have you know that we all put aside our jobs and other affairs to come here. You're gonna spend some
It's a
time
real
with
Persona
us,
quote.
like it or not.
You, that bitch, and my fucking dad. You're supposed to correct mistakes.
I do feel bad about causing you all trouble, but I guess can't you persuade Yukari?
No, I refuse that order. This is a situation with consequences that affect our team's morale.
Give it up, Mitsuru. Don't worry about figuring everything out right now. I'll make sure things with those public safety jerks get settled.
I'm gonna punch Pubsec.
What? There's some guys hassling you. Let me come with you. I'll tell him everything about how Mitsuru-san did her best to help.
Please, don't. Things will only get more complicated if you two get involved. Very well. I suppose I can forget about my duties for one day and enjoy some time off.
Wear normal clothing.
That's what I'm talking about.
You look so happy, Yukari-chan. It's been a while since I've seen you smile so much.
Huh? You think so? Do I really not smile normally?
To express characters who speak in Chinese, they wrote that they were saying in Chinese. I mean, that works.
Well, you always seem so angry, Yucatan.
That's because you're always making me angry!
Hey, time out, Yucatan! You could really hurt me with that thing!
Our laughter echoes from the rooftops where the bright morning sunrise shines upon us. As lively conversation continues, I quietly place my hand on my chest. Pardon. What's here right now connects me to that place. It connects me to everyone. May the warmth? Pardon, I feel spread. I have hiccups now. Feel spread to everyone else and to him as well. Show? You theoretically shouldn't have a special relationship with you. Epilogue! Could you imagine if we finish the P3 epilogue and then, like, a fucking thing comes out and it's like, you've unlocked the P2 storyline? I will fucking piss myself in rage. And my bladder's not even full. A few days after the case ends, I was feeling kind of like an empty husk. I mean, it'd been a while since I'd been through anything like that, after all. It wasn't just because it felt nostalgic, but, well, I remembered a lot of different things, like how I didn't understand a lot of stuff
Your
back then.
pitching sucks. Stop.
Hey, Akechi!
My pitching doesn't suck. Your catching sucks. Don't think you're all cool just because you got a good hit the other day.
What did you say?
As I'm watching the kids practice, I'm not particularly paying attention. Just when I think things are getting peaceful, a squabble starts up. Well, it's a coach's job to settle things like this.
Hey, break it up! What's going on here?
Stay out of this, Junpei!
Coach Junpei, right? So, what's up?
He blames me because he can't catch.
How do the P4 cast hide their weapons? Like the game says, you hide them in your uniforms. I had a massive claymore. You can't hide that, UJ. Tell that to the movie Highlander.
It's because you got no control. Everybody knows it.
The other kids all stop practicing and gathering around the argument. These kids have gotten way too much energy to get into fights frequently, so I need to mediate this conflict in a mature, dignified way in order to be a good example. Children pick up that kind of stuff, you know?
Hey, listen up. The most important thing in baseball is teamwork. No matter how good you might be alone, you'll never win a game by yourself. You can't play baseball if you're the only one on the field, right?
Of course not.
Right, well, that's just common sense. But if you keep putting the blame on other people, you're gonna end up all alone eventually. If you think the pitcher has no control, then you gotta try to work hard to catch anything, no matter what he throws your way. And if you think the catcher blows meaty chunks, try throwing balls that even the worst catcher can grab. If you both practice together like that, then everyone gets better and the entire team gets stronger. Isn't that right?
Tell that to someone with Shadow Clone Jutsu Junpei. Yeah, that was awesome. Go me. I wonder if these guys will ever look back at these days and think that they never understood what was going on. I bet they will, just like me. I give that. Well, fucking Akechi won't. He won't look back at anything in 4 years. I give them a good talking to, and this was a great place to end for today, so I call today's practice over. As everyone says goodbye and goes their separate ways, one of the kids doesn't leave. Is that Goro? He looks a lot more humble than usual. It's not overlooking slight changes in your players like this that makes you a great coach.
Hey! Aren't you going home?
Junpei, do you have a girlfriend?
Oh, shit! What's he asking me for that all of a sudden? Sheesh, kids these days.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Hey, what's with the attitude? That's really rude, you know.
There's a girl I like, but she's gonna move away. I didn't know and we got in a fight.
Fight?
I thought we'd make up like we always do. Even when we get in fights, things always go back to normal in a few days.
Also, yes, I do remember the baseball episode.
But when I heard she was transferring to another school, I got worried about what would happen if I couldn't make up with her.
Well, the answer here is obvious. You have to nut up and apologize to her. It doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. That'll fix everything.
That's so lame. I can't do that.
Lame, not lame. Is that your problem here?
I'll just jump into her brain and fuck around.
Cool. Not when it involves something you care about. If you and her end up going separate ways without telling her how you really feel, you're gonna regret it for a long, long time.
I played baseball when I lived in New York City. I don't remember that at all. I remember his murder.
But what if we get in another fight?
Goro drops his eyes again. Well, that's this kid's bad habit. He acts all tough, but when things matter the most, his timid side comes out. Aren't you the team's cleanup hitter? You gotta strengthen your resolve. I guess I better do the coach thing and encourage him. But the way Goro's hanging his head makes me a little uncomfortable deep down. Why? Because my own words are coming back to haunt me. Regretting not telling someone your feelings before you have to part, huh? Yeah. That grand slam I whacked in my dream, I can still feel it in my hands. And I got up on the platform to the MVP interview, but that time it ended before I could say it. But this time, when I haven't answered his question, Goro peers into my face. Oh well, guess I need to strengthen my resolve. I look at the empty outfield and picture myself in that dream.
If you get a hit, you'll be a hero. Are you gonna try for a grand slam?
Goro seems dazed for a second at my sudden enthusiasm, but his face, clouded quick, breaks into a bright smile, and he's his tough old self again.
Grand slam. All right, I'll go do it.
Detective Prince made up all the cases. It's a perfect crime. He causes the crime so he can solve the crimes. Guru's going for a grand slam with his girlfriend, huh? I don't know if I could call him an optimist or if he doesn't really know what he's talking about, but at least it looks like he got through to him. In which case, I guess it's time the ace slugger swings for the fences too.
All right!
Little did Junpei know, he would later inspire a dangerous serial killer. Girl, I'll introduce you to my girlfriend. Takes him to the graveyard. What I will say is that Persona is very dicey about whether Chidori actually died. After high-fiving Goro, I grab my stuff and run for the station. This time, I won't oversleep. All they mention is that she's gone. The view from the pier matches an old memory of mine. The color of the sky, the ocean, the sound of the waves. This is the first time in years I've come back to this place.
Whoa, this brings back memories.
Oh, that's a cute outfit. I'd have liked that outfit for the fighting instead of the fucking Featherman outfit.
It would be 3 years ago. It was the summer of 2009.
Considering she was dying like the rest of Trig, I think she's dead regardless. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. I forgot about that.
Only 3 years, huh? It feels more like 10.
A lot has happened since then.
I see. Now that I think about it, you haven't returned to Yakushima since then
It feels
either.
like 10 years to me, too. We leave the beach and follow a woodland path. The virgin forest is filled with lush greenery, and the air is cool and clean. We're headed to the remains of the Ergonomics Research Lab.
You want to go to Yakushima?
Yes, if possible, that is.
I don't believe there's anything left there aside from warehouses, though.
Yes, I understand that.
I guess I have no intention of preventing you from going there. But may I ask why?
I have wanted to go back for a while now. That was when my sister's case began, so I thought that now would be a good opportunity. I wanted to see for myself what led to my birth.
I think it's a good idea.
Yukari-san.
Isn't it normal to want to know about things like that?
I love how sepia
We're
is the
talking about your
universal
roots here.
code for flashback. I thought Yakushima was a vacation spot. There were other people there. There are other people there, but it is right next to the Ergonomics Research Lab.
I see.
Actually, I was just thinking about taking a vacation too. That battle from the other day was a lot more grueling than I imagined it would be.
And the pier has a lot of significance because that's the location where Lapras almost escaped from. As Yukari says, it was truly a fierce battle. Because I was severely damaged, my maintenance had to go on for a good deal longer than usual, and I spent a long time in my repair bay. That's why we'd been longing to feel the light of the sun. I'm unsure if Yukari knows what I feel this way, but she smiles.
Hey, Igus, why don't we go together?
Fuck yeah,
And
let's
it'd be
build our
nice if
hotel
we could
next to
stay at your
Umbrella.
summer house, like we went to before.
They're such a
Mitsubi-senpai.
comfortable, totally nice, and not at all shady pharmaceutical company. I hear they've almost solved cancer. No, Mitsuru-san smiles knowingly. She readily agreed to our
The
request.
last time we lived together was back when we were roommates during our 3rd year of high school.
You're right.
That brings back memories. I told you to stop being so overly polite because it made you stick out in class. And yet, you never did.
After passing through the forest, we reach a desolate area with debris scattered about. Could this have been the outer wall that surrounded the research site? The entire thing collapsed, but it was overtaken by wild plant growth.
So this is the place.
I correlate what I see with the data about the site, and I confirm that this place where the combat testing ground had been. We pass through the gates that we've been, as we proceed further inside. We walk through the facility for a while, and a white old dog runs up to us and barks. I feel as if the dog isn't barking at us to warn us or frighten us away, but it's more milking us, breeding us.
A dog?
I try to match the dog. I try to match the dog to the data I have regarding Yukishima. Cross-referencing appearance, attempting to match vocal recording.
Snowy?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Huh? Do you know this dog?
No, not as such.
I quickly find a record of this dog. There's no doubt that this dog is Snowy, the same animal that my sister made friends with. He's still okay after all these years.
He appears to be the dog my sister became attached to in the past. It seems he can tell that I'm like her.
I didn't know I needed the reunion with Snowy.
Huh?
If only they brought Labris. Damn it, why didn't we bring Labris? Why didn't we get... We should have brought in Labris, gotten the Snowy reunion, and then we should see a fucking CG of Labris, like, hugging Snowy. I'd have started fucking crying. I swear to God. Also, it's probably not great that the greatest positive emotion that all of Ultimax managed to drum up was just reference a better scene in Arena. The guy who was hired to build the owner of Umbrella Mansion is missing along with his wife and daughter. What a strange coincidence. Snowy wags his tail and comes over happily, nuzzles me. It appears to be welcoming me, though we'd never actually met before. I can't communicate clearly with him, the way I can with Kuromaru. His actions are easy to understand, though. That requires intern Jim to be a good... Touché! I crouch down and gently pet him.
It would appear that this place, and what happened here, are part of my own roots after all.
What do you mean?
In the past, I thought that my ability to communicate with animals was just something that I could do. It didn't seem like the people at the lab had deciphered dog language, and even then, I doubted that such an ability was necessary for a weapon. I had thought it mysterious that I was capable of doing so, but it seems that my sister can do the same thing.
Huh. So are you saying that you inherited that function from Labris?
No, we inherited it from 23.
It's not really a function, per se.
I stop petting Snowy and stand up before taking a sweeping look around the area. Piles of debris, both large and small, are scattered about. The early summer sun shines down upon us.
It's probably something that was slowly nurtured among the 5th-generation units that were housed here. Behavioral traits, like having interest in things besides missions, get passed on. And then, interest in animals, and then the ability to communicate.
I see.
After a long line of inherited system feedback, my sister gained that ability, and I, in turn, gained it from her. The reason I have a special rapport with dogs out of all animals is most likely because of that process.
This dog gotta be old as shit now. Yeah. Yeah, when was that? 10 years ago? Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty deep. If it goes that far, then you're right. It's not just some function that you were intended to have. It's more like a wish.
Yes.
It would have been 2002. Because Labris was sealed for 10 years. I crouched... That was almost bad. I crouched down once more and pet Snowy again for a while. After that, I began clearing away the mossy rubble that's been left unattended for so long. You better adopt that fucking dog. I'm glad we finished the Akechi plotline. If this entire fucking game does not end with Labris and Snowy, I will... if this doesn't end with Labris and Snowy. Snowy happily runs around the area that's been cleared of the rubble.
Still, for the ones before Labris who had hearts or wishes, it might be a bit sad that this place is left like this.
Just as Yukari says, the carelessly scattered rubble under this clear, beautiful sky only emphasizes the loneliness of this place. Snowy barks once again and runs through a small hole in the passage blocked by debris, then barks again as if motioning us for him to follow. We see a shimmering yellow light shining through the hole he passed through.
What's that?
I move with more debris to make it large enough for a person to pass through. What we find on the other side is...
Oh. Wow, it's super pretty here. What is this place?
There's a tall cylindrical structure that looks like a greenhouse that reaches up high above us. It seems the area was once indoors, but the ceilings have long since collapsed and this structure stands directly under the blue sky. The clear cylinder has literally acted as a greenhouse, allowing the area inside to grow lush green trees and vibrant flowers. Even the birds and butterflies flit and spout inside. This place is something like a paradise out of a children's book. Think about it, Snowy lived a full life after his gun, probably even added new songs to his repertoire. But these are remains of an anti-shock chamber, where Labris and the other units in her model had undergone battle tests.
There are many plants here that only grow far to the south of this latitude. This building's windows seem to have coincidentally formed a greenhouse.
I take a closer look around and notice a large sword stuck into the ground in the center of the room. The unit that used this weapon is thought to have been destroyed, but the sword remains here, unchanged.
The number 024 is stamped into this. It may have belonged to a unit that fought here.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I see. It's kind of hard to believe that this place was once such a nightmare.
Once such a nightmare. As far back as memories go, it's not wrong to say this place was just as Yukari describes it. And the way this room is now, it may be fitting tribute to my sisters who fell here within this very chamber. The large blade here is more than half covered with soft green moss, and the small birds are using it as a perch.
I guess. Let's ask Mitsuru-senpai to keep this place like it is.
Yukari-san.
And why don't we bring everyone else here from time to time? Let's bring Labris next time, too.
Labris must meet the dog! I want you to imagine some guy vacationing, sitting on the beach, and then you all hear an explosion. I nod. My power is your power. That's why I'll never forget you all. As the last anti-shadow suppression weapon, I fulfill my duty to protect my companions and my sisters, protect humanity, and create a future with your memories within me.
I'm glad I came here.
Yeah, even with the shorts, that's still a cute outfit. I feel happiness in the depths of my heart and take a step forward. I raise my voice as loud as I can so it echoes through the entire chamber.
Everyone, thank you.
The chirping of the birds and the sound of the waves echo on forever. I think it says a lot that the best part of Ultimax is just a reference to Arena. A few days after the case was resolved, I stand before a gravesite. The marker is still new and
finally
clean.
met. I'm sorry it took me so long to come.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is a fair ending, too. Yeah, I forgot about this plot thread. Some of my memories are those from another machine like me, Unit 2024. She and I were the same production generation. Some of these memories are of a girl. Mitsuru-san and her people aided me in finding the girl and finding out who she is. If you had to pick a mascot character, what would it be? Because, oh boy, does this series not have a good track record. I mean, if I get to choose between the 3 mascots, I would choose Igus. But if I had to choose an mascot character, I would not choose a mascot character, I think. Is none an option? I don't understand Persona's obsession with mascots. Mitsuru-san and her people aided me in finding that girl and finding out who she is. The first word in her records after her name, deceased. Mitsuru-san was apologetic when she told me about this, but I wasn't surprised. The girl in my memory had been in the hospital room. That's why, in my heart, I was kind of expecting things to turn out this way. The only way I think you could make a mascot character actually work outside of Aigis is sort of have like a Nanako-esque character be the mascot. Like, don't make them a central focus in the party. That's why, in my heart, I was expecting things to turn out this way.
You know, there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to say, and I don't know where to start now. But thanks so much
if I was forced to say a fairy, because that's the least annoying thing I could think of. Yeah, I don't think Pixie would be too bad. Counterpoint, big titty MILF. No words come back from the gravestone, and I didn't make it in time.
I have a younger sister, and I've got companions and friends too. Because you wished for it. I have a happy life now. But there's nothing I can do to repay you.
The minimum you can do for me, is give me a name for this girl instead of girl. Like, please just humanize her a little bit. Just put in the effort. Even if it's just the most repetitive shit ever. Even if it's just like, goodbye, Maya Yuki, I'll be like, fine, whatever, I don't care. At least this is a person's name.
Mommy, there's someone here.
As I was standing still, a boy approaches me and looks up to me with curiosity. A woman, apparently his mother, follows him and bows to me. She's holding a bouquet of flowers. It seems this family has come to visit this girl's grave.
I'm sorry. Are you, this girl's family?
Oh no, it's just my boy has the same illness as the girl who's here.
I look at the boy. He does seem thin, but he otherwise doesn't appear to be in poor health.
The girl here agreed to submit to a great many examinations when she was young. Because of that, the doctors learned a great deal about her disease. And it's thanks to her sacrifice that my little boy is still alive today. He can even go to school.
She tells me more about her son, and then explains that they come to visit the girl's grave to thank her. After they lay the bouquet on the grave, the boy and his mother stand silently for a moment. When they leave, I'm alone in front of the grave once more. She dreamed of being useful to the world, and that wish has come true. I know she would have wanted to see the results of how she helped people. But in the end, she never could. Then I've
found something I can do.
That's probably the strongest image in the game. Holy shit. They use the fucking sky motif that they've been using throughout both of these fucking games, but they, like, frame it with Lapras looking up to it for once. Like, this is a really strong image and really helps tie the game together. I dare say that this image is better than all of Ultimax. Just this one image is better than the entire plot of Ultimax. Like, she's also kind of, like, looking up to the sun, even. You know? Kind of seeing, like, the light of the future. Like, this is such a strong image. Alright.
Hey, can I call you Mom?
I will carry on your dream, my mother, and protect the world where all lives you saved reside. Just as you wished for my happiness, I will wish for the happiness of all humans, and I will do what I can to protect them. I'll do it the best way I can, as a shadow operative. Look, I know we still have Akihiko and Yukari and fucking Mitsuru. There is no reason to not end the game there.
Miss Yamagishi, this is a spectacular feat. We've never had a second-year student receive the award for best paper at this school.
It's like the game is fucking tone deaf and didn't realize that Lapras is the main character.
Thank you.
I'd received an urgent summons from my lab at college. You can't top this! You just concluded the best character's arc! Why are you still going? If you had to keep doing the epilogues, put them before Labrys! You even ended on your own motif of the blue sky! What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How did you fuck that up so bad? Why would you think you should continue from that? If you had to give the other characters epilogues, put it earlier! Kinda reminds me of the shot in the P3 movie when the protagonist decides not to kill himself, then the color scheme stops being gray and gets all bright and the sun comes out. I'd received an urgent summons from my lab at college and found my professor there openly praising
You're already
me.
getting recruitment calls from labs and corporations, but I'd recommend that you devote yourself to studying abroad.
Abroad, you say?
I just happen to be friends with a
Man,
professor
I love
who's searching
abroad.
for an assistant. If you wish, I can write you a letter of recommendation at once.
Zack Narukami is the hero, don't you see? Fuck everyone else. He didn't even beat the final boss in this route! I hesitate a bit on how to respond to my professor's cheerful words. Ever since I entered the engineering department, things have become awkward with my parents. Though they still look pained when the subject of my not entering medical school comes up, perhaps they'll be impressed with me if I tell them I'm going to study at a famous college overseas. But even if I were to leave Japan, if something were to happen to Mitsuru-san and the others, I'd show no hesitation in coming back. Do you even need to? At this point, if you told me that fucking Fuka can sense someone from across the planet, I'd just be like, why not? It's Fuka. Like, any other character in Persona, I'd be like, oh, that's bullshit. But if you tell me that fucking Fuka's persona works on a planetary level, I'd be like, sure, why not? Even if it wasn't the case involving Shadows, for example, if I was told that they didn't have anyone they trusted to perform Aigis and Labrys' maintenance, I'd still feel the same. I have no intention of actually joining the Shadow Operatives, but I want to help out as much as I can until the organization's foundation becomes more secure. I'm not afraid of moving away from them, but considering what Zuru-san is trying to accomplish, there are a lot of things I can help with if I'm too far.
How about it, Miss Yamagishi?
I'm sorry, but I'll have to decline for now. If the time comes when I feel a need to study abroad, I'd like to ask for your assistance then.
I'd like to study abroad.
Yes, that's what I thought. Then I'll contact them at once and... wait, you decline?
Oh no! Classes are about to start. Please excuse me. Thank you for telling me about this.
Miss Yamagishi, wait! Hey!
Oh yeah, that's a good shot. I'm sure, since it's from a movie, I'm sure it works better in motion. I'm not staying here because I'm not needed. I'm staying because I choose to do so. That's more important than taking a course that someone else has prepared for me.
I can study wherever I want, after all.
I join the flow of students moving from class to class and hurry to my next class. Oh, this is Ken. The early summer weather in Gikoken schoolyard is refreshing after school. We're absorbed in chasing the ball like always.
Not gonna happen.
Whoa! One of the players I'm guarding against goes flying, and the game stops. Crap. Did I get a little too rough? I rush over and see how he's doing.
Sorry, are you okay?
I'm fine. It wasn't a foul. That was a great tackle, Ken. You've been on fire lately.
You're allowed to tackle in soccer? Luckily, he doesn't seem hurt. I relax, then grab his hand and pull him up
Well,
with
we
a
do
smile.
have a match coming up soon. Isn't our opponent supposed to be a strong team?
Yeah, you're right. All right, let's all put some more effort into this. Once more! Keep our spirits up! Yeah!
The sun is almost set, and it's almost time to end our club activities. I look around the school ground at the students leaving their own clubs, and I can tell they're looking at someone standing in the corner of the schoolyard. She's still wearing the fur coat in the bodysuit? Whose persona is going to detect you in the middle of Gakoken? You owned the building! I didn't think she'd come here wearing the battle outfit of hers. I guess I should have given more thought about where I suggested we meet up. I regret choosing this place a little, but she'd stand out anywhere, I guess. It can't be helped. I'm the one who called Mitsuru-san here. This is the first time I've seen her in person since the case ended. I'm well aware how busy Mitsuru-san is, but I implored her to come here today. I'm starting to feel a little uneasily nervous, but I make my mind and take a few deep breaths before approaching her. Well,
Hey,
on the plus side, Ken, you are about to become the most popular kid in school.
Girlfriend?
What? No way. I'm so shocked. Doesn't she seem a
In
little
motion, he looks
serious,
back at
though?
Elizabeth and looks towards the sunlight.
Mitsuru-san, thank you for coming all this way when you're so busy.
Don't worry about it. I am currently on a mission, though, so I don't have a lot of time. I would like to speak with you for longer someday.
Oh, it's all right. This won't take long. I called you here so I could give you this today.
This?
I hand her a small silver badge. It's the official identification given to members of Shadow Operatives. When she sees it, Mitsuru briefly looks surprised. She looks from the badge to my face and swallows whatever she was about to say.
I'd like you to take it back for now. I don't need it. I promise I'll come get it again one day.
Very well. I will keep this for you.
That's right. I don't need it right now. Mitsuru-san accepts it without another word, but I bet she respects my decision. Mitsuru-san's always thinking about us. I'm sure that my action speaks louder than anything I could have said to her, and she understands perfectly. This is how it should be. Thank you, Mitsuru-san.
Hey, Ken! Let's get going!
A voice suddenly calls out from me, and the school gate breaks the silence between us. I look in the direction and see the rest of the soccer team who have finished changing and are waiting for me. It should be obvious that I'm in the middle of a serious conversation here, but that doesn't stop them. Well, I guess it can't be helped that they want me to hurry up. We just finished practice and we're all hungry kids. It's only natural their stomachs are growling. I mean, mine is too.
Okay, race to the wild duck! Last one there pays!
What I like about the scene is the color of the movie's gray and muted, but after it becomes bright and colorful since ain't no depressed
Well, I
anymore.
have to go. I hope you stay well until I see you again, Mitsuru-san.
Mitsuru needs some jeans and a shirt. It's entirely possible that she's been so busy she hasn't had a chance to change, in which case, damn, she gotta be stinky right now. In any case, since the burns on my, fucking skin-tight suit, fur coat, middle of spring, several days, without changing, it's gonna be wafting off of her. In any case, since the burdens on my shoulders have been lifted, I quickly bow to Mitsuru-san before rushing off to my soccer club friends. We still have the after-practice wild dash to do. It's a famous tradition of Gakoken Junior High School Soccer Club. Her persona uses ice, she melts it on her. That's gotta be exhausting. Then again, we started this tradition on our own. We consider it the last part of our practice, so I can't allow myself to lose here either.
He laughed. But wow, don't you think Ken-kun's changed a bit lately?
Really? Like how?
For reals. He used to be all, I don't know, cold. But lately, he's been in high spirits. It's like he learned how to be normal, right?
You're right. He does seem to act more naturally than before.
Whoops. Oh, hey, look, there's that sky motif. That would have been absolutely great if they fucking ended on it. 3 years ago, we forged a bond through our long and severe battles. That bond is still very important to me. But if I let myself get too caught up in that bond, I'll end up missing out on things in my own life. I think I was able to change because I realized that. I sense that my bond with the others has remained unchanged, but more than that, I sense that I've grown in myself as well, even if only a little. What's best for me right now is to spend my days doing what I can without rushing through life. What happens to me now will surely affect my future. That's what I've come to realize. And acting that way will be my way of fulfilling the duty that was left to me. Oh yeah, also dog, I guess. Where's Kuromaru's arc, game? He started the game as a dog going arf arf arf, and now he's a dog going arf arf arf. Miss Gurju, please go home and sleep and shower, maybe change your clothes. No, I can't let this Kuzunoha beat me to the big shadow. Sleep is for the weak. Kuramaru appears from the side street, magnificently run past us. Kuramaru's been showing up like this from time to time, racing us to the burger place. I remember thinking this during the recent battles, but even though Kuramaru is quite old, he sure doesn't seem that way. I bet he's determined not to let us kids beat him either. Well, if he's challenging me, I can't let him win without a fight. I pick up the pace and chase after the white furry shape ahead of me. Ken, you cannot outrun a fucking dog. I mean, you can try, but...
Target acquired. Commencing capture now.
We already did Aegis's route. Aegis's ending. What is this?
Aegis?
Oh, it's Akihiko. Wearing clothing. Looking sharp. I thought I was well concealed in the crowd in front of the station, but Aegis comes charging towards me. The people around me draw back, and people walking by stare dumbfounded. Not again.
It's time for your English 2 class.
I'm gonna be absent today.
Absence without Mitsuru-san's express permission will not be tolerated.
No, the class doesn't do roll call. If I pass the final exam, I'll get the credits I need. I've already mastered English anyway.
I even went to Mexico. Red Shiba. This is from Valhalla. I didn't get this far in that game. I think I only got to like day 3 or something.
I've heard that some college classes randomly take roll. One cannot discount the possibility.
Like that, Professor? It'll never happen.
You stand out, so your absence will immediately be apparent.
How do I stand out? I'm not dressed for missions today.
In any case, you must prioritize your studies.
I want her to just pick him up and carry him to class. After the case had closed, I went back to college, even though I'd been taking time off to go to my training journey until recently. Though Mitsuru had a hand in getting me back annoyingly, I mean thankfully, Aegis has taken upon herself to manage my college credits, which has led to a situation like this. The moment I go off radar, she suddenly shows up out of nowhere and drags me back to class. My attendance, classwork, study groups, assignment submissions, exams, she has total control over my every move, and even I don't have time to train anymore.
Stop being so persistent, Aegis. I told you, I have plans today.
You are the same as always, aren't you?
Hi,
You both
Kurosawa.
stand out a lot.
I really feel like we didn't need you at the end of the game, and we're really bloating the ending when we, again, should have ended at Labrys.
Kurosawa-san.
Kurosawa appears out of the crowd with a resigned expression. Yes, I was here to meet him here today. He's currently a detective with the Metropolitan Police Department. He's a trustworthy man who's been helping us in secret. She's standing in a straight full robot mode. She usually dresses in clothes to hide her robot part. Beep boop. Even now, we caught on to PubSec department's moves before anyone else was
I
able to warn
wasn't told
us.
that you had class today. Should we postpone?
Oh, no, it's all right. Let go, Aegis.
I see. So your plan was to meet with Kurosawa-san?
Yeah. I have something important I need to consult with him on.
That actually seems to be the case for once. I don't have much time to spare either, so why don't you hand him over to me for today, Aegis?
It's a Persona 3 reunion. What's next? Protagonist's headstone? Well, Kurosawa was in the opening of the game. It just does not feel necessary to put him at the end of the game. And we saw the Persona 3 headstone at the end of Arena.
If that is the case, then I understand. I will await your report
I mean,
later.
not the literal headstone, but we saw the door. Aegis says so politely. She releases my arm and salutes Kurosawa. With that, she disappears back into the crowd. I swear, she's been a pest lately on purpose and enjoys seeing my reactions. Oh, well, I guess that means she's getting more human-like. So maybe we might actually get a see of the door. If Elizabeth makes a cameo, which at this point, why not?
Well, this might be a bit late to ask, but I want to have enough power in the police to protect the others from the outside.
So that's what this is about. Dealing with people from that side of the business is more trouble than fighting shadows sometimes, you know.
Oh, I know. That's why I need power besides what I can do with my fists.
Kurosawa
I
smirks
like
in
the
response.
look on your face. That reminds me, you're old enough to drink now, aren't you?
Make Zombie P3 protagonist an optional boss.
Oh, yes.
What's this? You don't like alcohol?
No, alcohol and protein shakes go surprisingly well together.
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they do not. Akihiko, I need to stop you right now. No, they don't. Alcohol slows muscle development. What the fuck are you talking about? If you fucking work out and then drink alcohol, it'll take longer for your body to recover. What the fuck are you talking about? No, they don't. No, they do not. Do not mix alcohol and protein shakes. No. What is... No! No!
Drinking with you is going to be tiring for a different reason.
You can't just mix protein with everything! Kurosawa looks amused for a moment, then turns and walks away. I'm not even sure what the effect alcohol would have on the protein. It might just break it down. I follow him into the city. Fucking Akihiko's the kind of guy that gets his fucking health advice from dude bro channels on YouTube. I remember a game did that where they had the previous game's character who died come back as a zombie. I don't know. I've seen rare examples of previous game main characters coming back, and it's usually the hypest fucking thing you've ever seen. Prototype 2, Pokemon Gold. They do it kind of in that one Capcom fantasy game that I've never played that did terribly, but then did well when they re-released it the third time. Dark Arisen something or another. Dark Souls did it. Dark Souls 3 did it. Akihiko also thinks soy raises estrogen. It's entirely possible he realizes that while drinking soy protein. Mitsuru-senpai and I are walking through the city, and it suddenly becomes filled with fashions and a long holiday draws to a close. We've been going out together like this for a while, but when she wears clothes more appropriate for her age, Mitsuru looks even better than model. Yeah! Oh my god! It was Saints Row. I know you fight in, I think, Saints Row 4, you fight the player characters from Saints Row 1 and 2. You can get Zombie Carlos from Saints Row 2? Okay. Drakengard 2, you fight Kaim. Yakuza 4, you fight Kiryu. Yakuza 7, you fight Kiryu. I'm trying to think of other games where you fight the main character of the previous games and it's the hypest shit ever. Ellis was the kid who helped break you out of jail and he's later killed by a rival gang. Yeah, I owned the original Saints Rows, but I haven't played them. Saints Row 1 seemed to be the buggiest fucking game I've ever played in my life. I'm just, like, looking down my list. That might be all I can think of. Because I don't think you fight Snake or Raiden in any of the Metal Gears. But it always leads to such a dramatic oh shit moment. Heads turn to follow her wherever you go. Mitsuru doesn't seem fazed by this, though it's more likely she doesn't even have a clue that she's standing out. It's a mystery to me how she doesn't notice that. You fight yourself in Fractured Butthole? I don't remember that. I believe it happens, I just don't remember that. Fractured Butthole is a really good game. Kinda glitchy, but really good. The only thing that appears to bother her is how she's walking.
I'm not comfortable in these clothes.
I am not a fan of the outfit, but your hair looks fabulous. Is every single one of those buttons the Shadow Operatives buttons?
Come on, you look good. And you know what they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
But doesn't such a frilly skirt interfere with how you walk?
Huh? Senpai, I know you wore a skirt as part of the Gekkoukan High uniform.
A uniform is fine, since it's like battle attire.
Sure. The fight is so bugged that the past version of you only has your skin color but no hair or makeup or anything. Oh yeah, don't you fight yourself in the past or something? You go back in time and fight the entire cast in the Stick of Truth. Yes.
Battle attire, huh?
Hey ladies, how's it going? Are the two of you looking for a good time? Why don't you join us and have some fun?
Would you mind getting out of the way? I'm trying to enjoy my day off with my friend.
Again? I mean, yeah, she stands out, but how many times have you been hit on just today? Alright, I like how they're like, Mitsuru is super hot, except Yukari is also a fucking known model / TV star.
Well, if not today, how about another time? Can I get your phone number? Maybe we could go out sometime.
Oh.
The man hitting on us touches my shoulder. This guy either has guts or he's really slow on the uptake. Either way, this isn't good at all. Mitsuru's arm flashes out like a snake and grabs the man's wrist.
Mitsuru-senpai, hold on.
Don't murder him in the middle of the street.
Ow! I'd prefer it if you kept your hands off my friend. I also believe it to be in your best interests if you left at once.
I'm okay. Geez, you guys better get going.
She will kill you.
Oh, crap. Oh, crap!
She just kind of keeps a gun on her for some reason.
We're sorry!
The guy who talked to us are scared off of Mitsuru-senpai and they run for their lives. I'm happy she protected me, but she's seriously turning into an empress. She's the head of a special battle unit with the mission of exterminating shadows. I wonder if that environment is what's making worse for her after all. I really need to help her have some time to enjoy herself.
Senpai, let's go over there.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I take Mitsuru's senpai's arm and charge into the shopping mall. I'm pretty sure that guy like that won't follow us all the way into the store. After checking out some clothes and other accessories like normal girls in the busy holiday stores, we take a break at a cafe terrace.
That was fun.
Cafe Rembrandt.
You're right.
I enjoy, I relax and enjoy the fun we had and take another sip of my iced coffee. Mitsuru-senpai answered me absent-mindedly, and her tea is left untouched.
Senpai, you promised that you wouldn't think about the other day.
Rei is Kanako's favorite female character. When asked about male characters, he said, I don't have any particular attachment to any male character. So in short, Rei is his favorite character.
Yukari...
I know that it's impossible to keep from getting to her. After all, the case this time was all because of Kirijo Group's negative legacy. Mitsuru-senpai had taken the role of leader of the Kirijo family to atone for her past, and yet, after being captured by the enemy, she couldn't take command of the situation. It may only be natural that she feels responsible for what happened. But even then, I can't be convinced that she needs to bear the weight of that all by herself.
There are so many people here.
Apparently Soejima's is Aigis. Yeah, I could see that. Aigis is a good pick. And there she goes again. I came here today thinking about giving her a piece of my mind. She keeps taking responsibility for everything on herself and worrying about the things all on her own. I still can't bring myself to say anything about it when I see the look on her face. I thought that maybe confronting her emotionally like I had back then would lessen the distance between us, but that would just be repeating what I'd done before. Doing so would be saddening. I mean, we're best friends, you know? As I try to figure out what to say next, all I hear is the bustle of the busy cafe.
See? It's feather pink! Wow, you're right! It's Reiko Kuchikuen!
Hey, Feather Pink! Where are Red and the others?
Forgot you were famous too, didn't ya?
Huh?
Suddenly, a little boy points at me. Everyone turns around at a shout, and the children walking past make a circle around us.
No, you're mistaken. You've got the wrong person.
I hurriedly wave my hands in an attempt to disperse the crowd. Sigh. Having a role in that show shows my face can be really inconvenient.
You're quite popular, Yukari. How does it feel to be a hero?
Huh? Well, I guess it's worth it since these kids are really into it.
Death must not be needlessly feared, but it must not be needlessly desired as well. Face it and fight, Featherman. Or so the line goes.
Of fucking course Mitsuru watches Yukari's show.
Senpai, why do you know that?
Of fucking course she knows it. That's the opening line of the intro of Featherman Victory. The catchphrase comes up every episode of the show.
I may be busy, but I still have time to watch a little television.
What? But why would you watch Featherman of all things?
Speaking of Kaneko not being able to draw feet. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that is horrifying.
Why wouldn't I? My best friend is one of the stars. I had never seen such a program before. But it's true. I did sense something from it. I feel that you were trying to help people, especially children.
She's wearing stockings.
Teaching them to
Don't
avoid
think about
bringing
it.
harm into their lives.
That's... well, I guess that's how it is.
Protagonist of the Hero Show doesn't just punish evil. They protect those who are precious to them, give everyone the hope to live. I'm sure that these shows teach a lot of things to children, too.
The same goes for Akihiko and Yamagishi, Aiga, Samada, and Iori as well. Every one of us is proceeding down their own path, in their own way. That's how I can concentrate on my own duties. The trust we've formed will not easily be swayed. Isn't that right?
I can't help but sigh. I feel like I've beaten instead. My best friend believes in me and is watching over me. Well, I should do the same for her, even though I get the feeling that I got sweet-talked somehow.
Yukari, what's the matter?
It's an invisible hem? Hello?
I guess I've been defeated today. Well, that's fine. Let's go to the next place.
It's under the panty line.
Next
It's
place?
very well hidden.
You want to continue shopping?
Well, I don't have any idea when you'll be able to make time for me again, you know.
What if I promise to contact you every once in a while? Would that do?
It's a deal. But while we're here...
Aw, that's a cute picture. I tug at Mitsuru's, I wish I could see... Hey! Kikone is in the background! Hey! What's up? You think Maya ever got a real journalist job like she wanted, or do you think she still writes for a teen magazine? I don't know. If Junpei proves anything, it's that not everyone ends up where they want to. I'll tug in Mitsuru Senpai and resume our shopping. I'm not sure why, but I feel as if whatever had been bothering me had disappeared. Who? Who is still left? Even before we could complete the follow-up investigation of the case Minazuki caused, I was summoned by PubSec to the government office building. I would have liked to ignore this meeting, which is to be nothing more than an interrogation, but it's better than I go for them to get their hands on Labras or Minazuki. Also, I want to make sure that no trouble comes to Yukari or Mada's daily lives.
We recognize your achievement in recovering Labras. Wasn't it your own blunder that led to you, the leader of your organization, being captured? There are also reports that you involved underage civilians in this matter as well. What do you think your organization is?
If there were people there, then they must have acted on their own to protect their town and their companions. Also, with regard to the members of the auxiliary staff, the emergency suppression unit, they became concerned for me after my disappearance and came after me as individuals. That is all. It is absolutely unrelated to the Shadow Operatives.
You're just playing semantics.
Furthermore, when the second case occurred, the Shadow Operatives were forced to begin an investigation based on a lack of evidence. Since you were the ones who ordered the investigation, I believe you would know whether or not they were able to go on duty or not. Also, even though it may have been merely an intimidation tactic, I received a report that my people were fired upon during the incident.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, you guys are kind of fucked. I guess I want to prove myself better to my dad that I could balance work and family, and he could. Her dad works for CNN, and she works for, like, Teen Vogue.
I laughed it off at the time, since it's impossible that this organization could have been so stupid as to send my people into danger unprepared.
And fire at them with guns.
You little...
But as you pointed out, it was due to my own lack of preparedness that I was captured by the enemy. I will accept any kind of punishment for that.
The report says that your capture was nothing but a ruse, though?
Excuse me.
Hey, it's PubSec Man.
What is it? We're in the middle of an inquiry here.
I was ordered to bring these documents the moment they arrived.
The man who enters the room hands a binder full of documents to the man interrogating me. I feel as though I know that man from somewhere, but what was that about?
What is this?
As you can see, it's the report from our undercover investigation of the Kirijo group.
You fool! These are not the kinds of details we asked for!
This deliberation is temporarily suspended. You will be notified of our further decisions at a later date.
I actually find it absolutely hilarious how incompetent PubSec is in this game. The best ending of this arc is that we know that these incompetent assholes get tossed out at the end of Strikers. Their sudden sourness Man! I could just see, like, a fucking Persona 5, Persona 3 crossover, where Mitsuru is like, thank you for getting those assholes fired! Their sudden sourness makes me think this case is coming to an end. But to think that someone would be able to turn in a report that would instantly suspend an investigation from these sticklers. It would seem there are some people, even in PubSec, who do not respect their higher-ups. Also, that undercover investigation must have been made by Shirogane. It seems I'm in her debt. When I leave the conference, I see the other shadow operatives have gathered here.
Mitsuru-san!
What are you all doing here?
These guys insisted on at least trying to testify in
Why
person,
are you
since
not
they
wearing
failed
the
you on the
clothes
mission.
we know the game
I had no
bothered to
choice
make a
but to come
profile
too.
picture for?
Seeing that our friend
They
who
put
had gone
Aigis
missing
in
was
clothes?
immediately summoned to the government office on her return.
Why did
we
they
were
put
worried
Aigis in
it was a
clothes and then
conspiracy.
not put Akihiko in clothes?
Indeed, as your friends, it's only natural that we'd rush to your side. Because we are your friends.
Aigis, why are you speaking with such over-exaggeration? What are Yukari and Iori even doing here?
Yeah, we were all worried about
Why
you.
is she in the Featherman outfit?
The best of friends. Yep. Yes, sirree.
Akihiko injected a lot of red bull semen for those abs. They're gonna show it.
You realize I won't be able to stick up for you if they come down on you because of this.
It'll be fine. Look, I'm in the middle of a shoot right now.
That explains that.
I'm just out walking Koromaru.
I'm just going out for a run, you know?
You're training, Junpei? You should have told me sooner. I'll come along.
That's okay. I mean, can't you see what we're getting at here?
Seriously, all of you?
Aw, yeah. Hey, Fuka was in the party and Fuka didn't get a line? What the fuck, game? A fucking course Junpei would make himself #1. I can't help but laugh with amusement, though this makes me happy as their friend. I have mixed feelings as the leader of our organization. The higher-ups just gave themselves away. This time are only the tip of the iceberg. There must be many people in the police, in the political realm, who don't think well of the Kirijo group. Those troublemakers will pounce immediately if we leave even the slightest vulnerability unguarded. But even then, the shadow operatives will continue to protect and serve. Fuka speaking to them through representatives. I mean, create a world where everyone will have to strain to deny the fate of destruction.
Yes!
And we will continue moving towards the future for the sake of granting our wishes. The end. Okay, well, I kind of already reviewed this game, but sure, let's do it again. So, obviously the best part about this game are just references to Persona 4 Arena, which, despite being told in the worst conceivable way possible and desperately needing an editor, had an actually good story and introduced the amazing character of Labrys and, like, set up an entire arc for Elizabeth, and even, like, started working on a fucking arc for characters like Akihiko and Mitsuru. But, like, the best part of this game it was just fucking wrapping up loose threads from the previous game with, like, the fucking ergonomics research lab and the PubSec investigation into the Shadow Operatives and fucking Snowy the dog. Like, the best parts of this game are just references to the last game. Everything else about this is fucking terrible. It's good to see the other C's members, and that was interesting. But that could have just easily been an add-on to P4, and it would have been a better game. Like, the entire story of Ultimax is fucking terrible, and if we're just analyzing the fucking P3 route, they managed to take everything good about the P4 route, which was that it was at least, like, on brand, it wasn't boring, there wasn't too much useless text, and they, like, threw it completely away and got rid of everything to portray this nonsense. Like, everything good that was in the P4 route was absent in the P3 route. The game is actively worse by separating the two routes. Just merge them together and make a good game. Like, again, like, it's the same review I gave for fucking Persona 4 Arena. It's the fact that there is the potential to have a good game is infuriating. But what's worse about Ultimax is that, unlike Arena, which told a good story and introduced good characters, everything that was introduced in Arena Ultimax that wasn't originally in Arena is terrible. Show sucks! Adachi has no business being in this game. It is just a waste of time. And God, does it not know where to fucking end? Like, all of the Shadow Operatives walking off is great. It should have fucking ended with Labrys. And the fact that I didn't get to see the reunion between Labrys and Snowy, what the fuck were they thinking? They set up a fucking motif about showing the blue sky. The entire first game, they carried on to the second game. Blue sky motif, blue sky motif, blue sky motif, blue sky motif, right? Then they show the shot of Labrys, the main character, looking up at a blue sky. How did that not fade to black? What? How are they like, that's gonna be the third arc we show. Now we're gonna follow that up with Fuka and Akihiko and Mitsuru. No! Why are you don't you have any fucking idea how to pace your story? You end with Labrys. What the fuck is wrong with you? They literally added more to the game and it made the game worse. Like, all the shit with Labrys is cool, and Labrys should have been the one to beat Sho in the first place. But Sho sucks, and all of the parts that they just showed for Labrys, they just set up in the previous game. So I can't even really give Ultimax's storyline credit for that. I can only give Arena credit for that, and Arena was already good.
This show was brought to you by these
They literally
sponsors.
added more to the game, and it made the game worse. Persona 4 Arena, Persona 4 Golden. There you go. Ultimax is the Golden of Arena. Alright. I think it's a bathroom trip, and then I'm gonna make an attempt at episode. I probably should stop, and we should probably do one last stream in Adachi. Like, I might be able to force it, but I'm getting a little rough. Yeah, I think maybe we should stop and do one more stream. I know it seems ridiculous to do 10 streams in this game, but how long to beat fucking lied to me? It says episode of Adachi is an hour. I don't know. See, if you look at this is a lot of text. Like, look at this. I bet I'll have to read forever. Like, how long to beat is not trustworthy when it comes to this fucking game. Worst scenario, the next stream is, like, an hour long. I don't know. According to YouTube, Adachi thing is an hour. Hour and a half. I don't know. If I recover from my shot fast enough, we might be able to do it on Monday or something. I'd also say it's going to make it a lot easier to title the upload on YouTube if we stop here. So I think I probably will stop here and we'll just finish Adachi next time. I know it seems ridiculous to do 10 streams, but I am worried about my voice. I am hungry. And, like, I don't know. It just seems easier to do Adachi and, like, end with Adachi. It just seems easier. I don't know. Maybe I will get it done later in the week. I'm gonna get my shot tomorrow, and I don't know if it'll lay me on my ass. So, I might even be able to do it Saturday or something. Like, I might be totally fine. I'm expecting to get knocked out, but, like, if I'm totally fine, we might even be able to get in a third stream somewhere this week. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't... Honestly, I also just don't want to. I'm kind of so frustrated with this entire game, and I know it's making it take worse, and I'm making the problem harder myself. But I also just don't want to. So I think I am gonna end here. 6 hours is good. Alright. Well, alright. That was definitely a thing we did. We'll do Adachi next time. Maybe it'll be Saturday. Maybe it'll be Monday. I will do my damnedest to try and get it done this week so that we can actually move on with this with our lives at this point. I feel like we've been here for an eternity. But yeah, I think it is for the best to stop here. I still can't believe someone ranked this game in A tier. Who? Who ranked this in A tier? They're fucking liars. This is the worst Persona game ever. Were there different rankings for Arena and Ultimax? Because Arena at least had a good story. I mean, I hear the gameplay is a thing that people actually care about. In which case, the gameplay is fine, I guess. It doesn't control how I want, but it probably controls like an Arc System game, which I've never been able to get into, but I know that people like. So, I mean, it's probably solid, I guess. Arena was in C tier. That's fucking fair. Like, if we're ranking it based on gameplay and it's a gameplay list, sure, maybe I could see an A tier for this game. But, like, pure narrative, this is the worst Persona game. Like, by a lot. Like, if we're taking, because keep in mind, Persona 4 Arena was a DLC. Like, it was its own game, and then Ultimax came out, and then I have the Persona 4 Arena Story Mode DLC. So if we're separating Arena and Ultimax and treating this game as just Ultimax, and we're, like, evaluating it on just narrative, then all of the good things about this narrative were set up in the previous game. So you can't really give this game credit for just tying up a few loose ends, which means you have to, like, give this game credit just based on its own substance. And if we're evaluating it on its own substance, this is easily the worst Persona game. Like, the fucking dancing games outclass this game. Anyway, yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. With any luck, we'll be able to finish this game once and for all. Theoretically, next stream is guaranteed the final stream. But with any luck, we'll be able to finish it this week. Maybe Saturday? Hopefully? I'll try and get it done as soon as possible. I don't know how the shot's going to affect me. Hopefully, I'm just, like, 100% fine. I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway, that's the Be Right Back screen, and I actually need the ending screen. So, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. The dancing games that let you snoop around the girls' room. I think it also lets you go into the guys' room, maybe? I don't remember. But yes, the only room I managed to get into was Mitsuru's room, and it's fucking great. What? For the record, the way the dancing games work, the reason I got into Mitsuru's room wasn't because I specifically aimed for Mitsuru, even though that's totally a thing I would do. It was actually just because, like, you unlock the different levels of, like, social interactions with the characters based on how you perform in the dancing game, and I just coincidentally happened to do the Mitsuru ones earlier. Like, it wasn't something I was specifically targeting. But anyway, thanks for stopping by. Next stream is the last one. Thank God. We're going on to Adachi. Bye-bye.